I got a new skill CH 229 266 CH 229. Huh? We're back, huh? What do you mean, we're back? Having finished our duty, we were safely expelled back to the dot. Tia let out a sigh immediately after our return, prompting a wry smile from me. Well, true, this time was quite unusual. That was a first for me too. See? That's why it's natural to feel this way. HMPH. Tia puffed out her chest with an air of superiority. I can't help but view this with a fond gaze. After that festival, we were expelled by Donatella. Whether it's good or bad, my guess was right, we weren't able to go back. So we lived in that village for about half a year, then we asked to be expelled again. The world without the Demon King, it was so peaceful. I completely forgot that feeling, right? We lived such a laid-back life. The Demon King we were supposed to defeat was no longer present at that point. The attacks from the Black Demons, born from the Demon King, had ceased, and we simply lived through peaceful days. Of course, it wasn't like nothing happened. But these were extensions of our daily lives, not the absolute threat of the Demon King. Hunting, cooking, blacksmithing, sewing, a life where activities we could only do in between our travels took the main stage was so fresh. And too brilliant. But, I still wanted to stay a bit longer. I get the feeling, but we can't. If we waited until Donatella's child was born, it would add another year, right? That's true. But isn't it okay to stay another year at this point? Well, if it ends with that year. But once you start holding the baby, you'd definitely want to see them grow a little more, right? Then you'd extend your stay by another year or two. And when you decide to leave, what happens if Donatella's child toddles up to you, saying don't go? Can you ignore them and leave? Tia, that might be a bit impossible. Tia grimaced at my point, like she tasted something sour. If it's like this just from imagining it, there's no way she could do it in reality. I can say that confidently, right? You missed the chance to leave at the start. Since you forced a delay, if you start extending it, you really won't be able to leave. The more you live, the more lingering attachments, entanglements, and human connections you form in that world. I mean, if you really wanted to stay, we could hang on until either me or Donatella were on our deathbed. But if there's no objective, and you're staying just because you don't want to leave, and then you stay for 30 years, you definitely won't be able to set out on a journey, right? That's true. Definitely. A journey is something like that, after all. That's the spirit. Let's move on. A departure without any lingering attachments was too lonely. That's why travelers sometimes look back and turn those feelings into memories. Even more so for us, whose time flows differently. We must accept this, and whether they were happy or not. One part of that conclusion lies in front of us. I walked over to the table and picked up this time's record of the hero's story. Tia quickly caught up, and we slowly read the contents. Donatella as a child was quite docile. She was like that when I knew her. So, here's where she was attacked by the Shining Star. I see, she was a child with the talent of a spirit user, so she sincerely accepted the voice of this Shining Star. Because of that, her mind became disturbed and she couldn't hear the voice of real spirits. If I had known, I would have taught her how to properly interact with spirits. It's a shame you really don't do anything helpful. Are you listening? I'm talking about you. I glanced at my fingertips, but of course, this was a mere conceptual existence. A piece of God's power does not respond. It continued to prick at me with my fingertip. So, we were together from this point. We read through quickly, and in no time, we reached the last chapter. Seeing the content written there, I let out a small gasp. World 13th, record of the hero's story, final chapter, days of stagnation. And so, the hero Donatella, who had defeated the Demon King, found herself returning to her ordinary existence after rejecting the will of God that was supposed to grant her wishes and bring about evolution. She married one of the men she had despised so much and lived out the rest of her life as a common mother, raising 8 children. In her true potential, Donatella had a future of guiding women and leading the world. However, that possibility was forever lost, and the current way of life in that settlement would continue for a long time. Still water will eventually become stagnant. God shed a tear of sorrow for being unable to save them, as their extended hands of salvation was maliciously rejected, leaving them in the sadness of being unable to be rescued. Oh, you still speak your mind as freely as ever. Well, I guess that's how it is from the perspective of a god, Donatella. She ended up having 8 children. Coming back was definitely the right choice. If we had stayed, I would have definitely seen it through to the end. In that case, we might have stayed for about 30 years, no joke. Hamokin did a great job too. While we were staying in the settlement, Hamokin and Donatella got married. The wedding ceremony for the two, celebrated by everyone in the settlement, was still fresh in my memory. By the way, in the end, Donatella's personality ended up somewhere in between her original self that I knew and the influence of the shining star. Well, after being under that influence for 5 years, albeit somewhat forcibly, it's only natural. At least the thought of indiscriminately rejecting men had completely disappeared, and in fact, Donatella seemed to feel embarrassment towards radical words and actions. But for Hamokin, that aspect seemed to be adorable, and the two of them looked very happy. The only exception was when they confronted Gargado, but well. Yeah. It's Gargado's fault, so I won't say anything. It seemed fun in its own way. From an outsider's perspective, at least. Sure, change is important, but it's not necessarily a bad thing to stay the same. Besides, if the roles were reversed, they would probably call me the worst revolutionary who destroyed a peaceful world, right? It's all about how things are said. Whether we perceive something in a positive or negative light ultimately depends on how the person themselves thinks. No matter how dear the situation, you can find something good in it, and no matter how fortunate you are, there will always be some unhappiness hidden within. Of course, there's room for societal standards of happiness and unhappiness to come into play, but at least for Donatella and Hamokin, I couldn't possibly consider this outcome as unhappy. Foo-fa-foo, how about that? No matter how you try to express it, to me, that settlement and the emotions of Donatella and Hamokin can only be seen as happiness. In other words, this time, I win. I moved my gaze from my fingertips up to the white ceiling and grinned. Whether there is a god there or if they're looking at me, I don't know, but it doesn't matter. Even if I were to say anything, I can't take a single step out of this world created by the god. Such a limited existence might not be much different from a crying baby having a tantrum in a small bed from their perspective. But a baby was not forever small and powerless. Eventually, they grow up, and there were countless children who become bigger and stronger than their parents. And with that, Tia, let's give our all to make the next world a happy ending too. Yes, yes. As you command, Demon King. Hee. Tia laughed as I got excited. If we had achieved one, then surely we could achieve the second and beyond. Our goal was an uncompromising and complete victory. Our challenge had only just begun. CH 230. Huh? The same place as before? No, it's different. Similar, but not the same. Where we landed was deep within a forest. At first glance, it closely resembled the world we had just been exiled from. However, upon closer inspection, there was a well-trodden path a short distance away. There were only animal trails in the dense jungle where Donatella and the others were, so that alone made it clear that this was a different world. When we reached the path, the view blocked by the trees suddenly opened up. Far in the distance was a place surrounded by impressive stone walls. It was most likely a town where people lived. Wow, such a great wall. So, it's a town within the forest? Yeah, it seems so. Well, let's go in. There were guards at the entrance, but as long as we paid a small entrance fee, there seemed to be no problem entering. As we walked down the bustling main street, we found a large square plaza along. Ah, I see. This is that place. Hey, Tia, I figured out which world this is. Really? What kind of world is it? Well, we have plenty of time, and it would be faster to show you than to explain. This way. With that, I started walking towards the square. There was a grand stage set up there, surrounded by a crowd of hundreds. It's so lively. But what are they doing? Ha ha ha, that's the highlight of this world. Excuse me, let us through. I started pushing through the crowd, pulling Tia's hand. There were some annoyed faces, but if we weren't assertive we'd just end up watching from the back. After making our way through, we reached the front of the crowd, right at the metal barricade separating the audience from the stage. From here, we could clearly see the stage. On it, 3 girls in their late teens, dressed in sparkling costumes, were waving and smiling. Everyone, thank you for your support. Now, let's move on to the next song. Wait, what is this? Street performance? Well, close, but not quite. They are idols. Idols? Like, people who serve the gods? No, not like that. You know how different worlds have different names for jobs like adventurers? It's like that. In this world, they call people who sing and dance and perform in public like that idols. Oh, that sounds fun. Tia watched the girls singing and dancing on stage, sweating profusely, with an interested look. Most of the music we heard was from bards, so hearing proper songs like this was indeed refreshing. Well, it's not all fun. Idols in this world are treated like heroes. To stand on a stage in such a large town, they must have put in a lot of effort, competing against countless others in their field to earn this opportunity. Oh, I see, there's competition involved. But I can see why kids would aspire to become idols. It looks fun. Yeah. Oh, and by the way, idols aren't just young girls. There are male idols, older ones, and even grandma and grandpa idols. They're seriously talented. Regardless of the field, running at the forefront for decades was no ordinary feat. Even if the swords and magic were replaced with songs and dances, their achievements remained undiminished. After enjoying their songs and dances for about an hour, we went back to the bustling main street. Both Tia and I had flushed faces from the heat of the crowd. Ha, that was fun. This world is well developed in terms of entertainment, isn't it, with people like them all over? Yeah. Did you notice how the town looks? In this world, most of it is covered by forests, so armies can't move around, meaning large-scale wars rarely occur. Instead, battles are mostly fought through trade and diplomacy, and idols exist as part of that. If you can have an idol who's hugely popular among the commoners, it means you can gather that many people. Where people gather, money gathers, and where money gathers, goods gather. The presence of an idol that attracts people is a symbol of this nation's strength. Sounds peaceful. Oh. So does that mean this world's heroes are Fufu? Exactly. With sparkling eyes, Tia exclaimed. Yes, in this world where not strength, but talent speaks, of course the heroes would be outstanding in that aspect. Wow, I wonder what kind of person it is. A boy? A girl? Older? Or younger? That's for you to find out when you meet them. With a gleam of excitement in her eyes, I let Tia remain in that state as I recalled my previous visit to this place. I remember. And a slight pain tugged at my heart. Back then, I didn't have any other choice. But now, Ed? Nah, it's nothing. Let's get a place to stay first, then kill some time. Got it. I lead Tia through the town. Fortunately, we managed to find a decent place to stay, so afterwards we spent our time browsing the stalls and eating. Then, when it was time, we headed back to the stage. Huh? What's wrong, Ed? No, the hero isn't there. The one supposed to be standing on this stage was the hero, Rain. But the ones in front of us now were 3 completely different girls, not the hero I was looking for. What's going on? Has the flow of the world changed again? Sorry, Tia. I need to step away for a bit. That's fine. But what are you going to do? Of course, I'm going to search. Ordinarily, my meeting with the hero would be determined by my flag maker skill. But if I couldn't meet them at the predetermined location, all I can do is go and search for them myself. I activated my Akashic Compass skill and searched for the hero. Thankfully, there was a reaction, so at least the worst-case scenario, that the hero was already dead, didn't seem to be the case. So, I chased the hero's signal through the town. Turning off the main street, continuing in the opposite direction of the crowd. Hi Ed? Are you sure they're around here? They should be. We ventured into a back alley, a heavy and dark atmosphere starting to permeate. The sun hadn't set yet, but in another half hour, it would be too dark to walk without a light. Hey, Ray. Someone. Is anyone there? Calling out the name of the hero I've never met felt odd. imagining the smiling face of the hard-working, bright hero. I corrected myself and called into the labyrinthine darkness. But, no response. It's to be expected. No stranger would respond to someone yelling anyone in a place like this. Worst case scenario, they might mistake me for a kidnapper and become even more cautious. It's a bad move. I know. Even though I know, I want to call out his name. The anxiety is mounting. The ominous feeling won't leave my head. I forgot to check if Tia was following me and hurried towards the direction indicated by my Akashic compass. At a fast pace. No one's here. No one's here. No one's. Wait, is that? In the corner of the alley, a girl sat, knees drawn up to her chest, next to a heap of garbage. Seeing the shabby figure of the hero Rain of the 73rd world, I bit my lip hard. Ugh, I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten anything in 6 hours. The murmur, which seemed to be more cheerful than expected, almost made me shudder, but I was relieved and patted my chest. CH-231. Ray I mean, young lady? What are you doing in a place like this? I called out to Rain, who had muttered something far from the worst situation I'd anticipated. In response, she lifted her face, which had been buried in her knees, and looked straight at me. Me? I'm feeling down. Oh, yeah, it seems so. Why are you feeling down? Why do I have to tell you, Ana-san? That's. You know, sometimes when you consult with someone else, your mood can change, right? Oh, you're hungry, aren't you? I'll treat you to a meal. I was taught by my parents not to follow strangers. I see. They're excellent parents, yes. Her perfectly logical response left me at a loss for words. Of course, any sane person would refuse an unknown man saying I'll treat you to a meal out of nowhere. But what will happen in the future if I don't get involved with Rain here? If I pretend to meet her by coincidence multiple times, that will only scare her. Hey, may I interrupt? Tia pushed my shoulder and stepped forward. There was a gentle smile on her face, and it seemed to me that Rain's guard was slightly lower with her than with me. What is it, Ani-san? Well, we just arrived in this town today. But because of that, we lost our way and ended up here. Do you know this town well? Yes, more or less. Then, would you mind showing us around the town? As a thank you, we'll treat you to a meal. Of course, with a sweet and delicious dessert included. Dessert? At Tia's wink, Rain's expression lit up. Understood. Helping people in trouble is a good thing, so I'll help you. By the way, is it okay if the dessert is pancakes from the Golden Melody Inn? Fufu. That's fine. Right, Ed? Huh? Oh. Of course it's fine. Great. Then I'll start guiding you right away. Upon receiving my approval, Rain quickly stood up, dusted off the dirt on her clothes, and started walking energetically. As I followed her, Tia intertwined her little finger with mine. See? It went well, didn't it? Yeah. Seriously, you saved me. Keep it up. Okay, but what exactly should I do? For now, just be friendly with her. And if you can, I'd like to know why she was sitting there like that. Of course, I'll ask too, but I'll rely on you if needed. Understood. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Rain, a bright 14-year-old. Rain, who said this while turning around, was a beautiful girl with bright brown hair tied up on the left side and similarly bright, large brown eyes. I hadn't noticed before as she was sitting in the shadows, but upon a closer look, her clothes seemed fairly normal, and there was no sign that she was struggling with her living conditions. Rain-chan, huh? I'm Lunarisha, but you can call me Tia. As for my age. Hey, Ed, are there elves here? I'm not sure. I don't remember seeing any, so you might want to assume there aren't any. I answered Tia, who had asked me at the spur of the moment via our missing talk. By the way, while elves do exist in some worlds, there are subtle differences in their existence, such as the shape of their ears and lifespan. However, Tia hasn't been particularly hiding her ears. If someone unfamiliar with her asks, "Your ears are long, aren't they?" she can simply reply with, "I was born with long ears." Isn't it strange? And that settles it. Huh? What's going on? It's nothing. My age. I'm 21. Wow, you're older than I thought. Nice to meet you, Tia-san. Yes, nice to meet you, Rain. I'm Ed. I'm 20. Oh, Ed-san is younger. That's a bit surprising. Nice to meet you, Ed-san. Ah, likewise. After briefly introducing ourselves, we came out onto the main street. The sun was already beginning to set, and magical lights were starting to shine here and there on the streets. Hey Rain-chan. We asked you to guide us, but is it okay to take you around at this hour? Won't your family worry? Ah, that's not a problem. I'm currently staying at an inn, not home. I see. Then, a cute stomach growl interrupted Tia's words. Rain quickly held her stomach, her face flushing red. Haha, then let's get something to eat first. What was it again? Golden Melody Inn? Can we eat regular meals there too? Yes. The Golden Melody Inn serves meals, alcohol, everything. But it's a popular place, so if it gets too late, all the seats might be filled up. Then we should hurry. Can we ask you to guide us? Of course. It's this way. For some reason, Rain spun around and began to walk briskly. The place she guided us to was a medium-sized restaurant that could accommodate about 30 people. A lively hostess greeted us, and the three of us took a seat at a round table. Hey, Miss Waitress, what's this place's specialty? Well, of course, everything is a specialty. All our dishes are the best you can get. Haha, I see. Then what would you want to eat the most today? Oh, you're asking that. Well, today, I might go for the simmered lamb. Dad said we got a good batch of meat, and it smelled so good when we were preparing it. In response to my question, the waitress covered her mouth with a look of absolute bliss on her face. It seems promising. Alright, I'll have that then. Tia, Rain, you can order whatever you like. Yay. I'll have this heap of vegetable salad, and maybe some pasta. I'll have pancakes with plenty of honey. 2. No, 3 stacks. Is that okay? Don't hold back. You can stack 5 or even 10 if you want. Wah. Are you some kind of god, Ed-san? But if I eat too much, my stomach will burst. So I'll have to hold back. Please stack 3 with vanilla and chocolate ice cream. Young lady, you're going all out. Do you not need a regular meal? I forgot. Then, watching Rain hastily rechecking the menu made me smile. Seeing her huddled in the back alley, I was seriously worried, but she doesn't seem to be forcing herself to be cheerful, so it appears there's no need for concern. While I was thinking about this, our order was completed, and the waitress left our table. Rain ended up ordering cheeseburgers and 3 stacked pancakes topped with vanilla ice cream. Now that we've ordered and are waiting for our food, shall we chat a bit? Is that alright? Yes, that's fine. I love to chat, too. That's great. So, the first topic. Rain-chan, what were you doing in that place? That's. At Tia's casual question, Rain's expression suddenly clouded over. I'm sorry. If it's hard for you to talk about, you don't have to. No, it's okay. Actually, with a small fist tightly clenched, Rain began to speak slowly. I didn't make it through the idol audition. CH 232. Audition? There's such a thing? Of course, there is. How many people do you think want to become idols? Rain leaned forward, speaking to Tia, who tilted her head slightly in puzzlement. Her unexpected vigor made even the composed Tia flinch a bit. I'm sorry. I don't really understand much about that. So, who were the people there? Yes. They had failed the audition, so they were feeling down. That place is an excellent spot to mope. A moping spot? If they've rented a place to stay, wouldn't it be normal to be inside their rooms? Isn't it dangerous in places like that? In response to Tia's reasonable point, Rain slowly shook his head. Well, that's true, but in the rooms of the inn, there are many signs of people around, and it's hard to concentrate on feeling down. And if you mope in a place with many passers-by, it becomes a nuisance. So, that's why a dark place with no people is the perfect place to mope. That's why I've been visiting there every day since I failed the audition. Wait. You've been going there every day? Yes. I don't have much else to do, so besides eating, sleeping, moderate exercise, and practicing singing, I'm mostly moping there. I see. Next to me, Tia looked puzzled. Certainly, it seemed quite a healthy and planned way to mope, but what I'm concerned about right now is something else. I hate to interrupt, But can I ask something? Yes. What is it? Well, this is fundamental, but why did you fail the audition, Rain? Yes, that's the biggest question. The first time I came here, Rain was already an idol and was on that stage. But soon after, the person who was managing Rain's finances was discovered to be committing fraud and was fired. After a series of events, I became Rain's attendant. That's how it went last time. So, the fact that Rain isn't an idol now is inexplicable. At my question, Rain's expression darkened significantly. It's because I'm a country bumpkin and didn't know the ways of the world. I didn't know that from this year, idols have to be in groups of 3 or more. Huh? What's that? I inadvertently let out a strange voice at this unexpected reason. I'd never heard of such a rule last time. Come to think of it, the people on the stage I saw today were all in groups of 3. Yes. The Archbishop of the idol church that blesses idols all over the world. Apparently, he received a revelation at the beginning of this year. From this year, people who want to become idols have to be in groups of 3, except for those who are already active as idols. A revelation. Oh, I felt an unpleasant vibe here again. Did one of the things inside me do something again? But then, why not gather 2 more people who want to be idols? With a none? That's difficult. People who live in the city and seriously aspire to become idols already have their groups of 3, so there's no room for me to join them. The rest were like me, from the countryside, and didn't know about this new rule. So it didn't work out? Yes. At first, we said we would do our best together, but when we started practicing singing together, they would somehow quit immediately. What could that be about? Tia, with a sidelong glance, left the conversation to me. I knew the reason well, but decided to distract the conversation without mentioning it this time. Yeah. I'm actually pretty knowledgeable about singing. If you don't mind, could you let me listen to your song, Rain? I don't mind. But singing here would be a nuisance to the shop. Of course, it's fine after we've eaten. You can choose which is more convenient, the inn we're staying at or the one you're renting, Rain. Rain hesitated at my words. Well, inviting an unknown person to your room or visiting an unknown person's room is dangerous. It's good that she's cautious, but if you're not comfortable with the room, how about we rent a practice space? I can cover that much. Is that okay? But why go to such lengths? Well, I guess you could say it's out of curiosity. Since I've gotten to know you, and I'm interested in idol activities. Plus, this might sound boastful, but we have quite a financial leeway. So, it's no big deal. Contrary to appearances, you're rich, Ed-san. Appearances. Oh, I see. I remember my current appearance and smiled bitterly at Rain, who looked at me suspiciously. My equipment in this new world was a worn-out leather armor and a cheap iron sword, hardly looking like someone with money. This appearance is like a disguise to avoid being attacked by money-hungry fools. Look. Saying that, I took out a few gold coins from my waist bag. There, stranger box, was full of gold coins and gems, but I carried this much show money without having to do that. Whoa, those are gold coins. So, it's just out of curiosity, as I said earlier. Of course, you can refuse if you don't like it. Well, I'd still appreciate it if you could continue to guide us around the town. That's right. Since we got to know each other, it'd be fun to become friends and chat. I also want to know more about idols. You look like you could become an idol, Tia-san. Of course, provided you gather 3 people. Oh really? Thank you. Tia becoming an idol. That sounds quite interesting. At Rain's casual words, I let out a smirk. If this world was the same as the original, it might have been possible to make Tia an idol. Purely a hobby, though. Wow, Ed has a bad look on his face. Hey Rain-chan, when Ed has this look, he's up to no good. Really? He certainly looks very mischievous. What's that reaction? Isn't it harsh for both of you to say that? So, what were you thinking about? No, that's because I was imagining Tia becoming an idol, singing and dancing. Wait. Then, would it be impossible for me, Ed, and Rain-chan to form a group of 3 idols? Tia suggests this as if she had come up with a good idea. But that's an impossible proposal. Hey? No, while it might be possible for you, Tia, I can't, right? I can't sing or dance, and above all, I'm a guy, aren't I? Is it bad to form a group with a man? It's not bad, but it's quite rare to form a group with the opposite sex, except for elderly people. And as for me, forming a group with an older man is a bit. I see, if Rain-chan is against it, it can't be helped. I thought it would be a bit interesting. Spare me. Leaving disappointed Tia aside, I was relieved that the devil's proposal was rejected. We finished our meal afterwards, agreed to continue the town tour from the next day, and separated. And then the next day. What the hell is this? My body had turned into a woman's. CH 233. People are mysterious things. When driven by strong emotions beyond a certain level, we tend to become calm instead. That's exactly how I was right now, feeling as if the raging waves in my mind have suddenly quieted after my initial shout of surprise. For now, I stood up and checked my body. Soft, sizable breasts that don't sag. A bouncy, elastic butt. Hips that were not ideally slim for a woman, but realistically attractive for a man. And then, it's not there. Of course, the vital part was missing. Despite being just a part of the human body, its absence made me feel insecure. Moreover, I noticed that my voice was not mine. It's somewhat high-pitched, a voice that seemed both familiar and unfamiliar. No, that's wrong. I need to check something else. Ed? What happened? You were shouting so early in the morning? And then, a knock on the door and Tia's voice came in. She must have heard my shout earlier. But Tia is a sensible person. She won't open the door suddenly, and she'll wait if I ask her to. Sorry Tia. Just wait a moment, eh? Ed, why, For some reason, she flung the door open and, with her hand on the hilt of her sword, Tia looked at me with a surprised expression. You're Ed, right? But, a woman? Oh, yeah. But what's with the sudden intrusion? I told you to wait, didn't I? I'm sorry. But the voice was completely unfamiliar, so I now realized, my voice was not the same. Of course, she wouldn't wait if she heard a stranger's voice coming from a room of someone she knows. So why have you turned into a woman? I don't know. More importantly, how did you know I was Ed? Because Ed is Ed. I wouldn't mistake you just because your gender changed. I see. Thank you, Fufu. You're welcome. With a somewhat awkward thank you, Tia released her grip on the sword and smiled. I invited her into the room and asked her to sit on the chair, and I sat on the bed. I'll ask again, how did this happen? I'll say again, I don't know myself. I feel like I recognize this form, but... I should look in the mirror. I take out a mirror from there, stranger's box. When I had Tia hold it up and I saw myself, what appeared was the figure of the Demon King last, the one I defeated a while ago, except for the hair and eye color which remained mine. Oh, it's Last's body. Last? Yeah. The Demon King I defeated in Donatella's world. But the voice seems a bit different. Voice. Then. Here, talk to me with this. Like this? Like this? What? The voice I spoke to Tia with was reflected back to me a moment later. But the voice that came back was unmistakably that of Last. The voice you hear yourself and the voice others hear are different. So, I just reflected your voice back to you with wind spirit magic. Do you understand anything now? Yeah, perfectly. It seems that I am, for now, the Demon King Last herself. Well, just the body. Probably, with the change in appearance, my physical abilities have changed slightly. However, I don't feel like I can use the charm power that she had, and since I was able to cast the banishment skill casually earlier, it seems I can still use it normally. So you are the Demon King who had all the men in the village falling for her. By the way, what about you, Ed? Were you captivated by her too? Me? No, nothing like that happened to me. Because I'm me. I don't have the fetish of being fascinated by my own body. Even if my gender changes, I am still me, and that won't change. No, that's not important right now. When I woke up this morning, I was suddenly in this body. Do you know anything about it, Tia? I mean, if you ask me. Can I touch your body a little? Sure, go ahead. Then, excuse me. Wow, I can really touch you. So, it's not an illusion. Probably not. There was a banishment skill that can change appearance. Could it be? Realizing that possibility, I searched for the power within me. Then, I found a slight but significant change. My banishment skill, heavy makeup, can change my appearance. It's convenient at first glance, but its usability is poor as the disguise falls apart with just a slight touch, so it's a power that I never used. Has it changed? No, evolved. The form of past days carved into the soul is reflected. Until all is forgotten, I am with you. So please do not forget. I'm your last chance, huh? I can't forget such a self-assertive girl. The playful figure of the Demon King last vividly comes back to my mind. It might have been good that it ended in a brief encounter, considering how much it left an impression in such a short time. Do you know what caused it? Yeah. It seems to be due to the influence of absorbing the power of the Demon King I defeated in the previous world. Maybe when I acquire the power of a strong-willed Demon King, I get additional abilities like this. Surely, if John returned to me, it's hard to think that his individuality and experiences, and in turn, his soul would simply dissolve into vain power. But then again, I think the Demon King that I defeated at Gusan's place also had quite a solid personality. Hey Tia. What would you do if I suddenly fused with a castle and became a giant golem? A giant golem? I'd probably be at a loss. I guess I would live inside it and travel together? Oh, that sounds a bit fun. For a moment, I also thought it sounded a little fun, but I don't say it out loud. If I really do become a golem using the surrounding buildings, I feel like I'd be crossing a line that should not be crossed. So, can you return to your original form? Just wait a moment. Oh, I can. If I can recognize the power of the Demon King, namely, the effect of the banishment skill, it's easy to use. When I consciously deactivated the ability, my body slowly returned to its original form. It takes about a minute to completely change. Continuous use. I returned to being a man, and tried to change back to a woman right away, but suddenly I was hit with intense nausea and a headache. I fell onto the bed involuntarily, and Tia looked down at me with a bewildered expression. What are you doing, Ed? Of course you'd feel sick if you change your body that frequently. Ah, that's right. It's obvious. I can't think of any excuse. Fortunately, the nausea and headache subsided quickly, but they were replaced by a terrible fatigue that hit my whole body. I've been desensitized by growing my limbs back with Regenerate, but the human body doesn't heal or change that easily. It's obvious that I'm being ridiculed, but it's a good thing, right? This solves the biggest concern. Concern? What are you talking about? It's obvious. It's about Rain-chan's idle talk. Idle. I can't understand what Tia was talking about with my sluggish thoughts. I furrowed my brow, and Tia laughed as if she's having the most fun. That's right. Me, Rain-chan, and you, the three of us are going to be idols. It'll be fine with 3 girls, right? So that's how it goes. While watching Tia get excited, I felt the absurdity of the world. T/N, sorry for the delay. Trails into Reverie came out yesterday. Was playing that. CH 234. So, this is Ed's younger sister, Eda-chan. Hello. I'm Eda. Nice to meet you. Leaving the inn for a bit, I rendezvoused with Rain at the meeting place and, after being introduced by the smiling Tia, gave a somewhat strained smile as I introduced myself. According to the backstory that Tia and I came up with, I was supposed to be Ed's sister, and after my brother Ed left home, I aspired to be an idol like Rain and came to this town, but I was blocked by the wall of talent and reality and was sulking here when I happened to meet my brother again and heard his story. Honestly, it's quite forced, but there's no point in worrying about the details. There's no need to put on a perfect performance, and as long as we can make Rain an idol, the rest can be improvised. By the way, making Rain an idol is a confirmed goal. If not, there would be no reason for us to be with her, and depending on the situation, we might not be recognized as the hero party. If we change the position or profession of the hero so much, I don't know what kind of impact it will have on the world in the future. I want to try my best without compromise there. Eda-san, huh? Wow. You look like an adult woman. But if you're Ed-san's sister, that means you're younger than Tia-san, right? Well, yeah. I'm 18 years old, I guess. Really? Do you think I can be as voluptuous as you in 4 more years? That's hard to say. But Rain, you're fine just the way you are. It's fine to naturally get bigger, but everyone has their own preferences, so there's no need to be envious. Wow, that's a mature comment. But usually, the people who say that are aware that they are on the having side, so it's a little irritating. Oh, sorry about that. With a good smile, she spat out the light poison, and I unintentionally apologized. As expected of the hero, she's still got guts. By the way, I initially thought about speaking in feminine language, but I quickly gave up. Changing my language use won't help but feel odd, and above all, I'm not in disguise but in transformation. In other words, I'm in a real woman's body. So, regardless of how my tone was, the fact that I was a woman didn't change, and there's nothing to be exposed that I'm actually a man. So, it's easier to do what you want from the start. So, now that we know that Eda-san is a super cool older sister, is it okay if I just show you 2 around today? Eda-san, you live here, right? Yeah, don't worry about that. It's fate that we met, and well, you know. I've been a little down and holed up in the inn, so I actually don't know much about this town. So, Rain-chan will show us around the town in the morning, and after we have lunch, we'll listen to her song in the afternoon. That's okay, right? Yeah, no problem. I've got the practice venue secured. Thanks to my brother, the inn I'm staying at has a practice venue in its chain of businesses. So, it was easy to rent if I just asked the landlady. Of course, it also helps that I paid a generous deposit. But I have money, so it's much better than competing over cheap places. This is where my knowledge from the first round comes in handy. Understood? If both of you are okay with it, I'll show you around the town to make up for yesterday's pancakes. And I'll also sing. Foo-foo, I'm looking forward to it. Tia gave a cheerful smile to the spirited Rain. And so we went around the town. In reality, we just went to a bunch of clothing stores, got dressed up to the point of exhaustion, had a quick lunch at a stall, and then in the afternoon. Wow! It's so spacious and beautiful. The place I brought Rain to was a quite large practice room, about 5 meters vertically, 10 meters horizontally, and 3 meters high, with one wall fully mirrored. I haven't seen such a spacious and beautiful practice room since the audition. Is the usage fee very high? Rain looked at me hesitantly, her bubbly mood changed, and I replied with a wry smile. Ha ha ha, don't worry about it. It's just the money my brother paid. Eh? Eda-san, won't your brother stab you in the back one day? No way. What do you think my brother is? In reality, I'm both, so I can't stab myself even if I want to. By the way, the fee is 1 silver coin per hour, and I rented it for 3 hours. It's about 10 times the price at cheaper places. But frankly, it's really a small amount for the hero party's activity funds. Even buying a simple healing potion would easily cost a silver coin. Anyway, this place has perfect soundproofing, so you can sing as loud as you want. I'm really looking forward to hearing your beautiful voice. I've been looking forward to it since yesterday, and now I can finally listen. What? I'm not so sure it's worth all that anticipation. He. Upon hearing Tia's and my words, Rain blushed in embarrassment. But she quickly pulled herself together, turned her back to the mirror. Meaning she faced us, and stood tall and straight. I'm sorry that the song I'm going to sing in this magnificent practice room is by a country girl like me. But please, listen. Rain crossed her hands in front of her chest and closed her eyes. With her body in a prayer-like posture, she took a deep breath, opened her mouth, and in that moment, the world changed. Sleep, sleep, child of gold. Drooping ears of rice, drooping eyes. Sleep, sleep, to the sound of the chisel. Nodding off, striking the hammer. If it's sunny tomorrow, during harvest time, catch the running child. If it's rainy tomorrow, while staying indoors, cradle the fussy child in your arms. Sleep, sleep, precious jewel. Beyond the moon, the sun rises. Sleep, sleep, peacefully, until tomorrow. It was just a simple, rustic lullaby. But beyond that singing voice, I saw my mother. Actually, a smile and warmth that shouldn't exist. And I guess Tia saw the same. I glanced at her, and a tear was spilling from her eyes. Ah, this is it. This is the true value of the hero Rain, a popular idol and an idol to adore. It's a genuine miracle that shakes the hearts, the souls of those who listen. It's not that the idols we saw yesterday were bad. But this is on a different level. How was it? Wait, why are you crying? Was my song that bad? No, that's not it. It was just so wonderful, it moved me. Rain-chan, you're very good. It's something. With this, you could seriously aim for the world. That's too much, even for flattery. To a thunderous applause, Rain blushed even more than before and squirmed. It seems that the hero Rain's talent isn't gone. In that case, this is harder than I thought. What is, Eda-san? Of course, the way to make Rain an idol. Really? But she sings so well, she could become one right away, right? To Tia, who looked at me with genuine confusion, I could only respond with a wry smile. Hey Tia, do you get it? To be an idol, you need to be a trio. Or else it won't work. That is. Oh, what do you mean? Tia, who had just realized, gasped, and Rain, who hadn't, looked puzzled. Of course, she wouldn't realize. And even if she did, she wouldn't know what to do about it. The point is, Rain's singing is too good. Therefore, all I could do was tell her this with a bitter smile. Author's note, there's of course a melody to this song as well. I managed to compose it quite well, so if it ever gets turned into an anime or something, I'd love for you to hear it, lol. T/N, I sure as hell want an anime of this. CH 235. Too good. You say? Not too bad? No, no matter how you hear it, it can't be considered bad. That's why no one wanted to form a group with you. Why can't you get a group if you're too good? I don't quite understand. It's okay. I'll explain it now. As Rain tilted her head like a small animal, I continued talking with a bitter expression on my face. There is no problem with you performing as an idol, neither now nor in the past. If you're that good, you'd easily pass an audition. Oh, by the way, did you perform your song at the audition where you failed? No, since I couldn't gather 3 people, I was kicked out of the venue before I could even participate. Seeing Rain's downcast expression, I nodded. Figures. If they had heard you, they would have forcefully paired you up with 2 random people to form an idol group. Your singing is that good, and for you personally, there's no problem. The problem is the other idols. The other idols, you say? Right. It wasn't until this year that they started requiring groups of 3, so until last year, it was okay to be a solo idol, right? If it was that time, it would have been fine. Even if you became a super popular idol, the others could still compete in areas like dancing or comedy that don't overlap with you, or they could just go somewhere far away where you aren't active. There would still be scenarios where they could see themselves succeeding as idols. But it's different when it comes to forming a group of 3. They'll always have to act with you, and when you sing, they will have to sing too. Even if they're not singing, they might have to dance in the background, but either way, the outcome is the same. So, they're completely relegated to the sidelines. At Tia's troubled remark, I gave a wry smile and nod. That's right. When you're this good at singing, if you act together, the remaining 2 members of the group will inevitably become side characters. Everyone coming in hoping to shine and wanting to be an idol, wouldn't want to join a group where they're destined to be a side character. But I didn't intend to. Well, it doesn't matter what you intend. Rain looked dejected, her shoulders dropping in shock. But there's nothing that can be done about this fact. So, do I have to deliberately sing poorly to become an idol? No, not at all. As a matter of fact, you're quite lucky. But even for inescapable facts, there are loopholes. Knowing this, I smirk. All you need are 2 aspiring idols who are okay with being side characters. And those 2 are right in front of you now, Rain. Hey, Tia. Do you want to become the world's #1 idol? Me? Being an idol seems fun, so I wouldn't mind trying it out, and I don't intend to slack off if I do, but I don't have that kind of passion. I have other things to do. That's right. And although I once aspired to be an idol myself, there are other things I need to prioritize. So for me, being an idol is a serious hobby. So, Rain, if you want to seriously be an idol, Won't you take our hands? Until someone who is seriously striving to become an idol with you appears, we'll help you out. With that, I extended my hand to Rain. Immediately next to me, Tia came over and extended her hand just like me. Rain looked at us with a worried expression, her gaze alternating between the two of us. Why are you being so nice to me? We just met yesterday, and we hardly know each other. Haha, time doesn't matter. After all, Rain, you were trying to form a group with strangers you met at the audition venue, weren't you? We'll get to know each other as we go along. I also plan to get to know what kind of girl Rain-chan really is, bit by bit. So, this is the first step. Or would you rather not with me and Ed? No, Ed? That's not it. But, Rain's small hand hesitated, reaching out and retracting. As she said, it's natural to hesitate and think when suddenly being asked to make a life-changing decision by two people she just met yesterday, who are considerably older than her, and if we were really serious about walking down the path to being idols with Rain, we should probably wait for her decision here. But that's not it. Before she reaches the top, Tia and I will likely disappear from this world. That's why I forcibly grabbed Rain's hand as she began to withdraw. Hee, got you. Nice to meet you, Rain. Oh, then me too. Nice to meet you, Rain-chan. Eh? You two are cheating. I was still hesitating. It's okay. This is a decision we pushed onto you. So, you don't have to feel responsible for anything, and if you find someone better, feel free to cut us off without feeling guilty. So, let's just take it easy for now. After all, we can't even start the conversation if we don't form a group of three. That's right. Even if you're aiming to be the best, it's important to start having fun and get the feel of it. Don't you think? I feel like I'm pushing all the unpleasant things onto the two of you. But you're right, if I miss this opportunity, I feel like my idol life will never start. So, nice to meet you. Somewhat forced by us, Rain tightened her grip on our hands. Her decisiveness was one of her good points. But can I at least see your potential as idols? Like your singing and dancing skills? Sure. So, shall I start first? Is that okay, Ed? Go ahead. Okay then, number 2 Lunarisha will sing now. Being considerate, Tia started to sing before me. Her fun, bouncing singing voice was enjoyable to listen to, and I can't help but sway to it. After finishing her song, Tia bowed slightly, and Rain and I greeted her with applause. Wow, that's amazing, Tia-san. It was a very fun song. I know, right? You can really sing. Foo. Well, I can do it to some extent. Now it's Eda's turn, but the gaze Tia directed at me clearly showed her concern. And her worries were valid. I don't sing unless I'm drunk, but I have the banishment skill. If I can utilize this. That's right, Eda. For the first time. Just sing normally, okay? Why? Because if we don't know how well you can sing normally, we can't decide on the future training strategy. I don't quite understand. But if you have a special way of singing, can you sing it separately for me? The reason is the same as Tia-san's. Oh, I see. Faced with the most reasonable argument, I am cornered in an instant. Singing. Normal singing. What's normal singing? In the first place, the songs I can sing. Well, I'll sing. Having made up my mind, I sing a song that a drunkard would sing at a bar while sober. Well, it's not suitable for children, or rather, it's not a song suitable to be sung in public. But this was the only one that came to my mind on the spot. After finishing the song. Well, that's it. The lyrics were a bit questionable, but the song itself was normal. Wasn't it? Right, Rain-chan? Yes. That's right. It was just like the song my grandfather sings when he's drunk. I see. Faced with the desperate praise of the two kind people, I too desperately force a smile on my face. T/N, for July I'll mass upload chapters at the end of each week. I will resume the usual schedule after NSEMS. CH 236. Let me clarify one thing. It's not like I'm bad at singing. Putting Rain in a separate category, it's only because Tia's singing was better than I expected, which relatively made me sound terrible. I just want to emphasize that my singing ability is at a general level. Well, If you say it's only at a general level, that's what it is. Alright, let's dance. In such times, let's move our bodies. That's fine, but how does an idol dance? Even if you tell me it's like the stage we saw yesterday, I don't remember it, you know? That is. When asked by Tia again, I directed my gaze towards Rain. Sensing this, Rain frantically waved her hands in front of her face. No, 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 I don't know the details either. Sure, I've seen idol dances many times, but they all had different dances. Well, that's true. So, we do need someone to teach us after all. From the beginning, it was obvious that we would need a coach to become idols. Just singing aimlessly and moving our bodies here won't make us idols for life. A coach, huh? If we passed the audition, we were supposed to be introduced to someone like that. But that's meaningless, right? So, who teaches the kids who go to the auditions? There are quite a few people who would teach if paid a coaching fee. But famous teachers have high fees, and their schedules are so full that we couldn't possibly ask them. Even if we suddenly ask and they accept, I have a feeling they might not be up to par. I understand how you feel, but at this point, can we afford to be choosy? Tia threw sensible words at Rain, who was making a troubled face. But, you are. Why is Eda-san laughing so sinisterly? Isn't it because she has an idea when she makes a face like that? Ah, leave it to me. I have a little idea. In the first round, Rain, who was already an idol, naturally had a coach. He was top-notch, so we couldn't hire him even if we had money or connections. That's why there's a workaround. I think I can introduce you to him by tomorrow, so can you come here again tomorrow morning? Me? Sure. I have nothing else to do but mope in that back alley. You are still planning on doing that? Of course. Once I start, it feels wrong if I don't see it through. I think you should use that diligence in a different direction though. Tia let out an exasperated voice at Rain's light-hearted remark. After that, we left the practice place for the time being, had dinner at the same restaurant as yesterday, and disbanded. And the next morning. Alright, come in. Be quick about it, huh? I invited Rain into the same practice place as yesterday. There, a man tied to a chair was waiting. A middle-aged man in his 40s with a shaved head, square glasses, and ridiculously flashy pink clothes, moved his mouth in surprise as he saw me come in. But, his voice can't be heard. It's because Tia's spirit magic was preventing the man's voice from leaking out. Eda-san? What is this all about? This guy is going to be our coach. Then why is he tied to a chair? You see, I had to drag him here against his will. Mr. Johnny is a famous person who has nurtured many idols. Without doing this, he wouldn't even listen to us, right? Wait a minute, dragged here against his will. That's like kidnapping? Ha, don't sweat the small stuff. I am sweating it. What are you doing, Eda-san? This is totally a crime. What should I do? Should I call the guards right now? But, would I be arrested as an accomplice in this? I'm sorry Mom and Dad. Instead of becoming an idol, Rain became a kidnapper. Calm down, it's okay. I can't find a single thing that's okay. Despite my words of reassurance, Rain collapsed on the spot, placing her hands on the floor. It might be better to talk to the other side first. Sorry for causing any inconvenience, but just listen to our talk for now. So, Tia, go ahead. Alright. So, I'm going to lift the spell, okay? Wow. Oh, my voice is back. Hello, I apologize for any inconvenience caused, Johnny-san. Seriously? Do you even realize what you've done? Of course. But please understand. The only way I could think of to get a renowned coach like Johnny-san's attention was to do this. So? From what I gather, you don't want ransom or to pressure other idols with my power. You have a child you want me to coach? Yes, that's right. In fact, no. Johnny firmly refused even before I could introduce Rain, who was still squatting on the floor. Think about it sensibly. Sneaking into someone's house in the middle of the night, kidnapping them, and then having them coach an idol under such circumstances? That's ridiculous. Besides, it's a waste of effort. A waste of effort, you say? Because if you had to go this far to get noticed by me, then that means the talent of the person in question must be mediocre at best. Sure, Every person I've trained has become a top-class idol. But that's only because they had talent that could shine if polished. No matter how much effort you put into someone without talent, they can only achieve results commensurate with their talent. Well, I do have some power. I can forcefully push someone up to a certain status level through my connections. He paused his words and turned a mocking gaze at me. The public may be gullible, but they're not stupid. Popularity and trends can be manipulated, but such things don't last long. If this is just about making memories for some noble, then that's sufficient. But if you've gone so far as to kidnap me, it must mean that you're not connected to the nobility, right? In that case, you should give up now because it's just pathetic. If you let me go right now, I'll see to it that you only have to reflect on your actions in jail for 3 months. I inwardly admired his seriousness towards being an idol despite the circumstances he was in. However, I couldn't just back down. My, thank you for your concern. But don't worry. The reason why Rain didn't catch your attention is not because she lacks talent. Huh? Then what's the reason? Let me tell you, I watch all the idol auditions. Ha ha ha, that's the problem. Or rather, the rule that changed this year was the problem. I see. At my words, he nodded in understanding and turned his eyes toward Rain, with a hint of pity. Indeed, the rule requiring a 3-person group is ridiculous. But it was decided by the higher-ups, and there's nothing I can do about it. Moreover, if you couldn't form a 3-person group, it just means you're not up to the required level. If a child can't attract even 2 of their own family members, they certainly can't move the hearts of tens of thousands of people. Well, it's faster to have you listen to her rather than talking about it. Hey, Rain, are you ready? Huh? Eda-san, I feel like I am having a bad dream. This isn't a dream, right? No, that's not important right now. Can you sing a song for us? The same one as yesterday would be fine. Okay. I feel like I'm already too involved to turn back now, so I'll at least sing. Alright, I'm counting on you. Johnny-san, please listen first. This is our recommended idol who will change the world. HMPH. That's quite a big mouth you have there. Well, fine. I'll listen. Rain began to sing in front of Johnny, who was still seated. From that moment on, his once dismissive expression changes moment by moment. Johnny was a well-known figure. Therefore, he only meets with first-class individuals, brushing off those of second or third class. Or maybe, if someone is super first class, he might even reach out to them. But what if there was someone who far surpasses even the super first class in talent? A person who, without boasting, but as a matter of course, overshadows everything and everyone else? The answer is right in front of me. So, what do you think I want? With a troubled look on her face after finishing her song, Johnny threw a hoarse voice at Rain. His eyes were brimming with tears, but they were unblinkingly staring straight at Rain. Please let me coach you. I will dedicate everything I have to polishing you. Begging to be allowed to coach. With Johnny in such a state, I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at how things had gone exactly as planned. CH 237. I can't believe I, of all people, overlooked such a talent. It's all because of the church meddling and making senseless rules. What's all this about divine prophecy? Modern idols should be more closely associated with the public, a down-to-earth existence. But they keep invoking divine will indefinitely. Grumble grumble. After hearing Rain's song, Johnny began to mutter to himself with such fervor that his chair rattled. Feeling like things might get out of hand if I left him alone, I called out to him. Johnny-san? What is it? Alright. Quickly, release me. I no longer have any intention of turning you into the guards. No, considering that you introduced me to this girl, I should probably even thank you. Understood? Then, I'll untie you now. I moved behind Johnny and cut the ropes binding his hands and feet. Johnny stood up from the chair, rolling his wrists to check his condition. Phew, finally free. But it's really a good thing. If someone other than me had recognized her talent, but if she had fallen into the wrong hands and had been corrupted or crushed, or if she had given up on her idle dream without anyone noticing, it would have been a loss to the industry. No, to the world. Don't worry. This girl. Rain-chan, was it? I'll raise her to be the best idol with my guidance. But then, the problem becomes the remaining two members. About that, I was thinking that Tia and I could fill in for those two. What do you think? You two? At my proposal, Johnny looked at Tia and me alternately with a puzzled expression. However, she soon sighed lightly and sat back down in her chair. Phew, alright. Then, show me what you two can do. Understood. Tia, you go first. Okay. I just need to sing the same song as before, right? Yes, that's fine. Okay. Then, I'll sing. With that, Tia began to sing as well. It was a folk song passed down among elves, and the unique rhythm and simple yet expansive melody carried by Tia's clear voice echoed in the room. Before I knew it, I found myself swaying to the music. But next to me, Johnny was watching Tia with a serious expression, listening to her song. And when she finished, he gave his evaluation with his chin in his hand. It's so. Should I be happy with that? Why not? At least you were complimented, right? Isn't that right, Johnny-san? Yes. I think she can at least reach the level of a top-tier idol. But she seems difficult. Is there a problem? I had never thought about whether Tia was suited to be an idol, so I asked Johnny with anxiety. He frowned in response. There are some kids who just don't do well with coaching. And this girl is definitely one of those. She's naturally talented, but if you try to polish it, it gets rough, and if you try to shape it, it breaks. So, this girl will have to bring out her talent on her own. Of course, I can provide basic training, but beyond that, it's up to her. In that sense, I think reaching the top half of the industry is her limit. I see. I didn't know I was like that. Tia and I were both satisfied with Johnny's explanation. It's true that Tia's charm lies in her naturalness, and I don't think she would do well with standardized movements. Even though I was the one who brought him here, I have to admit that professionals are amazing. To understand Tia's personality in such a short time, even without having a skill like mine. Now, it's your turn. Yes, Eda, good luck. Good luck, Eda-san. And then came my turn, which I would have rather forgotten. With Tia and Rain cheering me on, I resigned myself and sang a song. Johnny's gaze as he watched me was so intense. Well, that's how it is. I think you could barely make it to second tier. Johnny, making a bitter face, said so and shook his head while holding it. That's okay, I knew it. Wait, Johnny-san? What is it? For some reason, Johnny stood up and leaned in close to me. The face of a man in his 40s coming so close that I could feel his breath is frankly terrifying. It's just odd. From your song and behavior, I understand that if I were to sell you, it would be as a rough and wild character, covering up your poor singing with flashy movements and provocative words to lure the audience. But I see something different within you. Something different, you say? Yes. I catch glimpses of a little devil-like girl who maximizes the use of your body, draws people in with flattering behavior and calculated poses. If I could bring out that part of you, I feel like you could aim for the top tier, if not the super first class. Could it be? He saw through to my last form? It's true, this body was created by reproducing last's body, and if I imitate her behavior, I could literally captivate male fans. No. That must be a misunderstanding, Johnny-san. Look, I'm absolutely not suited for that. Right. I did overlook a great girl like Rain-chan. Maybe I'm a bit tired. That's right. It's probably because I forcibly brought you here. You're suffering from mental fatigue. But more importantly, how were the two of us? There's no way I can imitate last in any sense, and I don't want to. As I forcibly change the subject, Johnny's expression instantly hardens. I'll be clear at this point. No matter how hard you two try, you won't be able to match up with Rain-chan. No, as far as I know, there's not a single girl who can match up with Rain-chan. So if you two are to form a trio, no matter how hard you two try, you'll just end up as support for Rain-chan. Especially you. Your name is... You mean me? Ed? No, it's Eda. And the girl over there is Lunarisha. Eda and Lunarisha, If it's Lunarisha-chan, she might have a chance to rise to the top through Rain-chan. But you'll end up just as a supporting role. It's probably a more miserable future than not becoming an idol. You'll be talked about as a comparison for the lowest, ridiculed by various people and referred to as better than that guy. Are you prepared to accept that? Johnny strikes with reality, straightforwardly and without sugarcoating it. But that attitude is the main reason I wanted to entrust Rain to him. That's why I can answer with a smile. Of course. Tia and I aim to make Rain, who is truly amazing and seriously aiming to be an idol, a real idol. So it's okay for us to just be a stepping stone. If a more suitable girl is found, we won't complain if we're replaced on the spot. Right, Tia? That's right. That's what we planned from the beginning, and it's enough if we can enjoy the time until that happens. Eda-san, Tia-san. We reiterated the promise we once made. As we did so, Rain looked at us with moist eyes. And then Johnny flashed an unsettling grin. Good. That's good. I've raised many idols so far, but there hasn't been a single one who was ready to be thrown away from the start. Of course, anyone who aims to be an idol wants to be number one. But you two aren't like that. And I can tell that you're not lying or trying to brush it off. Ha ha ha, it's good, it's interesting. Johnny, who stood up with a thump, clenched his fist in front of his chest. His eyes were burning with passion, and he looked around at the three of us with a challenging grin. I got it. Then I will make Rain-chan the best idol. And to that end, I will train you two to be the best stepping stones. Our first goal is top acceptance at the audition in 3 months. To achieve that, we'll start intensive training from tomorrow, so all three of you, be prepared. I won't tolerate any compromise or laziness. Why yes. We'll do our best. Yeah, let's work hard. Yes, let's do our best. Rain, who was a mix of nervousness and excitement at the sight of the fired-up Johnny, straightens her back and responds, followed by Tia and me with a smile. It feels quite different from the original plan. Well, it's okay. I'll go along with it. I don't know if this is by God's will or not, but anyway, for the first time in my life, I am about to undergo training to become an idol. CH 238. The days of training that began from there were incredibly tough. I mean, of course it would be. I hadn't had any singing training even back when I was the Demon King of the End. If the me from that time had tried to sing, it would probably have turned into a song of destruction. Right there. Tuck in your chin and straighten your back. Be aware of the flow of sound through your body. Yes. Yes. What the heck is a flow of sound? Regardless, I continue my training as instructed. Sure enough, I could feel my singing improving quite easily. Johnny-san stated with a bemused face, well, it's just that you started from such a low point that the improvement is noticeable, but that kind of progress made even grueling training enjoyable. Additionally, I received instruction on dancing as well, but it wasn't something to be taken lightly either. As a swordsman, I had some familiarity with movement, but my body, as a 20-year-old who hadn't been extensively trained, and now having transformed into a woman, was feeling quite different. We had been paying for a room for the three of us, Eda, Tia, and I, and while I have been regularly transforming back into a man, let's say, it's scary to get too used to it, so it's probably best to maintain some sense of discomfort. Yes. It's not good to think too deeply about this. Speaking of which, Rain, who could even be called a genius when it comes to singing, was a complete novice when it came to dancing. Although she had physical strength due to her countryside life, and could move around just fine, we both suffered from muscle soreness from overusing muscles that we don't typically use. By the way, the reason Tia was fine was probably because she danced a lot at Donatella's place. Unlike me, even after being reverted back, her body after defeating the Demon King as a member of the Heroes Party was fundamentally different in basic physical abilities. Fufu, Eda and Rain-chan still have a long way to go. Huh? Ugh, my whole body hurts. Damn, if only it were my original body. Come on, there's no time to rest. No, I'll make sure you rest when it's time to rest, but now is the time to push. Get up. One more time. Yes. Yes, yes. At Johnny-san's merciless words, Rain and I, wobbly, got up, and Tia energetically raised her hand. That being said, we were making steady progress day by day, and before we knew it, our muscle pain had disappeared, and the time it took us to become breathless after singing and dancing for long periods was gradually getting shorter. And finally, The day of destiny arrived for us. So, it's finally here. A ridiculously large and dazzling building that could easily be mistaken for a noble's mansion. This was a facility that handled all administrative procedures related to idols in this town, and it was also the venue for the selection meeting. During the first round, I visited here many times to deal with tedious paperwork. I never dreamt I would come here to become an idol. Ugh, I'm nervous. Oh, but you've been here before, haven't you, Rain-chan? How was it then? I think I was fearless back then because I was ignorant of the world. But now that I know more, haha, well, it does seem all shiny and sparkly from the outside, huh? Just because the exterior was glamorous didn't mean the inner workings were dreamy as well. Perhaps because Johnny-san was considering our becoming idols as a done deal, he told us a lot about the darker side. The raw competition, politics, economics, underhanded dealings related to religion. He probably told us all about things we didn't need to know, anticipating that Rain will definitely rise to the top, and once she does, she can't escape these kinds of stories. I've had various experiences in the first round. But even so, there were so many horrifying stories I hadn't known about. Rain was quite frightened and Tia and I, who were used to rough situations, were okay, but even then, Rain did not give up on becoming an idol. She confronted her dream of making it a reality, replacing her admiration with reality. Standing next to me now was not just a simple girl who came from the countryside. That was very reassuring. But also a little lonely. Hey, cheer up, Rain. This is just a checkpoint. If you're nervous here, you can't stand on the big stage. That's right. We practiced so much, we should breeze through this. What? Yes, you're right. For Johnny-san, who taught me, I'll pass with spirit. Johnny-sama? As Rain rallied herself in response to Tia and my encouragement, a voice suddenly called out from behind us. We turned around and found a girl with dazzling, gorgeous golden hair. She seemed to be around Rain's age or slightly older, a beauty with sharp eyes. You just said that you were taught by Johnny-sama, right? Could it be that you're the candidates who have been taught by Johnny-sama? Yes, we are. But, who might you be? Oh my. You don't know who I am? How ignorant can you be? This is why I can't stand country girls. Oju-sama? It's natural that you were not recognized yet since you're still an ordinary person, right? Yeah, I thought we were in trouble when we suddenly had to go back to the mansion because you didn't know the rule that the idol group must consist of 3 people. Be quiet. To the left and right of the blonde girl, 2 women, who seemed to be a bit older, were perfectly dressed in black suits. Wait, what did they just say? Hey, by any chance, did you also fail in the previous selection? Failed? There's no way. It's just that people without discernment couldn't understand the fact that I alone have the charm surpassing that of an ordinary idol group of 3. That's impossible. I can't help but smirk at the young lady's exasperated claims. If that were the case, Rain, who sings better than 100 ordinary idols put together, would have already become an idol, huh? But doesn't Rain-chan know? You were in the same place, right? I should, but I can't remember. I think I wouldn't forget if I met such a noticeable person. Ah, that can't be helped. Oju-sama said. The protagonist always arrives late. And entered the venue late, only to be told the aforementioned condition and return to the mansion, crying. Ah, I see. Upon hearing the words of one of the accompanying women, I looked at the young lady while understanding the situation. The lady herself was vigorously protesting. I didn't cry. But her attendant calmly, or rather, expressionlessly let it slide. So she's always like this. Anyway, I can't lose to someone as tiny as you, someone as vulgar as you, or someone with The young lady's gaze moved from Rain to me, and got stuck when she looked at Tia last. Tia's appearance was very cute, so she probably can't think of a good insult. Ears. I can't lose to someone with such long ears. I don't know how you deceived Johnny-sama, but it's the same if the person themselves lacks skill, no matter how excellent their instructor is. Watch me pass and top this with your fingers in your mouth. With a sharp gesture, the young lady and her entourage walked away from us. Left behind, an awkward atmosphere flowed among us. By the way, having long ears is the same as being tall or having long legs, so Tia shouldn't feel insulted. And as for me, Even if the body of the Demon King Last, who was the embodiment of vulgarity, was harshly criticized as vulgar, I just think, yeah, that's right, so I don't care at all. What was that person all about? I don't know. Well, there's no need to worry about it. Grr, tiny dot, if only it were next year. No, I think Rain will still be small even next year. How could you say such a thing? Just because you have. Hey, stop, don't grope. Stop it. I peeled Rain's hand away with all seriousness as she angrily groped my chest. Having my chest groped by a girl while in a woman's body evoked some unplaceable emotion in me and it troubled me. Hey, don't do stupid things, let's check in quickly. Or do you want to act like a big shot and show up last like the young lady just now? You'd stand out a lot. No, I don't want that. Tia-san, Eda-san, let's go quickly. Okay, don't trip. Foo-foo. Well then Eda, let's go too. Sure. It seems there will be some turbulence on the way to a smooth pass. But anyway, we followed the bouncing Rain and went into the building to check in for the audition. CH-239. Wow. I thought it was big when I saw it from outside, but it's really spacious inside, isn't it? Upon arriving at the audition venue, Tia, who was visiting for the first time, exclaimed in awe. Contrary to the exterior, the interior wasn't particularly decorated, but it was as large as a ballroom in a castle, with about 1/3 of the back area elevated as a stage. In the venue, besides us, there was only the young lady from before. The young lady gave us a fleeting look, didn't say anything, and we waited for a while. Soon other participants gathered, and when the judges arrived, the audition finally started. We will now commence the midterm idol selection event in the Kron region of the Kingdom of Rygalaha. First up. Group name Iris, please step forward. Us? Why yes. Do you have a song preference? Could we have Memory of You by Stevia, please? In response to the judge's question, one of them answered. Immediately, music began to play from a magical device placed at the side of the stage, and the trio, who had introduced themselves as Iris, began to sing. So this is how auditions are held. I wonder how they decide the order of calling? I'm not sure. Whether it's deliberate or random. Anyway, we just have to go when we're called. We had no idea when we would be called. However, there were only 5 groups this time, so it wouldn't take long. There were around 30 people in the first round. Well, technically there were 15 people this time. While I was thinking about this, the first group's performance ended. The 5 judges gave a scattered applause, and one of them in the center addressed the girls. Thank you. Now, next. Excuse me. Will you tell us if we passed or not? We will announce that after everyone has finished. Now, next. Noble boys, please step forward. Roger. Next up was a trio of men. After them, another trio of women, and the fourth to be called was. Next up, Eliza and her merry servants. Please step forward. Oh ho ho ho. Finally, our turn. Come, let's go. Yes, Oju-sama, the young lady. I guess her name is Eliza. And her group went up on stage with a very fitting cackle. Then the music started. I haven't heard this before. As part of Joniai's training, I've listened to almost all the famous songs. But a completely unfamiliar song started playing, and Rain tilted her head as Eliza pointed at her with a triumphant look. Of course you haven't heard it. This is a song I had created just for me. You should feel honored to be able to enjoy my magnificent singing, making its debut here in the country. Now, let's go. Along with her loud shout, the song begins. Eliza, dressed in a flouncing dress, moved with refined gestures and her clear high-pitched voice was quite beautiful. And that method. Hey Eda. Yep, it's exactly what we were planning to do. While Eliza was in a flouncy dress, the two on the side were dressed in something akin to a butler's outfit, which was not normally worn by women. By always standing next to Eliza, they artificially created a black background, emphasizing Eliza's presence even more. It's a clear role division between the lead and supporting roles. It was the perfected form of the method that Tia and I had aimed for to make Rain stand out. As the song ended, not only the judges but also the supposed rival participants gave applause. Of course, Tia, Rain, and I were included in that. Especially Rain. Her eyes were sparkling and she clapped her hands vigorously. That was amazing. Eliza-sama, my name is Elizabeth. And you are? I'm Rain. I'm 14 years old. I see. So, you're the lucky little girl who is being taught by Joni-sama. What did you think of my performance? It was the best. You were exactly like the idol I admire, so sparkling and dazzling. Elizabeth grimaced slightly in response to Rain's straightforward expression of her admiration, which was in response to her slightly sarcastic comment, is that so? Well, that's good, I guess. Hee, I don't know about your skills, but it seems you have a good eye for people. I'm going to be a great idol just like you, Elizabeth-san. So please watch me from there. Well, I don't mind. There's no limit to the number of people, so whether you fail or pass won't change my success. In that case, I will enjoy watching your spectacle. Yes. We will deliver a stage performance that we can be proud of, even with you as our audience. I don't think she meant it that way, but there's no need to probe further if Rain is eager. And this Eliza. This Miss Elizabeth doesn't seem like a bad person despite her slightly sharp behavior. Rather, she seemed to genuinely have talent. It's a mystery why she didn't become an idol in the first round. Finally, Rainbow Tia, please step forward. Oh, they called us, Rain. Yes. Well, I'll be going then, Elizabeth-san. Foo-fa-foo, I can finally showcase the fruits of our practice. We were called and we stepped up to the stage. It still feels strange to be standing here, having been the one looking from below or from the side. But first, let's do what we need to do. The song is the one you submitted beforehand, right? Well, let's start. About 3 seconds after the judge's words, music resounds throughout the venue. The rough tune doesn't suit Rain at all. That's why I pushed Rain to the side and I took the center. Isn't that kid the one singing? A surprised voice came from below the stage. When I turned to the owner of the voice, I smiled broadly and took a long look at the judge. No. The audience's faces. Ha ha ha, surprised? But you see, a rainbow changes color. Depending on the time, everyone's the main character and the supporting character. First, listen to my burning song, from me. Eda Scarlet. I shouted loudly and continued to sing with all my heart, flying around not only on the stage, but even outside of it. My singing ability was average. Therefore, instead of using technique, I used my loud voice to overwhelm the audience, and with flashy movements and proximity, I forcefully captured the hearts of the surprised and confused audience. In a world that's ending, a red-hot rift in the sky. The black swirling, scorching storm. A furious exclamation in a distorted future. Now give us the last rites, Tia. Leave it to me. With a snap of her fingers, as I stepped back, Tia stepped forward. The moment she did, the tune changed dramatically, and the intense, hot atmosphere felt like a sunlit forest. Second verse, Lunarisha Evergreen. Here we go everyone. Along with her words, wind swirled round Tia and water swayed. She was using spirit magic to accompany her performance. While Tia sang, playing with the spirits, Rain joyfully played with the water maiden, and I chased after the fire lizard's breath, getting my eyebrows singed. Of course, all of that was part of the performance. The wind blowing through, swaying my hair, my feet naturally spring up. Where should I walk? The one pulling my hand is a green traveler. The cheerful and bright tune gently loosened the hearts of the audience who were only overwhelmed before, and made them want to dance along. After Tia's song ended, it was finally Rain's turn. Let's find a bright future, finally, Rain-chan. Leave it to me. Rain Sky Blue. I'll sing. The tune changed again, becoming calm and peaceful. What happens when Rain, who can turn even a common lullaby into a divine song, sings a song written just for her? The answer is clear. Someday, I dreamed. Walking with you, that path. Always, I felt it. With you, moving forward. At this point, neither Tia nor I did anything extra. We simply stood gently by Rain's side so as not to get in her way, occasionally sharing a glance and a smile, holding hands and gently swaying, not according to any set choreography but moving as our hearts were moved by the song. There were no flashy moves, no astonishing magic. Only the song, a song that shakes the soul, envelops everything in the world. And such a time comes to an end before we know it. Someday, we'll walk. The time when we meet. And then someday, again someday. I'll say it over and over, I am glad to meet you. Few. Thank you very much. The song stopped, and as Rain finished singing, Tia and I also bowed our heads on stage. And what rained down on us after a few seconds of silence was an applause like a thunderous roar, more than one could imagine, from less than 20 people. CH 240. Wow, what a wonderful song. It's undoubtedly a pass. One of the judges finished clapping and said this, his excitement still apparent, before he frowned. The judging should be happening after this, so it might be bad to say such a thing at this point. Even so, there's no one here to loudly fault him for that. The other judges just gave wry smiles. In other words, it means Rain's song was that wonderful. Then, we'll proceed with the deliberation from now on, so everyone, please wait here for a little longer. Let's call this a break for now. With that, the judges quickly exit the room. Then, the other participants surged towards us who had stepped down from the stage. That was a wonderful song and performance. How on earth did you do it? Would you like to have a meal with us later? Fufu. As for the performance, it's a secret. As for the meal, I'm sorry, I have friends, so maybe another time. Tia, who was being hit on by the only male participants, handles them with ease. Actually, she was used to this. It seems she was often flirted with in the previous world too. Well, she'd be fine. There's no way anyone would aggressively hit on her in a place like this, and even if they did, there's no way Tia would lose. The problem lies rather with me. It was really wonderful. Oh, thanks. For some reason, one of the girls who first performed was fervently approaching me. But I was in a female body right now, so nothing weird should. Oh, that violent sound. The stimulating performance. I felt like I was being held tightly. I was really swooning. Anisama? Would you like to have a meal together after this? Oh, Anisama? Well, you see, I have a post-event celebration with my friends. So let's make it another time. Next time? Understood. I will do my best to become a girl suitable for Anisama for that occasion. What should I do? Should I buy perfume? And sexy underwear too? Oh, something is off. I feel like there's a mismatch. But the other two girls are making faces like, well, that's a surprise, and Tia was still talking with those guys from earlier, and Rain is. Fufafu, how was it, Elizabeth-san? Where my gaze went, a triumphant-looking Rain was speaking to Elizabeth. But Elizabeth, who was spoken to, had a rather downcast expression. Yes, it was very wonderful. Right. It was my first time singing at a place like this, but I thought I did well. With this, I won't lose to you, Elizabeth-san. Lose to me, I am. No, she's not just downcast. That resigned look is as if she's lost a battle and her spirit is broken. Indeed, Johnny-sama's A's were correct. Your song was truly wonderful. Yes, I am nothing compared to you. What? That's not true? Your song was very wonderful too, Elizabeth-san. No need for flattery. It seems I was the one who didn't know the world. I formally apologize. Oju-sama. Elizabeth-san. Elizabeth, who has completely lost her confidence, Rain and her two companions seem to not know what to say. And I understood why Elizabeth wasn't an idol in the first round. Surely, in the first round too, Elizabeth heard Rain's song at the audition. And at that time, encountering a talent far superior to her own, her spirit broke, and she must have given up on the path of an idol. If we leave her like this, the same ending will surely come this time too. That might be correct in terms of the flow of history. Hey, can I talk to you for a moment? I left the girl with the sparkling or rather glaring eyes and approached Elizabeth. Then, Elizabeth turned to me with a very listless look. Oh, you're in Sans. I apologize to you too. The song earlier. Hey, wait a minute. Apologize to me? Are you serious? What do you mean? At my sarcastic words, even the dejected Elizabeth seemed slightly annoyed. It seems the fire hasn't completely gone out yet. If that's the case, I must assertively push forward. What I mean is exactly what I said. You apologize to me? Are your eyes filled with knots? Do you think my song was really Really better than yours? That is, she must not have expected me to say something like that. To the bewildered Elizabeth, I show a smug smile. Sure, Johnny-san's guidance was accurate, and the performance he thought up was amazing. And I tried my best to execute it as perfectly as possible. But I know myself well. I may have disguised it with flashy moves and words. But I'll always be second-rate, no matter what. Now, what about you? Sure, Rain is exceptional, and Tia was certainly good too. But can you really say, right here and now, that you lost to a song of my level? No. Are you allowed to say that? No, it's not acceptable, it's not acceptable at all. No one here could sing a song better than Rain's today. Anyone would agree with that, and it's okay to admit defeat there. But if you declare defeat to someone clearly inferior to you in the same breath, you'll never be able to aim higher again. Or what? Is Miss Elizabeth such a coward that she'll slink away after just one defeat? That's not. I am not. Elizabeth glared at me, her gaze quickly shifted to Rain. Surprised by the sudden glare, Rain's face filled with shock. Elizabeth pointed her finger at Rain and shouted, "That's right. I will admit defeat now, just for now. But it doesn't end here. Yes, that's right. My career as an idol is just starting. Someday. No, not too far off, I'll sing a song far more incredible than yours, and I'll become an idol that shines more than anyone else. I won't lose either. I'll work even harder and harder, and I'll become the best idol who can make people all over the world smile. Hey, then make sure you work hard so you don't get outdone. The one who will win in the end is always me, Elizabeth." Oh ho ho ho. Elizabeth's high-pitched laughter echoed through the room. There's a firm sparkle back in her eyes. Yes, she'll be fine now. Edar, you're always so caring. Foo-foo. Hey, stop it. Tia, who had come next to me, playfully poked my side. It's very ticklish, so I wish she'd stop. The girl from earlier was looking at me with wide eyes, muttering "Ah, how noble." Which was somewhat scary. I see, so this is the kind of gaze Tia used to receive at the guild when I was training with my master. I can understand why it'd be bothersome. And then, the judges who had left the room earlier returned. All of us, the contestants, straightened up as one of the judges looked around at everyone before speaking. "Sorry to keep you waiting. Now, we'll announce the results. The ones who passed this time are Iris, Eliza and the Merry Minions, and Rainbow Tia." Yay! Well, can't be helped. With a girl who sings like that, it's impossible for us. Oh ho ho ho. As expected. We did it. We did it, Tia-san. Edar-san. We made it, Edar. And you too, Rain-chan. All right. We did it. The ones who passed, the ones who didn't. As each showed a mixed reaction of joy and sorrow, we, who had duly won our pass, properly hugged each other and shared our joy. CH 241. Well, passing through the selection committee and becoming an official idol in this region, our lives have become even busier. Johnny's training hours have increased instead of decreasing. It's natural given that we're now performing on stage. But even that, we got used to after a month or two. 3 months after becoming an idol. In other words, 6 months after I started to act together with Rain, I had completely adapted to the life of an idol. Good work. Good job. Good work today. Today as well, after finishing our stage performance, we returned backstage. There were bouquets and letters from fans, not only for Tia and Rain, but for some reason there were even some addressed to me. Ugh, that person again. Oh, Edar, you're so popular. Give me a break. I might have a woman's body now, but I don't have the slightest interest in being told by an unfamiliar man to look down at me as if I'm garbage and step on me. I can't fathom what kind of mentality it takes to write such a thing and then send it to someone. I seriously don't get it. By the way, Tia, aren't you quite popular too? I mean, visibly so. You're the most popular among us. Ahaha. Rain-chan, you aren't so much popular as you're becoming something of a worshipped figure. Ha. I want to be a normal idol too. Rain's singing is so wonderful that people from the headquarters of the idol church have been coming to listen. People have started calling it the miraculous song since everyone who hears it cries tears of emotion. She's more like an idol in the literal sense rather than a pop idol. In that sense, Tia was the most popular in a general sense. Even Johnny had to admit that he didn't see that coming. But I think that will be fixed once Johnny Sands' production is completed, right? It seems to significantly change the impression. We, Rainbow Tia, as the name suggests, have 7 colored sides. To prevent boredom from performing the same type of stage and to hide my lack of ability, we aim to have 7 different kinds of performances. However, with the current situation of only half a year, we are far from achieving that level. Right now, I can only perform scarlet, purple, and cobalt. Tia can perform green and yellow, and Rain can only perform blue. It will be years before all of us master all 7 colors of performances. Though neither Tia nor I will stick around for that long, that too is part of Johnny's plan. He wants to frequently change the performances so even if someone new comes in, it won't feel out of place. I leave that part to Johnny, who's a professional, and I just diligently practice as told. Excuse me. I'll go to the restroom for a bit. With that, Rain abruptly stood up from her seat in the midst of our casual chat, leaving only Tia and me in the backstage room. Tia muttered something beside me, my mind becoming lax due to the exhaustion from the performance. Sigh. Can't believe it's been half a year already. Yeah. It's been quite busy. Time flew by. We can go home now, right? Yeah, we can. When Tia asked, I was reminded of the fact. Rain has already started running as an idol and even if we leave, it won't easily collapse. I think with Johnny's connections and our achievements over these months, he can manage the required personnel recruitment. But we can't just quit abruptly without any handover. Hey, Ed. I've been wondering about this for a while. Being called Ed instead of Ed. I switched my attention to Tia. If she's specifically calling me that, it must be about that matter. What is it? Where is the Demon King in this world? I haven't heard anything about the Demon King in the last 6 months. That. It was an obvious and belated question, and I held my head slightly. It was a concern for me as well. And unusually, a problem I did not have a solution to. To put it bluntly, the existence of the Demon King has not been confirmed in this world. Eh? Does that mean there's no Demon King? No, that's not it. If there's a hero, there's definitely a Demon King. I mean, there's no reason for us to come here if there's no Demon King. So, there must be a Demon King. It definitely exists, but it's not confirmed? Yes. The most likely possibility is that, like Rebecca's world's Fog Demon King, the forest that covers this world is formed by the Demon King's power and the Demon King is somewhere in the world. Or like John, the Demon King might be living quietly blending into this world. That sounds tough. Yeah, it's difficult. If the Demon King of this world were the Forest Demon King, and if the source of its manifestation, the Demon King itself, has not been confirmed, it probably does not exist within the human living area. It would take a considerable amount of time if we were to set out to the ends of the world from now on. On the other hand, if it's living among people, it would externally appear as if I were killing innocent civilians. Naturally, this would cause trouble for Rain and Johnny who would be involved with me, which is difficult in its own way. But if it's that tough, why didn't you start trying to defeat the Demon King from the beginning? It's not that I didn't move. The truth is I couldn't move. The actions of a hero are always connected to the path of defeating the Demon King. But the way in which they're connected varies each time. There are heroes like Alexis, Waffle, and Guy who directly defeat the Demon King, and heroes like Rebecca and Master Dalton who indirectly create opportunities to defeat the Demon King. I absolutely wanted to avoid Rain from not becoming an idol. So, I prioritized that. Besides, it's not guaranteed that the Demon King of this world is in a place that can be defeated easily. Like in the world where Miguel was. If it completely occupied a distant continent, even if I went in alone with my banishment skills on full power, it would be a massive job that would take decades. If I had to leave Rain alone for that long, becoming an idol afterwards. No matter how I think about it, it would be impossible. So for now, I put off dealing with the unseen Demon King. I don't think that decision was wrong. I don't think so, but the fate of the hero Rain is tied. It might be time to start moving soon. So, you mean? Yeah. I'm thinking of talking to her in the not-too-distant future. Even though I was repeating daily life of singing and dancing in a woman's body, my essence is Ed, the mercenary, and the Demon King of End who brings about the end. All I can do is clean up the trouble that I and God brought to this world, so everyone can live as they are. I see. It will be lonely. Ha ha ha, what are you saying? Did you enjoy the idle life? Well, in its own way. But I knew it would come to an end. But, what exactly are you going to do? If you quit being an idol, wouldn't you just go back to the original world? That's the thing. That's the biggest problem I'm facing now. There's no way I can take Rain on a journey to find and defeat the Demon King whose whereabouts I don't know. No, wait a minute. If I asked Johnny-san to arrange for me to go around the world and sing on stages, wouldn't it somehow work out? I remember he had a plan to make everyone in the world know about Rain over 10 years. Oh, he did say something like that. Wait, does that mean if we continued to be an idol as it is, we would eventually meet the Demon King? No, no, it won't be that convenient. But, yeah. I see some hope. I'll consult about it next time. The roundabout way that I've been taking could surprisingly be the correct path. I decided to try talking about it soon, and kept putting my energy into idle activities. Alright, everyone, thanks for coming together. Let's enjoy my song today. Huh? A few days later on stage. As I was trying to rouse the audience as usual, I saw an entity wearing an unnaturally black hood. Although not so conspicuous among my fans who are quite unique in various ways. No way, is that what the Edda? What's wrong? No, it's nothing. I hurriedly tried to control the situation and worked hard to get back to my usual pace. But the Demon King is just casually among the audience. The scream inside my heart was something I couldn't silence no matter what. CH 242. Yeah, in response to my roaring cheer, the audience chimed in with their voices. In their hands, they clutched sticks of magillium, which emit light by circulating a small amount of magic, and the colorful magillium swung around with the cheers of the audience is like a flood of light. This spectacle was breathtaking every time, and usually my tension would reach a peak. Yeah, damn it, why are you swinging your magillium so happily too? The presence of the Demon King, who joyfully swings his magillium while fully covered by a black hood, kept catching my attention. Nevertheless, as I somehow finished my part and switched out with a high five, Tia activated missing talk, just for us two. Are you okay? Sorry, I'm leaving it to you. Although we can communicate without words, it's not as if we can explain the situation in an instant. So, if I were to inform Tia about the Demon King now and unsettle her, the stage would really collapse. So, without revealing the truth, I just say that and step back. Tia, who had briefly given me a skeptical glance, also understands what she must do and what needs to be done on the stage, as she has been an idol for the past few months. The audience reacts to Tia, who swallows everything and starts singing as usual. The wind blowing through my hair, my feet naturally bounce. Where should I walk to? You, who leads me by the hand, are a green traveler. Tilda. On the stage, the color of the magillium one holds represents the idol they are supporting. Red is for me, blue for Rain, and green for Tia. With the start of Tia's part, the spectators holding the green magillium get energized and start waving their magillium. Their perfect movements were somewhat artistic, and Tia's enthusiastic fans seemed to take pride in learning this intricate way of waving the magillium. You too? At the end of my line of sight, the Demon King was waving the green magillium along with the other fans. His movements were perfect, and despite the fact that his hood seems to limit his vision, I can't help but be impressed by how agile he is. Let's find a bright future. Lastly, Rain-chan. Yes. Leaving the Demon King, who had perfectly finished the magillium dance, on stage, Rain, the lead character, finally appeared. The movements of the magillium become gentler with her soothing voice, and in the audience, the magillium was slowly swayed from side to side in tune with the song. Someday, someday, I dreamed of it. Walking down that road with you. Always, always, I felt it. Going ahead with you. As the glowing sticks sway to the right and left, it looks quite fantastic from here. Everyone is enthralled by Rain's song, soaking their hearts and bodies in the pleasant waves of sound. Even the Demon King was no exception. I can't feel any hostility or malice from him, which makes me feel foolish for being so cautious. Just like the other audience members, he sways his magilium. Even after the show ends and we get off the stage, the Demon King doesn't attack us. Entering the dressing room, I let out a big sigh. The tension is different from usual, and the mental fatigue is intense. You look very tired, Eda. What really happened? Tia. Well, actually, hi, everyone. Good work. Just as I was about to tell Tia about the Demon King, the door to the dressing room opened and Johnny entered. Johnny looked at Tia and Rain with a smile, but his expression turned slightly sour when his gaze met mine. What's wrong with you today, Eda-chan? You seemed off. Sorry. I'm not feeling too well. There's no way I could say the Demon King was nearby, so I just made up something and rubbed my belly lightly. By the way, even though I have become a woman's body, I can't give birth to children. So there is no such thing as health problems related to that in reality. But no one can prove that, so Johnny's expression softens immediately. I see. It can't be helped. But I wish it wasn't today. Is there something happening today? Well, something did happen. Actually, today, someone important from the church came to watch your show. So, I wanted you to show your best performance today. I didn't hear about that? Did I miss something important? Upon hearing Johnny's sudden revelation, Rain lets out a surprised voice. She then looked nervously at us. But both Tia and I shook our heads, implying we didn't know. No, it's not that. I didn't say anything so you wouldn't get nervous unnecessarily. After all, if you knew from the beginning, you would have been nervous, right? Yes. I think I would have been really stiff. So, Rain-chan, you don't have to worry. Besides, everyone except Eda-chan was perfect, and we've received compliments from them saying it was wonderful. So, actually, after this, could it be that someone was summoned? Hearing Johnny's vague words, I throw in my comment. It's not uncommon for powerful people to summon idols, and there are idols who actively engage in such business. However, we are not one of them. But if it comes to our wishes versus the demands of a powerful person, the world tends to favor the latter. Johnny has his fair share of power as a famous person in the industry. But compared to the important people of the Idol Church, which governs idols all over the world, he probably doesn't stand much chance. Well, yes, that's the case. The location is a private room in a luxury restaurant in this town. I can only guide you to the front of the room. They want to have a relaxed conversation with you all. A relaxed conversation? Suspicious. If they just want to have a relaxed conversation, they could have just come here. Although non-authorized personnel were not allowed to enter, important people from the church were above that, so it wouldn't be an issue. So why prepare a private room? When I try to guess their intention, I can't really reach a positive conclusion. By the way, who was called? All three of you. That's quite greedy. But if that's the case, I'll go. Are you sure? Well, I can handle it. Upon hearing Johnny's probing words, I let out a grin. In reality, I can handle most situations with power. The same goes for Tia, but imagining dirty old men reaching out to Tia makes me feel like I might end the world by accident, so for my own mental health, it's best if I go. Oh, and of course, letting Rain go alone was out of the question. This time, it's probably someone beyond my reach. I'm going to try to do as much as I can in case something happens though. No, I really can handle it, don't worry. But, Tia, just in case, could you look after Rain? Got it. Be careful. I wish I could help in some way. Don't be silly. All you have to do is walk straight in the light. After gently patting the crestfallen Rain's head, we were led by Johnny through the town. We arrived at a high-class restaurant with dazzling white walls, and as I followed the waiter's guidance to the room and opened the door, what? There, waiting for us, was a man covered head to toe with a black hood, clearly suspicious. CH-243. Sorry to keep you waiting, Chrome-sama. I've brought the child you requested. No, I wasn't waiting, so it's okay. But, only one? Yes, well, It seems the other two are feeling unwell from the fatigue of the stage performance. I see. That's concerning. It's a shame, but I can't force them. Thank you for your generous consideration. So, Eda-chan, huh? Oh, yes. What is it? What do you mean, what? It's a greeting. This is Chrome-sama, who serves as a candidate for Archbishop at the headquarters of the Idol Church. Hello. I am Chrome. Nice to meet you. Responding to Johnny's words, the man in the black hood bows his head normally. My thinking still can't catch up with the scene, but my well-ingrained habits reflexively return the greeting. I'm Ed.Da. Nice to meet you, Chrome-sama. Why, yeah. Nice to meet you. Thanks for your hard work, Johnny-san. That'll be all. But it's okay, Johnny-san. I push away Johnny, who is concerned about me, on purpose. If it's not just a perverted old man, but the Demon King, it's a different story. Is that so? Well, don't overdo it. Leaving those words full of worry, Johnny left the room. And when the door closed, only I and Chrome, Demon King Chrome, were left in this private room. In that case, there's no need to hold back anymore. Phew. So? What's this all about? What do you mean? I just wanted to talk with the children of Rainbow Tier who are currently all the buzz. Suddenly my atmosphere might have changed. Chrome raised his voice as if a little confused. It's very flimsy, but... well, it's a good opportunity, so why not talk first? You were watching our performance very enthusiastically today, weren't you? That's right. No, it was really amazing. Eda-chan, you were very attractive, Tia-chan was very cute, and Rain-chan's song was really amazing. I was moved to tears. Oh, really? Thanks. No, it's not flattery. I really thought it was amazing. So I wanted to talk with everyone. No, I'm not saying I'm not satisfied with just Eda-chan or anything. In response to Chrome's hurried words, it doesn't seem like there's a lie. Rather, I can't imagine why there would be a need to lie or act at this point. No, but still. Is this a lie? Hey, Chrome-sama? What is it? What do you mean? You know who I am, right? Huh? Of course. Isn't Eda-chan from Rainbow Tier famous enough to be heard at headquarters these days? Well, admittedly, unlike Tia-chan and Rain-chan, there are clearly people who love you and people who hate you, and there are indeed many critical people. But I think it's good. Yes, Eda-chan is attractive after all. Despite being hidden behind a black hood and not being able to see his eyes, I could clearly feel Chrome's gaze darting around my chest and buttocks. Ho, women can really tell a man's gaze like this. I should be careful. No, this is useless knowledge that won't help me in my life at all, but I should still take note. Just in case. Wait, no, that's not it. This isn't. Is he really unaware? Even at this distance, having a conversation. Eda-chan? What? Is something wrong? No, nothing. May I sit? Oh, of course. Feel free to sit wherever you like. Presumably because he originally intended to invite everyone, there are a lot of delicious-looking dishes lined up on the round table, and there's plenty or places to sit. But I deliberately smile and sit down next to Chrome at a distance where our shoulders might touch. Eda-chan? Isn't that a bit too close? What, is it bad to be close? It's not that it's bad, but I think it's more relaxing for both of us if there's an appropriate distance. Then it's fine. This is the appropriate distance I've thought up between you and me. To the visibly flustered Chrome, I gently place my hand on his. Then Chrome shakes his body surprisingly, and my hand is knocked away. Sorry, Eda-chan. But, what's going on? All of a sudden. There's nothing sudden about it, I just held your hand. I'm an idol, so it's only natural for me to shake hands with fans, right? Especially me, I don't shy away from handshaking. In fact, I'm relatively active in interacting with fans. This is partly because I have a strong personality and, although I might appear otherwise, I behave myself. Well, of course I do. I'm a man after all. This is a policy that Johnny has acknowledged. So, I normally do things like handshakes, and if someone extends a hand as they pass by, I'll enthusiastically give them a high five. Occasionally, there are guys who try to touch my butt, but I skillfully dodge them. I used to kick them away, but then there were guys who came up to me saying things like "kick me too." The right response is indeed important. I'm aware of that. I know, but since it was so sudden, I was a bit surprised. No, I'm happy. I'm really happy. But I think it might be a bit off for a girl to casually hold hands like that. I mean, oh really? So, it's okay if it's not hands? With a grin, I grabbed Chrome's hand that he had brushed off, and forcefully pressed it against my chest. It's quite a peculiar feeling to have one's chest grabbed like this, but I don't feel any repulsion. Well, for me, it's as if I'm grabbing it with my own hand. But it seems Chrome, who's now grabbing my chest, doesn't see it the same way. No, Eda-chan? You can't, like this? You can't do this kind of thing. What's the problem? You've been watching me with those eyes all along, haven't you? That's because it's a man's instinct, and even if you're an idol. No, especially because you're an idol, I think you should value yourself more. Ah, did you misunderstand because I called you here? No, that's not it. I just really wanted to talk with everyone from Rainbow Tier, and I never intended to do anything like this. I apologize. Please stop this. So, you're saying you don't feel anything even after all this? Yuge? Well, I'm a man, so it's not like I don't feel anything. But, no, I can't. I'm a fan of Tia-chan. I won't be swayed by this. Ah, but it's incredibly soft. I see. Well, that was informative. This will be the last time then. Last? What are you? With a firm grip on Chrome's wrist, keeping his hand against my chest, I activate Last Chance to revert back to my original form. As a result, Chrome's eyes, peeking slightly from within the hood, widen. What about now? Do you understand? What? Eda-chan turned into a man? No, that's not it. Could it be, you're the real body? Before my mischievous smile, the Demon King Chrome shouted out in surprise, as if he were about to blow a bubble. CH 244. Why? Why is the main body here? Moreover, Eda-chan is the main body? No way. So, you finally noticed. Does that mean you wouldn't have noticed if I were in a female form? I'm curious about the mechanism. Or should I say, the reason. Damn it, let go. I can't end here. Chrome, who had realized my true identity, started violently struggling on the spot. However, as long as I have a firm grip on his wrist, his resistance means nothing. The weakness of not being able to use the banishing skill when coming into contact with the Demon King, I had already taken care of that. Unless it suddenly becomes unusable during combat, there's no chance of losing my ability if I intentionally touch him in a calm situation like this. I've secretly practiced balancing the power tug of war. That being said, Demon King Chrome can't escape. As long as he's caught by me, wrapped in there, invincible, escape is impossible unless he has overwhelming superhuman strength capable of nullifying it. In that case, I felt a powerful energy filling Chrome's entire body. I must handle this immediately. I plunged my free left hand into the stranger box, and tried to pull out Dawnbreaker, which had been put away for a long time. Damn it. Before I could, the power that had filled Chrome's body dissipated. Instead of the sword, I grabbed Chrome's black hood and pulled it off, revealing a face identical to mine, wearing an expression of frustration. What's going on? Weren't you about to do something? I thought so. But if I used my power here, this town would be blown away, wouldn't it? I didn't want that. Why not? You're me. You're the Demon King, aren't you? While it's true that I'm the Demon King, I am myself. I don't want my beloved idols, especially my favorite Tia-chan, to get hurt. I see. I let go of Chrome, who I had been holding, and sat down across the table from him. However, Chrome didn't show any signs of running away. He just slumped down on the table. Ah, is this my end? Hey, Demon King Chrome. What have you been doing in this world? What kind of life have you been leading? Why do you ask that? Isn't it all over once the main body absorbs me? Why not? Tell me. Sure, I am you, and you are a part of me, but at the same time, I am me and you are you, right? So, I want to know. We've got plenty of time, fortunately, thinking about the off chance that someone might come, or if the situation escalated. I reverted to Edda's form, pulled the cork out of the wine bottle on the table, and poured it into 2 of the 4 glasses. As I placed one in front of Chrome, he took it with a dark look in his eyes, sighed slightly, and then took a sip. All right, I'll tell you. As you already know, we Demon Kings are anomalies in this world, but that doesn't mean we are enemies of the world. However, most Demon Kings can't control their enormous power at the initial stage and run amok, so by the time their egos have established and they can control their power, they are often seen as threats by the world. I was no exception. In the beginning, I couldn't control my power at all and turned most of this world into a desert. Wow, that apostrophe s. Wait, a desert? But now, that's right. I turned the earth into sand and almost ended the world. But I didn't wish for such a thing, and the world didn't confront me either as they were too busy surviving the rapidly disappearing greenery. So, I, who had gained wisdom and knowledge, established my selfhood, and managed to change the direction of my power, turning the desert back into a green world. But because I did it forcefully, the world ended up becoming a forest. Oh, that's why this world is full of forests. Well, it's a million times better than a desert, I suppose. While there may be ways to live in a sandy world, the difficulty is vastly different compared to a forest. Actually, this world doesn't seem to be in any particular distress. After all, even idols, a form of entertainment profession, are flourishing. This wine, it's damn good. If things continued the way they were, the forests would slowly decrease over a few thousand years, and the natural distribution would return to something more typical. But that's beside the point. Anyway, I removed the reason for the world to antagonize me. Although I am the Demon King, I have never been attacked by a hero. But then, I had a lot of free time. So, I traveled the world. And that's when I encountered something wonderful. Something wonderful? That would be It's a Song. As I listened to the story while enjoying the surprisingly tasty wine and food, Chrome's expression brightened in front of me. The flush on his face was not just due to the alcohol. In a certain small farming village, a young girl was singing a song. I was captivated by its splendor and immediately fell for it. I wanted to listen to her song anytime, forever. But she was also a worker, so she couldn't sing all the time. So, how should I go about it? If it's bad to sing without working, then the song itself should become work. That's what led me to create the Idol Church. By the way, I didn't make it a guild but a church because it was easy to gain understanding and cooperation from others, and I could use my power in a good way and disguise it as a miracle. You created the Idol Church? That's right. I'm the founder. In front of me, surprised, the Demon King Chrome confidently flaunts. It's also my face, so I feel a bit awkward, but I still have questions. You're the founder, but now you're just an archbishop's assistant? I realize that becoming too powerful brings many political troubles and hassles. So, I've maintained moderate power to support the idols, and I've devoted all my energy to watching my favorite idols. However, because of this, a slight problem has occurred. Problem. Is it by any chance about that? The Archbishop deciding that idols should be trios? That's right. There are 3 archbishops, but one of them suddenly started advocating something incomprehensible. Moreover, the remaining 2 who initially opposed him also started to support this ridiculous opinion for some reason. As an assistant, I couldn't stop this flow. What on earth happened? As for that, I have a slight idea. I say, and tell him about what happened in this world so far. Upon hearing this, Chrome lets out an outraged voice. What is that? Although I built the church, I think gods really only do terrible things, right? Seriously, we should punch them at least once. Please let me punch them too when that happens. How many potential idols had to swallow their tears because of that strange rule? Just thinking about it makes me so frustrated that I could cry. Right. If Tio and I hadn't teamed up, Rain would probably have given up being an idol. Rain-chan's song is truly a miracle. It's a universal loss to let that be lost. Gods are crap. But, If you consider that Tia-chan became an idol as a result, gods are still gods. You idiot, Tia would be a god even if she hadn't become an idol. Indeed. That's exactly right. So that means, Tia-chan is a god? No way. Don't compare Tia to that crap god. Gah. Please don't hit me, it hurts. I'm a demon king, you know? An archbishop's assistant, you know? I don't know and I don't care. If you're gonna go there, I'm the demon king at the end. Also, a mercenary. That's not impressive, is it? It doesn't matter. Anyway, idol Tia-chan is the best. Yeah. She's definitely the best. Before I knew it, Chrome was next to me, his face as red as can be. That means my face is probably beet red too. Empty wine bottles lined up on the table, and the food, which should have been too much to finish, was considerably diminished. Chrome called me, I answered, I deceived as the last, and Ed started the meeting. Enveloped in a relaxed atmosphere and hazy thoughts, my own banquet, by me and for me, continued in an incomprehensible way. The next morning, when Johnny, who was worried and came to check on us, saw me snoring loudly with pants on my head and in my underwear, and Chrome, in a black hood with a face pattern on his belly, groaning uncomfortably with his face buried in my chest. CH 245. You know, Ed, I'm not saying you can't drink. You're an adult, Ed, and there are times when you want to let loose. So I won't deny that. But I think there's a limit to everything. How worried do you think I was when you didn't come back all night after that summons? No. I'm really sorry. The next day, in a room at the inn, I, now back to being a man, sit neatly and continue to listen to Tia's lecture with a throbbing headache. It's entirely my fault, so there's no room for excuses. Well, indeed, if the positions were reversed, I would have started looking for Tia around midnight. The reason Tia didn't do that is probably because she knew I was actually a man, among other things. But if by chance I couldn't turn back into a man? No, what if the other person was a man too? Would that pose even more danger? Ah, no good. My head hurts and I can't think straight. So, are you listening, Ed? Yes, I'm listening. My head hurts like hell, but I'm trying to listen. Sigh. You're really hopeless. If you say that honestly, I can't get angry anymore. Are you sure? Sure. After all, this is just like venting for worrying me all night. Looking up at me, Tia gave a wry smile and patted my forehead. Then she handed me a cup from the table, and I drained the water filled in it in one gulp. Ah, the water tastes so good. So? Who was the person you met yesterday? If you drank all night, they must not have been a bad person, right? Well, about that. Remember the guy in the black hood among the audience during yesterday's performance? Black hood. Oh, now that you mention it, I remember. Was that the person who called us, Ed? They didn't look that important. That's right. And by the way, he was the demon king of this world. What? What do you mean? Tia's expression suddenly becomes serious. But for me, this is already a settled matter, so there's no need to be particularly alarmed. It's not a complicated story. Thanks to the Black Hood, the Demon King Chrome, we now have a clear vision of what we should do next. What are we going to do next? With a smirk, I answer Tia's curious question. The three problems I'm dealing with now: dealing with the Demon King, eliminating the Shard of God in the Grand Bishop, and withdrawing from Rainbow Tia. Being expelled from the hero party and returning home. The brilliant plan to solve all these at once is already in my mind. What does an idol do last? A retirement concert. Once the task was decided, everything else was quick. Using the connections of Johnny and Chrome, we set the stage and were able to hold a grand retirement concert 3 months later, inviting the Grand Bishop possessed by the Shard of God. Why did we invite the Grand Bishop? Of course, to remove the shard. Based on what I heard from Donatella, I figured that if the individual has a clear intention of rejection, it's possible to expel the Shard of God from the body. So after letting him listen to Rain's song, I had Chrome whisper in his ear something like, actually, she couldn't become an idol because of the 3-person system. And that worked out well. Indeed, it seems like our faith in the power of Rain's song, and in Chrome's words that one cannot become a Grand Bishop unless they truly love idols, has been a huge success. This experience will surely be useful in the future, too. That shard is now inside me, through the power of the Demon King, Chrome. As for what happened to Demon King Chrome himself, are you sure you're okay with this? At parting, one of the 5 people who saw us off was the Demon King Chrome. He's still wearing that suspicious black hood as always, but no one seems to care because it's his formal attire. Yeah, the Grand Bishop wore a white hood, too. To Chrome, I extend my hand with a smile. It's okay. You've worked so hard, so you'll want to see it through to the end, right? Let's make a promise. As long as idols continue to be born in this land, I will keep making them shine as who I am. And when everything is finally over, come back here. Bring plenty of stories with you. After exchanging a firm handshake, I strike my own chest with my thumb. If I weren't being antagonized by humanity as I was at the end, I could respond like this. Because what I'm aiming for is a happy ending for everyone. When I shifted my gaze to the side, Tia and the others were exchanging their final words. I approached them and joined in the conversation. Really, trying to use me as a substitute for yourself is quite a luxury, isn't it? It's not a substitute. Rather, I was a stand-in all along. Besides, if it's you, Elizabeth Chan, you can become a far greater idol than me, right? HMPH. Of course. I will make my name resound throughout the world so much that no one will remember you. The one who replaced Tia was Elizabeth. There was no one more suitable than Elizabeth, both in terms of ability and mindset. She will surely aim for the top of the idol world with Rain seriously. The 2 people who accompanied her were relieved to return home as well. I'm nervous. Can I really take the place of you, Inisama? No, it's not just about being able to do it. And my replacement was that girl who has always been following me as one of the Iris. Because she liked me and imitated me so much, the difference in direction from the other 2 became pronounced, so this time we decided to take her in. By the way, the remaining 2 have temporarily stopped their activities, but since we were able to safely extract the Shard of God from the Grand Bishop, it's likely that the rule of it has to be a trio will be retracted by the beginning of next year. Initially, they were planning to find a 3rd person through Johnny's introduction, but depending on the situation, there might be a path to re-debut as a duo. Well, that's up to them. You're better at singing and dancing. Where's the part that makes you anxious? That's not the point. Besides, while I'm okay with singing, I'm still far behind in terms of hyping up the venue and intense movements. I'll work even harder from now on, and one day I'll surely catch up. Oh, keep it up. I'm looking forward to it. Yes. When I pat her on the shoulder, her expression shines brightly. Her moist eyes are truly attractive, but from now on, I hope she will work hard as the one being looked at. Even so, you're really quitting easily. The position you guys are in now isn't something you can get if you want it, you know? Do you know how many kids have cried because they couldn't make it that far? I'm sorry, Johnny-san. But this was our decision from the start. That's true, you said it from the start. Well, it's okay. You guys have done your duty well. If you ever change your mind, please let me know anytime. Next time, instead of being the best pawn, I'll polish you as a moderate gemstone. Haha, even if it's us, we're only moderate. Of course. A little while ago it may have been higher, but now we've seen Rain-chan. Well, can't be helped. Of course, if Rain is in front of you, the best standard will explode. I return a wry smile to Johnny's wry smile. And Rain quietly approached us. Eda-san. Tia-san. Keep going, Rain. You can stand on your own now. No, you should have been able to do it on your own a long time ago. So even if we're gone, you'll be fine. That's right. Your voice, Rain-chan, will surely reach beyond the world. So please take good care of your favorite songs from now on. If I hadn't met the 2 of you, no, the 3 of you including Ed-san, I would probably be back in my country village by now, helping my mum. It's thanks to you, Ed-san, Eda-san, and Tia-san, that I was able to stand on such a brilliant stage. So, thank you very much. Ping. Condition met. 10 minutes remaining until return. These must be words of graduation. It's a sign of Rain's determination to walk on her own feet, rather than relying on us. There's nothing happier than this. It's a sign that Rain is stepping on us and climbing the hill. See you, Rain. See you. Then it would be a lie if we didn't start walking too. Turning our backs to the people who came to see us off, we melt into the night town. Then, from behind, I heard Rain's singing voice that I've heard so many times before. Someday, I dreamed. Walking that path with you. Always, I felt it. Going forward with you. It's really a good song. That's right. That might truly resonate beyond the world. Don't you think? That would be great. If it's Rain, she might do it. I, who have returned to being a man, enter the back alley holding hands with Tia. In the place where Rain was once feeling down, there is no longer a crying girl. 3, 2, 1. Executing world transfer. Even though the song should have ended long ago, Rain's song was echoing pleasantly in our ears until the moment we disappeared from the world. CH-246. Phew. Somehow we made it back again this time, didn't we? That's right. Wait, what are you doing, Tia? As usual, we had made our return to the, but for some reason, Tia was stretching her arms and twisting her waist next to me. She usually doesn't do such things. Why now? It's because even though we were singing and dancing this time, we didn't engage in any battles at all, did we? So I felt a bit off with my body. I think I'm okay now. I see. Indeed, this time, we didn't even swing a single sword. Considering this state of affairs lasted for almost a year, it's natural that our bodies would feel strange. However, in our case, our physical condition reverts back once we return here. Whether we desperately train or live a lazy life eating and sleeping, everything resets once we come here. Therefore, we can easily adjust to such sense of dislocation. After all, we have an absolutely unchanging standard. It's easy to adjust if we remember the state before the change, not after. The state at this very moment. Still, it was a hard world, but it was fun. I never thought I'd be doing something like a sideshow performer. Foo. Ho. So you liked the idle life, Tia-san? Should we sing and dance in the next world too? I'll pass on that for now. It was fun because it's something we do once in a while. Ha. Yeah, I suppose. No matter which world we go to, aiming for the top will always come with a lot of hardships. For travelers like us, it's just right to nibble on the enjoyable parts and be satisfied. Anyway, let's quickly read about this time, shall we? I wonder if Rain-chan became the world's #1 idol? Right, let's do that. Prompted by Tia, I immediately walked towards the table. Sitting in the chair, I picked up their record of the hero's story, that was placed there again, and slowly opened its rather thin pages. Nothing particularly noteworthy at the beginning. Well, she herself said she was just an ordinary village girl. The introductory part describes Rain, who was born in a small village, growing up healthily surrounded by the kindness and understanding of the adults around her. There were heartwarming incidents such as being teased by a slightly older boy about her singing, but in other words, it was a warm and peaceful everyday life where such things were the topic of conversation. And in that growing process, Rain began to long to be an idol. The trigger was seeing an idol performance in a nearby town with her parents, which is a common experience for children. However, no matter how common or commonplace it is, for that person, their own life is everything. Eventually, Rain, who made up her mind, was sent off by her parents and arrived at the town to take the audition. And that's when she met us. From Rain-chan's point of view, it was really a sudden encounter. Wasn't it? I think so. Seriously, if it wasn't for you, I don't know what would have happened. Considering how this meeting differed greatly from the first time around, it would have been extremely difficult for me, a grown man, to encourage the disheartened Rain back onto the path of becoming an idol. If we could get past the initial hurdle of gaining a minimum level of trust, it might work out, but the initial difficulty was too high. But, don't you think you could do it now, Azeda? Give me a break. At Tia's teasing words, I mutter that with a wry smile. Admittedly, getting used to a woman's body would be convenient, but honestly, I have a slight feeling it's risky. I can't help but think that my very existence as Zed is a false one created by a god. Come on, let's continue reading. Okay. I'm not sure I'm fooling anyone, but I call out to Tia and start flipping the pages. The story continues after our meeting, but there's still plenty we don't know. Outstanding talent, no matter what, attracts others. Behind our backs, malicious intentions might be directed at us, and Rain might be struggling and suffering due to her talent. It's the story of a girl who simply loved to sing, growing into a full-fledged idol. We are still halfway on this journey, but seeing Rain growing stronger and larger bit by bit, I feel a joy as if I'm watching my own child grow, despite never having raised a child. People who have actually raised children might say don't kid yourself, but it's about the atmosphere. I nod knowingly at the parts I'm familiar with, and read on with excitement and anticipation for the parts I don't know. So, this is where it ends. There are only a few pages left. Tia and I quietly read about what happened after we left. World 14, Records of the Hero's Story, Final Chapter, Beyond the Dream. The hero Rain and her party, who welcomed a new member and continued to polish themselves, became idols known to everyone in the world in just about 10 years. But after all, she's just an idol. Even if her singing voice crosses the walls of the world, her fame won't last forever. Without noticing the existence of the Demon King, the hero Rain, who only sang for people, only leaves her name in a small corner of history and ends her life at the age of 72. The hero Rain, who forgot her mission for a moment's shine and was consumed as entertainment. God shed a tear of sympathy for her foolishness and misery. What the hell? Don't think crying will solve anything. Although it doesn't seem audible, I can't help but retort as I smack the book. I don't know what God was trying to do by changing the system of idols, but the conclusion that this guy is trouble hasn't changed a bit, which is rather amazing. Fufu, Rain-chan did become the world's top idol, right? Well, it's as expected, but she really worked hard. Indeed, Rain had talent. As far as I know, she was blessed with the people around her. She had understanding parents, rivals to compete with, and supportive adults. It was like a fortress of support, so much so that I wondered how she could fail. But, even with all the support in the world, nothing would change if the person herself did not strive to do better. Regardless of how well paved the road of life is, there are no shared carriages. If you do not take each step forward, with intent and determination, you will not reach your destination. Rain accomplished that. If she continued to sing throughout her life, then there couldn't be a better conclusion. By the way, it seems that the Demon King Chrome continued his work diligently. Not only was he not defeated, it seems he wasn't even noticed. I'm sure he's probably still sprinkling Magillium around and finding new idols. I can picture his unwavering way of life, and it makes me feel a little happy. Even though they were originally part of me, the fact that they, with their own hearts, are living happily with humans is also a source of hope for me. At this rate, it doesn't seem like I'll be able to reclaim any of Chrome's power. I missed another chance to power up. You know, Ed, when you're making such a happy face, your complaints don't have a shred of persuasiveness. My cheek was poked by the grinning Tia. At her annoying behavior, I glared at Tia. Tia? If you continue to get carried away, you're going to have a hard time, you know? Oh, scary. I wonder what kind of hardship awaits me? Well, for starters, I could lock up the Magistica and forbid you from eating sweets for a while. What? Only for a while. Tia gave me a pitiful look. Unable to stand her silence, I exaggeratedly stand up and start walking towards the next door. Come on, let's go. Next. There's no need to rush. I still have plenty of sugar for a while. Oh, of course, I'll divide the sugar equally for a while. Is there anything else? I don't know. Seriously, I'm really going to forbid sweets for about a month. You can't do such a terrible thing. Half of a girl is made up of sweets. So, what's the other half? Tia pokes my serious face with her finger and laughs. Of course, it's love. Is that so? That sounds like a stomach-churning composition. With a wry smile, I stand in front of the door marked 016. Waiting ahead is an unfamiliar world that I am well acquainted with. I hope that it is a world where our Oju-sama, made of love and sweets, can enjoy. Shall we go? Sure. Let's go. Together with Tia, who grabs my extended hand with a smile, I step into a new world. T/N, the chapters you see ahead are scheduled to be published at a later date. The old schedule will resume, chapters every alternate days. CH 247. In the newly landed world, the scene that spread before me was rather ordinary. A relatively deep forest spread out behind me, and if I moved forward, There was a well-maintained highway. Proceeding along it, there was a plain, and further ahead, a large town surrounded by a solid rampart was visible. Oh, it's so typical. But somehow, that feels refreshing. Indeed. This kind of scenery hasn't been seen since Gusan's world, right? That place was a world with an atmosphere familiar in good and bad ways, but after that, we journeyed through a world that was all but ended by a blizzard, lived away from civilization in the dense jungle of Umberbo, and finally led an idle life in a world buried in the forest. Looking back, we haven't had a normal adventure at all. However, we can't let our guard down yet. When we get to that town, something incredible might happen, right? I don't think so. But I can't say for sure. Speaking in terms of ratios, many of the worlds are where you join a hero's party, fight against monsters, and aim to defeat the Demon King. Among the 100 different worlds, about half were like that. But I did not underestimate the power of destiny, which has kept drawing me to worlds that were different. Moreover, I can't ignore the presence of the fragments of God that stir up the world every time. I have 3 of them, lodged in my index, middle, and ring fingers on my right hand, but I still don't know how to deal with them. Having 3 of them is honestly rather uncomfortable. The thumb and little finger are important for gripping a sword, so if more of these fragments come, should I stuff them into my left hand next? I seriously want to do something about it. But what can I do about this? If I could get rid of them, I would throw them away somewhere. Anyway, as we were walking, talking, and thinking about such things, we soon reached the town. After paying the entrance fee to the gatekeeper and entering, what we saw was typical, right? It's the typical. A well-maintained cobblestone boulevard and stone buildings lined up along it. There's no flashy stage, no beastmen or pirates running rampant, and no one breaking pots. The sight is so ordinary that it's surprisingly shocking. By the way, do you know what kind of world this is? Sorry. If it's just this, I don't really know. There are about 20 worlds that I can think of where the characteristic is that there are no characteristics. It's one of those worlds, but I have no idea which one. If the times aren't too far apart, I think we'll know once we meet the hero. Thinking about it won't do any good. Let's just go to the Adventurers Guild for now. They probably have one. Right. In such a world and in such a town, they probably have one. In terms of getting an identity in this world, going to the Adventurers Guild is a safe first move. There are some worlds where the role of the guild is replaced by another profession, like in the world of Rain, or worlds like Donatello's where the guild itself doesn't exist, but in a world that emphasizes normalcy like this, there should almost certainly be one. In fact, there was one. A large and solid building not too far from the entrance of the town, where armed people like Tia and I were going in and out frequently. That place must be the Adventurers Guild. Or something similar but with a different name. As expected, it was the Adventurers Guild. After paying a small fee and registering as a newbie, Tia and I went over to the bulletin board where the request forms were posted. From herb gathering to monster subjugation, and escorting traveling merchants. Amazing, Ed, it's all so typical. Ha ha ha, seems fun, doesn't it? While grinning at Tia's surprised and amused report, I started looking at the requests. But nothing in particular caught my eye. Oh, I see, so it's this world. Oh, did you find a good request? Yeah. I'll take this one. The request I took was for the gathering of a certain plant, which apparently grows in the forest we came through when we arrived in this world. I peeled off the request form and took it to the reception. Excuse me, I'd like to accept this request. Let me see. Wait, this is... Seeing the request form, the receptionist's face visibly grimaced. She knew from my recent registration that I was a newbie who knows nothing. This request is, it's fine. Let him take it. A coarse voice sounded from behind, interrupting the receptionist. Turning around, I saw a bearded man grinning at us. Gazelle-san. But, it's fine. Hey newbie, that one has a higher reward for its low difficulty. You've got good eyes. Thank you. There's no way you're going to die from that one, so be careful and get going. Experience is everything, gahahaha. So, what will you do? Can you take this on? Yes, please. Alright. With my words, the receptionist sighed lightly and processed the receipt for us. Afterwards, We left the Adventurers Guild, watched by the bearded man named Gazil. As we walked towards the forest, Tia gradually started talking to me. "Hey, Ed, what was that all about?" The receptionist seemed like she was about to say something. "Ah, the plant in this request, it's really sticky." Sticky? As I said this with a laugh, Tia's ears twitched. "Yes, sticky. It's a flower that seems to grow right on the ground, but if you don't follow the correct procedure to pick it, a spider web-like substance bursts out from the tip of the flower and wraps around you. And that stuff doesn't come off easily. It sticks to branches and leaves in the forest, and it can be quite a problem." "Wow, that's awful. So that woman knew about this and didn't tell us? That's mean." "Haha, not exactly. If you're going to be an adventurer, it's natural to gather information beforehand. It's unthinkable to accept a gathering request without knowing how to gather the plant, right? People who can't handle the basics just have to learn the hard way. But it's not really dangerous, so it's not a lie to say it's a good learning experience. A lack of information can lead to fatal situations, which is not unfortunate but natural, and the fact that it's too late when you realize it is the irrationality and the logic of the world. In that sense, having them experience it in a relatively less dangerous situation is not a wrong act as a senior adventurer. That's probably why the receptionist allowed it. "So, is that person Gazil nice?" "I can't say for sure, but they're a bit rough and sloppy, but a pretty caring senior, I guess. From a newbie's point of view, I'd say they're the type who only teaches those who won't understand unless they're told. There are idiots who won't understand unless they experience it, but most people understand if they're told. So, it's not extravagant to want a proper explanation at first." "Well, if asking for an explanation itself is considered extravagant, then that's that. Anyway, I know how to properly gather this plant, so we won't get covered in threads. You can rest assured." "Did you research how to do it before getting covered in threads?" No comment. Humans learn how to deal with things when they get hurt. Even if hundreds of years have passed in subjective time, you don't forget such experiences. It's just that, and there's no ulterior motive. So, I would really appreciate it if Tia would stop smirking at me. "Alright, fine. So, did you take this request to prove yourself as a useful newcomer?" "No, not exactly." From the direction we were heading, we heard a rather loud voice. As I took the frowning Tia and walked towards the source of the voice, we found a young man completely wrapped in white threads. "The threads? They're wrapping around me. What's with him?" "Ah, that's the hero in this world." Standing next to the stunned Tia, I informed her of this fact with a bitter smile. CH 248. "Thank you. Super. You really saved me." The young man, drenched from head to toe, shouts his gratitude while lowering his spiky, bright red hair. This happened because the thread could be removed if wet, and as a result of Tia splashing water on it rather carelessly using her spirit magic. "No worries, mate. We should help each other when in trouble. Besides, we're the rookies here, usually getting help." "Huh? You're rookies too?" "I'm Bern. Just turned 17 this year, the world's greatest adventurer." "Is that so?" "I'm Ed. I'm 20, so I guess I'm a bit older than you." "Nice to meet you, Bern." "I'm Lunarisha. I'm 21. "Ed and Lunarisha, huh. Nice to meet you, too." Bern, who grabs my outstretched hand firmly, starts shaking it with enough vigor to send us flying. This young man, with his loud voice and dynamic gestures, is indeed the hero Bern of this world. Ah, how nostalgic. If I had seen this face from the start, I would have remembered that this is the 44th world. "So, Bern, you got tangled in a thread. Were you on a cotton collection request?" "That's right. It was my first job to commemorate, so I was super excited." "A failure, it seems." The big purple flower that must have bloomed at Bern's feet had spit out all of its contents and wilted. It was clear to anyone that the collection had failed. "Is that so? I thought if I brought this, it would be super. A mission accomplished." "No, that won't work. The part of the cotton flower that makes money is the thread-like part inside. Even if you have a flower that has spit it all out, you'll just get a bitter smile." "Oh no, what a disaster. Super. A huge failure." At my words, Bern hangs his head on the spot. Even his way of being depressed is very characteristic of him. Calm down, don't be so disappointed. We've taken the same request. How about it? Wanna do it together? Really? As I said before, we help each other when we're in trouble. Is that okay, Tia? Of course. Let's do our best together. You both are super nice guys. Foo, you're exaggerating. Burn, who stands up energetically and shouts, makes Tia smile wryly as well. And so, we formed a temporary party, and while looking for a new cotton flower in the forest, we started to exchange information. So, Burn, did you come from the countryside because you wanted to be a hero? No. Not just a hero, but super. A hero. Ah. What's the difference? Isn't it somehow amazing if super is attached? That's what it means. Ahaha. Ed? That's what it means. It's amazing to have super attached. That's it. You're my super best friend, Ed. You're quick to decide we're best friends? We just met, you know. Ha ha ha. There's no time limit for friendship, it's super irrelevant. So what happens when super is added after all? Despite his enthusiastic and boisterous talk, as far as I can tell, there's no difference in Burn's upbringing or his journey here from the first round. As I was feeling relieved about this, suddenly something like hostility started to hang in the air around us. Ed, I got it. Shortly after, the nearby grass rustles loudly. What appeared from the shadows of the trees were 5 ordinary goblins. Neither Tia nor I had any intention of letting our guard down against these enemies showing hostility, but they were small fry, posing no real threat. Gigagi. What will you do, Ed? I will. Leave this to me, super. Charge. Before Tia could finish speaking, Burn charges towards the goblins with a burst of energy. Tia reacts to his movement, but I grab her shoulder to stop her. Is it okay? Just watch. Wow. Drawing the sword from his hip and letting out a flashy roar, Burn charges carelessly towards the goblins. To the untrained eye, it might seem like a thoughtless idiot rushing in alone, but I know Burn's true abilities. Ultimate strong style secret technique. Gigagi. Super. Ultra slash. Gi. With no feints, a wild, straight slash. After it flashed 5 times, the goblins' heads flew off vigorously. With the goblins that had become silent corpses in the blink of an eye behind him, Burn swung his sword with a whoosh, blowing away the blood, and then grinned as he sheathed it. Ha ha ha. How about it, both of you? My super ultimate power. Amazing, amazing. Burn, you're strong. Well, I am the strongest man. As Tia claps her hands, Burn proudly puffs out his chest. Regardless of his words and actions, Burn is a hero. His abilities are undoubtedly real. But if you're so strong, why did you accept a gathering request? Wouldn't it have been easier to accept a regular monster subjugation request? That's. At Tia's simple question, Burn made a troubled face for the first time. I also said so, but the receptionist lady said no. She said real combat isn't so easy and told me to gain experience from safer requests. Damn it, even though I said I'm the strongest. Ah, I see. At his answer, Tia let out a voice of understanding. Burn's appearance was that of a typical newbie adventurer, clad in cheap gear. It's natural for a good person to advise a young, inexperienced adventurer with no proper gear or achievements who claims I'm the strongest, give me a request to defeat a super strong monster. But the receptionist is just a receptionist, right? You could have refused. So why did you listen to her? What are you saying, Ed? Isn't that obvious? Ignoring the words of someone who is genuinely worried about you is super uncool, right? To my question that I took over from Tia, Burn replied awkwardly. It's the answer I know of Burn. And upon hearing it, Tia's face changed from an acquaintance to a friend. Burn, you are a kind person. Bah, it's not like that. It's just that my grandpa said, people who don't listen to others are lonely people who can't get others to listen to them. Don't become a lonely person who is only strong. So I listen to people's words. Of course, that includes Lunarisha's too. Oh really? Then can I ask you one thing? Oh, sure. Ask me. The super confidant. My name, Lunarisha, is too long, isn't it? You can just call me Tia. Nice to meet you again, Burn. Whoa? Nice to meet you too. Tia. Having his hand held by the smiling Tia, Burn's face turned as red as his hair. His very clear response was quite fresh, making me grin. Hey Ed, Burn is a good person, isn't he? Leaving Burn, who was flustered waving his hand that Tia must have just held, Tia came over to me. Her captivating smile, enhanced by her idle life, was still the same Tia to me, right? He's a good hero, different from Alexis and the like. Well, he did have his share of hardships. I suppose so. But... Foo-foo. This adventure seems like it will be fun. Yeah, I think it will be fun. The hero Burn, who gets involved in problems because of his personality, sticks his head into things, and often becomes a problem himself. If I can enjoy his tumultuous days with Tia, I feel quite excited. That being said, we have to finish the request in front of us first. Hey Burn. How long are you going to be flustered? Let's get going. Wow. I, of all people, got super disturbed by the softness of a girl's hand. Ah, I'm coming. Whoa, wait for me. Thread. Purple. Ah, some kind of flower. It's cotton thread grass. You should at least remember the name of the thing we're gathering. Geez. Alright, Tia. Yes, let's go. Running after Burn, who had run off on his own shouting, Tia and I followed him side by side. CH 249. Alright then, cheers. Super cheers. That night, after successfully completing the request, we raised a toast at a local cheap tavern to celebrate our first successful task. That being said, we had only accomplished 1 or 2 jobs that were pretty good for beginners, so we didn't make a substantial amount of money. But the reason we could make a fuss together like this was because I used a little trick. Phew. The drink after work is super tasty. All thanks to Ed. Haha, don't mention it. We all worked together, so I won't hog it all to myself. Ed, as expected, super generous. While we were looking for cotton thread grass, I had found another herb that could be sold for a good price. We were drinking with the money from selling that, but it wasn't just good luck that I found it. I pretended to find it casually using the Akashic compass. Why did I do such a thing? To enhance our sense of unity. Certainly, my stranger box contains a large amount of cash and valuable items, but if I pulled it out and said I'll treat you, well, Burn might be happy to come along, but there would still be some kind of reluctance or barrier. But what if we found something while doing the same job that could be turned into money, and we drink together with that money? Even if it's the same amount, the sense of unity we gain is significantly enhanced. This is one of the tricks born from my life experience of needing to get along with complete strangers hundreds of times. Anyway, Burn, you really were strong. I'm impressed. Ha ha ha. I am super strong. But Tia was also amazing. Elves are super amazing after all. Hey, Tia's not amazing because she's an elf, she's amazing because she's Tia. Oops, that was my super slip of the tongue. Sorry, Tia. It's fine. Besides, Ed was also amazing, right? That's right. How did you acquire such amazing scouting skills? If you ask me that, all I can say is it's the result of daily training. It just became possible when I worked hard. Isn't that the same for you, Burn? Certainly. I just swung my sword around and before I knew it, I had become super strong. If the story I heard in the first round is true, Burn neither had a master nor were his parents famous knights or adventurers. He's an embodiment of unreasonableness who became the strongest just by swinging his sword around as a mere villager. Well, most heroes are like that, but what happens when what you want to do and the talent you can do perfectly match? Burn is a prime example of that. Hey, Burn. If you're okay with it, how about we form a party from now on? That's why, when the alcohol had advanced to a certain degree, I made such a suggestion. The reason I showed my ability not as a swordsman but as a scout was to make this proposal. After working together today, I realized something. I'm scouting, Tia is supporting with her spirit magic, and Burn is cutting down enemies. I know it's self-praise, but don't you think we're a pretty well-balanced party? That's true. I feel safe leaving the vanguard to you, Burn. What do you think? Immediately grasping my intentions, Tia also follows up. As we've worked together for a short time, we know Burn's character and skills, so there's no lie in her words. Well, in response to our words, Burn crossed his arms and thought with a furrowed brow. After a substantial pause, a huge grin appeared on his face. Of course, super. Okay. Actually, I was thinking about asking you guys. Great. In commemoration of the formation of our party, shall we have another toast? Sounds good. Let's do it. Alright. Here's to the formation of our super strong party. Cheers. Our wooden mugs clashed together, and in the flow of the moment, Burn and I shared a hearty laugh. We enjoyed a fun night, parted ways for a while to return to our respective lodgings, and then met again the next morning. We, who have formed a party, demand a super difficult request. Huh? You can't just come out of the blue and say that. Upon meeting at the Adventurers Guild in the morning, Burn began pressuring the receptionist. The receptionist's face was a mixture of annoyance and confusion. Well, anyone would react like that if someone abruptly said something like this without any preamble. Sorry about that. As Burn said, we've formed a party. And we thought we could accept more lucrative requests now that there are 3 of us. Oh, I see. You did succeed in collecting the cotton thread flowers yesterday. Considering that, and that you've formed a party, it's true that even beginners can take on somewhat more difficult requests. See? Then quickly, give us a super lucrative request. As the receptionist smiled her business smile, Burn leaned in to interrupt. But knowing this won't advance the conversation, I pushed Burn aside and spoke to the receptionist. Hey, Ed? What are you? Just ignore him for now. With 3 of us, we can keep a constant lookout and handle combat. So, we'd like to take this request. What I presented was a request form that I had already taken off the board. Upon seeing its contents, a shadow suddenly crossed the receptionist's smile. It's a request to investigate the Shitaroa ruins, right? It's true that the place tends to be infested with goblins and such, so we do put out regular requests to investigate and exterminate the beasts inside. That's fine, isn't it? Let them take it. As the receptionist was about to say something, a crude voice from behind interrupted her. Turning around, a bearded man was looking at us with a grin on his face. Gazelle-san? Again? It's fine. They successfully collected the cotton thread flowers yesterday. They're a promising rookie party, right? Cleaning? No, investigating some shoddy ruins that people have gone into numerous times should be a piece of cake. Right? Well, I think we can handle it. Super. It'll be a breeze. I don't think there should be any particular problems. There you have it. If they themselves say so, let them do it. Experience is everything, gahahaha. Really now? So, what will it be? Can you accept the request? Of course. Please, we'll take it. Sigh. Understood. With an exchange identical to yesterday's, we were able to accept the request. As we made our way from the town to the ruins, Tio again subtly touched my hand. So, Ed? This request? Gazelle-san? He's involved again, isn't it? Does this request hold some kind of meaning too? Fufu, of course. But don't worry, this one shouldn't be particularly dangerous. So, Tia, just enjoy it along with Burn. Alright then. I'm looking forward to it. It was my second time around, and there was nothing I could do about it, but it was too tasteless to rob Tia of the joy of adventure. As I watched Tia's ears bounce along with her steps, Burn called out from ahead. Hey, you two. You're falling behind. Oh, sorry about that. But Burn, you're the one who's going too far ahead. You do realize that I'm supposed to be the scout, right? I knew there was no way there could be anything dangerous enough in such a place to make us worry, but we still needed to be cautious. With a wry smile at my question, Burn replied without a hint of remorse. Of course. I'm super excited about going into the ruins. No, you should be excited before entering, right? Can't be helped. Alright, Tia. I leave the rear to you. Got it. Do your best. Always full throttle and leaning forward. While smiling bitterly at Burn who didn't wait for me and marched on, I called out to Tia and started to jog after him. CH-250. Is this the Shitaroa ruins? I mean, super. It's a ruin. That's exactly what I said. Well, it is, although it's regularly visited by people, which makes it slightly better than a beast trail. The Shitaroa ruins we arrived at indeed had the typical appearance or such. The stone building, entwined with ivy and moss, made us feel its age, and although there were small chips here and there was no critical damage to be seen. It seems quite ancient, but the building itself is sturdy, isn't it? I wonder if there's some preservation magic at work. I'm not sure. At least it's a relief for us, who are going to investigate inside, that there's no danger of collapse. Well, let's get in right away. I need light. Alright, I'll cast a spell. Wait a second. I'm the scout, so I should lead. Tia, can you handle it? Fufu, understood. Here you go. Above my head, after pushing Burn aside, floated a luminous ball created by Tia's spirit magic. If this was a dangerous place, such a thing would make us an easy target. But since our request was to investigate the interior, or rather to exterminate the demonic beasts, it's actually welcome for enemies to come at us this time. I don't think there are any traps unless thieves have sneaked in, but still be cautious. And be on your guard for goblins who should be living here normally. Understood. Leave the rear to me. Super. It's perfect. Well, let's go. Receiving energetic responses, I walked into the ruins. These Shitaroa ruins are a small-scale ruin with about 10 rooms on the surface and a small food cellar underground. I know the structure from my previous visit, and I was using auto-mapping, just in case, so there's no chance of getting lost. And if we move on the premise that there are demonic beasts, we won't even be caught off guard. Burn, there are 2 behind the wall. They'll ambush us when we enter. Understood. Super. Leave it to me. Burn rushes into the room with great momentum, passing by my side. The goblin sword, supposed to be a surprise attack, cleanly misses, and Burn's sword, having turned on his heel, sends the goblin's head flying. No other enemies inside. Tia, no ambush. At this pace, they probably won't do anything other than surprise attacks, right? Well, there's probably no superior individual to command them. Alright, after we check the room just to be sure, shall we move to the next room? Without any trouble or danger, we finish our investigation of the ruin's interior. After all, Tia and I are only beginners in this world. In reality, we have overcome a severe journey, and even though Burn has some oversights and mistakes due to lack of experience, his raw strength is quite high, so there's no way we would struggle with a request designed for true beginners. Taking time to avoid even a 1 in a million chance of oversight, we finish investigating the surface in about 3 hours, leaving only the underground food cellar. After checking below, we're done. Super. It was a piece of cake. Don't let your guard down until the end. Let's stay alert. In contrast to the relaxed Burn, Tia was diligently on her guard. Aside from Burn still being a novice, Tia knows from my words that something will happen here, and since it hasn't happened yet, she probably thinks that if anything is to happen, it will be underground. And indeed, that is correct. If we enter here. Here it comes. Whoa? What? A magic circle? As the 2 exclaim in surprise, a shining magic circle suddenly appears beneath our feet. At the same time, my head spins for a moment, and when it clears, what arrived before us was darkness. What's this? Super. It's pitch black. We were teleported and the light couldn't follow. Tia, could you cast it again? Understood. I, of course, knew in advance, and Tia, who was experienced, chanted the spell without panicking, and a luminous ball floated above my head once again. The scene illuminated by it was a closed space entirely surrounded by walls. What's this? Are we trapped? There's something over there. While Tia was looking around in confusion, Burn spotted something a little way off and raised his voice. As we all approached it, what we found was a small stone monument. A stone monument. There seems to be something written. I can't read it. Really? I can super read it. Why? Tia, suddenly realizing, looked at me and I nodded silently in response. Yes. This is the same as when Alexis and I went to get the holy sword. It only reacts to the hero himself, and can only be deactivated by the hero. During the first round, I was convinced that Burn was just lucky, and I couldn't read the text because I wasn't from this world. So this was a mechanism exclusively for the hero. I wouldn't have realized it without that experience. So, Burn. I can't read it, but what's written on it? Should I place my hand here? Wow, Burn, The moment Burn pressed his right palm against the part with the characters on the stone monument, bright blue lightning ran through his body. Tia instinctively reached out at the shocking sight, so I hurriedly held her back. Ed, it's fine, just watch. If you say so. We waited for roughly 10 seconds. Burn, whose body had stopped glowing, was staring blankly at his palm. Hey Burn, what happened? Are you okay? Yeah. Burn? Are you really okay? Burn, still looking dazed, slowly extended his right hand. And his lips moved slightly. Lightning. Kaya, a bolt of lightning was discharged from Burn's right hand. It struck the stone floor with a crack. And heat returned to Burn's face. Whoa? Is this magic? I did magic. And not just any magic, but lightning magic that only a hero can use. Hey, Burn. What just happened? I already knew the answer. But I posed the question Burn wanted to hear. Burn slowly turned his face toward us and began to speak. You know, Ed, ever since I was a kid, I wanted to become a super strong hero. But now, I've surpassed that effortlessly. Now, at this moment, I, Burn Bannings, have become T/N, mischance to use Lloyd Bannings. Around us, lightning fell like applause. In the blue-white light and the smell of burnt air, Burn declared loudly, I've become a hero. Ha ha ha. Enveloped in the applause-like sound of lightning, Burn let out a hearty laugh. But then, a shadow approached Burn. Geez. I understand you're excited, but calm down. Yeah. Sorry. Super sorry. Tia scolded him, and the lightning around him disappeared. It seems that even the invincible hero can't compete with Tia. So? How do we get out of here? If that's the case, there's a super escape magic circle behind the stone monument. Is this it? As Burn touched the floor, a glowing magic circle appeared. Wait, what? Idiot. Who activates it before we get on? Tia. Wait. I hurriedly jumped onto the magic circle and grabbed Tia's rushing hand, pulling her along. We just barely made the transfer in time, and the next moment we were standing in front of the entrance to the Shitoroa ruins. Phew, that was close. Hey Burn, don't mess around. No, it's not like that. I didn't know either. It's great to have momentum, but you can't always rely on it. That's Burn. So, super sorry. And so, the newly minted hero's first task was to bow his head and apologize in front of us. CH 251. Super. I've become a hero. We had returned to the Adventurers Guild to report our completed quest. The receptionist stared at us, particularly at Burn, as if we were fools, upon hearing his report. She then shifted her gaze to me. Naturally, I knew what I had to do. Well, I understand this sounds incredibly suspicious, but it's true. I'll explain it all as it happened. I started to explain what happened inside the Shitoroa ruins. But the receptionist's expression didn't change. Instead, the more I talked, the more her frown deepened. And that's pretty much it. Wait. But many adventurers have explored the Shitoroa ruins before, and we've never heard of anything like this. I don't know what to tell you. I'm just reporting what happened. I don't know why it happened. True. But if that's the case, as the receptionist bonded, I could feel Burn, who stood next to me, growing impatient. The first time around, Burn impulsively fired a lightning spell in the hall, claiming, if you doubt me so much, I'll show you their super evidence. Which caused an uproar and eventually led us to be summoned to the castle. Alright, if you're so skeptical, who cares? Just as he was about to reenact that exact scenario, a rough voice interrupted from behind. Turning around, we saw a bearded man grinning at us. Hey, kid. Your name's Burn, right? If you're really claiming to be a hero, are you willing to prove your skills? Who are you? Who am I? I'd been talking to you yesterday and today. Wait, don't tell me you don't remember? No, I remember, but I don't remember you introducing yourself, nor did I ever introduce myself to you. Yeah, you're right. Then let me introduce myself properly. Rising from his seat, Gazelle stood a head taller than me, with a solid build, radiating the aura of a strong man. I'm Gazelle, the master of this guild. What? Seriously? His introduction took me by surprise. I had just thought of him as some nice guy. I had no idea he was the guild master. Being approached by him here meant we hadn't failed the initial cotton flower quest, So our reputation had improved? I didn't understand the reason, but at least it didn't seem like a bad turn of events. Gazelle-san, huh? I'm Burn. Super. The greatest hero. Burn, huh? So, what will you do? Will you spar with me? Of course. Super. That's exactly what I want. Good answer. Oi Garnet, get everything ready. Sigh. Okay. Sorry Ed, Lunarisha. I don't mean to ignore you too, but Gazelle-san is a bit of a rough and tumble type of person. Haha, don't worry about it. That's right. And we can go along too, right? Of course. Now, excuse me, I have preparations to make. The receptionist, Garnet, bowed to us and left. Shortly afterwards, we were guided to a large training ground across the street. A crowd of curious adventurers had gathered there, and in the middle of the training ground stood Gazelle, radiating confidence. Here, you can go all out. Come on, Burn, show me what you've got. Hey, sure thing. Super. I'll do it. Ed, Tia, watch me from there. Alright. Good luck. Do your best. With our cheers behind him, Burn walked towards Gazelle. He slowly drew his blunted practice sword and gave Gazelle a biting smile. Super. Here I come. Burn's steps echoed as he charged at Gazelle. Even though it was a practice sword, it was still made of metal. It could cause a severe injury if it hit. Clang. Good attack. But it's not enough. TSK. Then how about this? Burn's vertical slash was easily blocked by Gazelle's great sword, forcing him to take a step back. Burn then swung his sword vertically, horizontally, diagonally, with all his might. But Gazelle effortlessly parried every attack, an easy grin on his face. Wow, he's really strong. Yeah, but Burn is also weak. What? Burn is weak. Watching their duel, Tio expressed surprise at my observation. But he was cutting down goblins with incredible force. Wasn't he? That's a different story. He probably can manage well against demonic beasts, but he's at a disadvantage against a properly trained swordsman. Is that so? Hey kid. Are you telling me, a hero like you can't even beat a geezer like me? Damn it. Why can't I land a hit? While Tio and I were having a casual conversation, Burn's fight with Gazelle continued. However, Burn's attacks weren't landing, all being blocked by Gazelle. Hey Burn, did you develop that sword style yourself? That's right. It's my super strongest style. That explains it. You've got the power and the spirit. But what you lack is technique. What? With a swift movement of Gazelle's great sword, Burn's long sword was sent flying. Even considering Burn's inexperience, it was clear that Gazelle's skills were sizable. And besides, you've been using only the sword since the beginning. What happened to your hero power? Huh? That's right. Super. I forgot. You forgot. Take this. Lightning. Whoa. From Burn's extended finger, a ribbon of lightning struck. Gazelle, who had been momentarily surprised, dodged it nimbly. You dodged that? It's lightning. Super. Fast. No matter how fast it is, if your aim is so obviously plain, I can dodge it. But a lightning spell? Are you really a hero? I've been saying so. But if you're just going to dodge, then, Burn, who had paused for a moment, suddenly wore a smirk on his face. He'd retrieved his sword that had been knocked away, while distracting Gazelle with lightning. Here I come, Gazelle-san. This is my super ultimate secret technique. Secret technique? Didn't you just become a hero? That's right. That's why I just thought of it. You sure don't take secret technique very seriously. Well, whatever. Bring it on. Yahoo! Super Mega Slash. Burn began swinging his sword wildly as he shouted. While Gazelle was looking at him with a puzzled expression, Burn began to chant, Light, Ning. What? From each of Burn's swinging slashes, a pale blue lightning slash emerged. It was like Alexis's moonscraper technique being launched repeatedly. Gazelle, who had quickly readied his sword, was hit by numerous lightning blades. However, huh? That wasn't too bad. Ha, and there. Burn and Gazelle both wore puzzled expressions. However, as Burn was panting, Gazelle walked up to him nonchalantly and knocked him out with his sword. After observing Burn's pathetic fall for a few seconds, Gazelle seemed to relax. That attack. Was it just for show? Seems like it. A last-minute secret technique is bound to be something like that. It's over, huh? That's a bit anticlimactic. But if he can do this much at his age, I'm looking forward to seeing his growth. Isn't that right, Hiro-sama? In front of us, who were voicing our thoughts, Gazelle looked down at Burn lying on the ground with a wiry grin. Burn couldn't hear him, but this was the first time in a long time that the existence of a hero had been publicly acknowledged. CH 252. 10 days after Burn was officially acknowledged, or rather, recognized as a hero, we were once again called to the castle by the king of this country, just like before. Led by our soldier guide, Tia and I walked composed through the corridor leading to the audience chamber, while Burn was absolutely tense. Hey, Burn, you're way too nervous. SHSH, shut up. I'm not. Super. Not. Nervous at all. No, you're definitely nervous. That's something only a nervous person would say. What can I do about it? Besides, why are you and Tia so calm? Well, we're used to this, aren't we? Right. You'll get used to it eventually, Burn. After all, as a hero, you'll probably be called upon by many countries. Used to it? Who the hell are you guys, really? Ha ha ha, details are super, don't worry about them. What? Don't you dare mimic my catchphrase, Ed. Hey, don't cause such a scene. As we continued our silly conversation in the background, the guiding soldier gave us a wry smile and cautioned us. We arrived at the audience chamber without further incident, and as we knelt, the king, seated high up, spoke to us. Welcome, Hero Burn and his comrades. I am Sergei Azyov Bonpasa, the king of the Bonpasa kingdom. In response to the greeting from above, we casually bowed our heads on one knee. Normally, we, who are not nobility nor knights, would be required to prostrate, but as the hero and his companions, it seems we were an exception. Well, it would look bad to make a hero prostrate. There have been 3 great tragedies in this world. The demon king of the dark clouds, who shook the heavens and earth and spewed fire from the mountains. The demon king of the turbulent sea, who split the world with a great tsunami. And the demon king of beasts, who reigned at the end of the north and invaded the human world with an army of grotesque creatures. However, each of them was defeated by a hero who appeared at that time. And now, as the demon king of the eastern heaven appears for the 4th time, you have revealed yourself. This must be the guidance of heaven. I am. Hey, Ed. Can I talk to you for a second? While the king's speech continued, Tia quietly waved her finger at me and initiated a missing talk, just between the two of us. Ideally, I should be paying full attention to the king's speech, but since this is my 2nd time hearing it, I turned my attention to Tia. Sure, what's up? There were 3 other demon kings in this world besides the one we're dealing with now? Are they all part of yours, Ed? I wonder? It's not like things other than my fragments can't become demon kings. The term demon king refers to entities with the power to significantly disrupt the balance of their world, and naturally, that doesn't necessarily have to be my fragments from the demon king of the end. Broadly, there are probably many more demon kings completely unrelated to my 100 fragments. So the previous demon king, was it unrelated? Well, I can't really say that for sure. You're not being clear. You know, there are plenty of things I don't know, especially if I wasn't directly involved. For instance, Tia and Alexis cooperated to defeat the demon king of their world, but I don't know what happened to their defeated demon king. It's obvious that they don't just vanish after death, but whether they lose their power and slumber, or revive after some time, or hide among the local life forms. I don't have a clue, and I can't even make a guess. But for now, let's deal with the current demon king, who we know for sure is one of my fragments. If I can reclaim my power, I'll know whether there was any connection with the previous demon king. Although knowing would probably only satisfy my curiosity. Huh? With that said, we will give Hero Burn 500 gold coins as financial aid. Now, with that, please wait, Your Majesty. Just as the king was about to finish speaking, a voice suddenly interjected. Everyone in the room turned their attention to the person who spoke, a man wearing a heavy-looking blue robe, who continued to speak. Why won't you allow my ministry's mage to accompany the hero? Barlock. We already discussed this, no? The hero already has a mage companion, There's no need for a second one. But, right, that happened before. As the noble in the robe, Barlock, persisted, I was reminded of our previous party arrangement. Indeed, at this stage in the first round, a female mage slightly older than us had joined our hero party. The arrangement had a whiff of politics about it, but we couldn't reject it, and the pretext that she was to teach the hero, who was unfamiliar with magic, the proper use of his powers was perfectly valid. Therefore, in the first round, we had become a party of 3 here. But this time, we have Tia. Tia can adequately instruct in the use of magic, which I cannot, so it must have been decided to decline the addition. In reality, adding a Pumage to our current party would not only make our firepower excessive but also make it difficult to protect, providing no benefits. That girl, I heard she just registered as an adventurer. There's no way she could possibly guide and instruct the hero. You should definitely allow my Ministry of Magic's mage to accompany him and guide our inexperienced hero. What are you saying? To go against the decision of His Majesty. Moreover, isn't the person you're pushing for also a young girl, Lord Barlock? Besides, isn't one of the hero's companions an elf? In that case, isn't she older than any of us? Quiet, quiet. Just because you're not involved with the hero, you're spouting off petty jealous nonsense. The surrounding nobles murmured, and Barlock denied them loudly. His words completely backfire on him. But what will happen now? Silence. Your Majesty, what should we do? Indeed, if we are to guide a young, new hero, it would not be wrong to have a skilled person do it. It would be generous to send personnel from the knights in addition to the mage. Hero Byrne, let's hear your opinion. Me? I. Suddenly involved in the conversation, Byrne was obviously flustered. However, the king continued to question him mercilessly. That's right. If you wish, we will give these 2 a suitable reward and instead have someone suitable to accompany the hero from the castle. What will you do? Me, I. At the king's words, Byrne turned his quivering gaze towards us. His expression seemed like he didn't know what to do. Well, that makes sense. We've only known Byrne for half a month. We've been getting along as companions, but he probably isn't sure if we even want to fight with him, even with a large reward. So what should we do? The answer was simple. I returned Byrne's anxious face with a smile and turned my face to the king. Don't worry, Byrne. With your permission, Your Majesty, I would like to express my opinion. I permit it. Let's hear it, then. I understand the opinions and concerns of Your Majesty and the noble attendees here. But the point is, should someone with power walk alongside the hero? If so, the solution is simple. I paused for a moment, looked at my noisy comrades, shifted my gaze to Barlock, and finally stared straight at the king. I would like to request a one-on-one match with the mage and knight Your Majesty supports. And with that victory, I will prove that we are suitable companions for Hero Byrne. What? At my words, Byrne let out a surprised voice, and the audience room was filled with murmurs. Some looked at us with blatant unpleasantness, others made a fuss about disrespect, while others looked somewhat interested. But what do you think, Your Majesty? Very well. If you make such a statement, prove your strength before me. With the words of the king silencing everyone, it was decided that we would face a match before him. T/N. I'll be taking a short break from 1st August to 7th. CH 253. That day, the castle's training grounds were filled with an unusual hustle and bustle. The cause was, as expected, the gathering of many high-ranking nobles including the king, who normally wouldn't show up except for the ceremony. They were all there to see that. Hey, what's all this commotion? What's everyone doing outside the training ground? You idiot. Haven't you heard? There's going to be a public match for the right to accompany the Yash-Osama. Hey? How did that come about? Just shut up and watch. If you want to bet, go to Beers, secretly. Oh okay. Well then, we will now commence the public match. Ignoring the buzzing knights and soldiers, a lone soldier in the center of the training ground raised his voice. To his left and right, at the ends of the square, were the kingdom's personnel, and the hero's team respectfully exchanging words with those challenging the trial. Flanite, you understand what to do? Yes, Barlock-sama. I will do my utmost to meet your expectations. On the kingdom's side of the field, a young woman, addressed by a high-ranking noble wearing a blue robe, nodded with a serious expression. Super. Do your best, Tia. Well, just do it normally and it'll be fine. But don't let your guard down, okay? The opponent isn't exactly weak, you know. I understand. Leave it to me. On the hero's side, a red-haired hero with spiky hair, and a young man with a forgettable face addressed an elven girl, who responded with a smile. Both parties, forward. At the voice of the soldier referee, the two of them stepped forward to the center of the training ground. As both were casters, they stood approximately 10 meters apart from each other. This should be obvious, but killing the opponent is strictly forbidden. The match is concluded when I determine either a combatant to be incapacitated, or when a combatant surrenders. Please refrain from using any magic that might cause damage outside the arena. Then begin. Fire arrow. As the referee's words came to an end, Flanite took the initiative to hurl an arrow of flame. Lunarisha, of course, intercepted it. Or not. Ha! I knew it. Spirit magic is worthless if you can't use it without chanting. Oh, is that so? In this world, mages only need to utter words of power. Meaning, the name of the spell to activate their magic. On the other hand, Lunarisha's spirit magic requires chanting, no matter what. An instantaneous response would be impossible. I can do it. Even if my opponent is an elf. Elves are said to typically leave their communities to travel only after they've lived for more than 100 years. To 23-year-old Flanite, the elf in front of her, who appears younger than her, must have lived at least 5 times longer. If the one before me were a grand magician with 100 years of training, I wouldn't stand a chance. But 100-year-old elves, due to their longevity, do not train as diligently as humans. Like wild beasts, they have a strong belief that necessary strength will come naturally just by being alive. Of course, some elves who work as adventurers do self-training, but Flanite heard that the elf in front of her has just registered. Therefore, she hasn't undergone much training, and while Flanite may still be far from being top tier, she believed she had a fair chance of winning. Why? All the flaming arrows shot by Flanite were easily dodged. Lunarisha moved like the wind, and none of them hit. Foo-fa-foo, just because I'm a rear guard, doesn't mean I can't move, you know? Did you not see this on my waist? That thing. It's just a ceremonial sword to enhance your spells, isn't it? It's too thin to use in real combat. Ah, it certainly looks that way. But what's inside is different. Lunarisha, who had deftly drawn her sword, exhaled briefly and swung her silver spirit sword. Then, a silver flash ran through the flaming arrow that was in its path, and in the next moment, the magic dissipated. No way? You can cut through magic? This is Mored's thing. But I can do this much. To the surprised Flanite, Lunarisha replied with a smirk. However, unlike Head, she couldn't just cut any magic in half. It was only possible because Flanite's magic was designed to focus on the number of attacks while reducing its power. Well then, shall I start now? Gather and bind the wind, the crescent blade glowing in green, the light of dullness shines and flashes the wings of 36 spirits. Damn it! Why? While dodging flaming arrows shot, Lunarisha's chant continued, undisrupted. For a flash, Flanite desperately thought if she used stronger magic that wouldn't be able to be dodged. But this wasn't a fight to the death. It was a public match to decide who was going to be the hero's companion hero. Using a large-range destructive spell like Firestorm and saying I didn't mean to kill her wouldn't go well. But the situation is the same for her opponent. She can't use a strong spell that, if hit, could be fatal and can't be defended against. This isn't wishful thinking or naivety, but a proper judgment based on reading the situation. Or so Flanite assumed. She has to stop when she releases her spell. Then I can launch my spell, Encounter. In the name of Lunarisha. Now. Condense. Matching the timing of Lunarisha's magic, Flanite recites a new spell. Then, the flaming arrows she had been firing as a diversion converge in front of her, turning into a scorching fireball. Go. Blast ball. Finally, by shooting a flaming arrow into the fireball, the ball of raging flames shoots towards Lunarisha. It boasted over 3 times the power of a normal fireball, and Flanite was confident that it would counteract Lunarisha's spirit magic and make her incapacitated just perfectly. Manifest, Wind Edge. Reside, the Silver Spirit's Sword. A sword imbued with a green light was thrust straight, and the pierced blast ball exploded instantly. The force of the blast ball's explosion, which had exploded far in front of its target, couldn't stop Lunarisha's movement, and the tip of her sword, which had run straight through the curtain of scorching heat, was pointed at Flanite's throat. I guess this makes me the winner. But in terms of magic, I was. That's true. If we were just standing there, shooting your magic and my spirit magic, I'm sure I would have lost. Lunarisha calmly matched Flanite's sour glare. Flanite was surprised by the truth, but Lunarisha hadn't finished her explanation. But actual combat isn't so simple. Just being able to use strong magic makes you an easy target. If you want to adventure with the hero, you have to train both as a knight and a mage. Flanite gritted her teeth in frustration. Even though she can't emotionally agree, her head understands that what she was saying was correct. Very correct. And most of all, that single blow, the single gust of wind that destroyed the spell which she was proud of. That phenomenon occurred precisely because the center of her spell was accurately shot through. The level of that technique was far beyond the reach, and even though she didn't feel like she lost as a mage at all, she realized that she was greatly inferior as an adventurer. I lost. It was a good match. Match over. The winner is Lunarisha. Lunarisha smiled and replied to Flanite, who acknowledged her loss, and the referee's voice echoed across the training ground. Thus, the battle between mages concluded, with Lunarisha emerging victorious. CH 254. My deepest apologies, Your Majesty. My subordinate's insufficient capability. In response to her unexpected defeat, Barlock bowed low to the king. However, King Pompasa, on the receiving end of the apology, seemed not to take any issue. Don't worry, Barlock. Isn't it something to rejoice about, that the hero has such a reliable companion? Besides, I can't imagine that she is the strongest mage in our country. Of course not. Without hesitation, Barlock answered the king's question. In reality, while Flanite was strong for her age, she was only above average when considering the entire magical ministry. When you're accompanying the hero on his journey, you'd need to be away from the kingdom for an extended period. Therefore, we can't send someone who plays a crucial role in national defense. No worries. I understand that. This overall worked out. Rather, I wouldn't know what to do if we had sent out the strongest without thinking and they'd lost. I'm grateful for your understanding. There was, in fact, an ulterior motive. If a young girl close to the hero's age joins him, she could sway the hero towards their national interests. However, that doesn't need to be said. This was something everyone understood. But then, we can't expect much next time, right? A knight? Or did you nominate someone skilled from the regular soldiers? Well, Your Majesty. The one who answered King Pompasa's question was a man in his 40s, dressed in unadorned but sturdy metal armor. Standing next to the king and allowed to wear a sword, the man speaks casually to the king. We do have some young, lively people, and we were initially planning to send one of them. But I've had a change of heart. General Lobel. I've told you many times, isn't your tone too casual when addressing His Majesty? That's fine, Barlock. So, Lobel. What made you change your mind? Yes. I thought I might try my hand at it. What? Barlock expressed his shock at Lobel's words, but next to him, the king was smirking. Oh? You're interested in that man beside him? Yes, well. The elf girl was something, but the other one is strong. I can tell just by watching from a distance. So I want to try my hand against him. Don't be absurd, General Lobel. You can't seriously be suggesting that you want to leave the kingdom to journey with the hero? Lobel, who did not doubt his victory in the least, replied with a grin to Barlock's speech. In that case, under the pretense of training the hero, I'll drag him around the kingdom for 2 or 3 months and give him some training. After that, I'll switch with one of our young ones as initially planned. Shouldn't that be fine? Well, if you stay in the kingdom. What do you think, Your Majesty? I suppose it's all right. It's not necessarily a situation where we have to focus on winning, but continuously losing would be a blow to our national prestige. If you are going, we will expect a victory. Leave it to me. I'll give it my all. In response to Lobel, who deeply bowed his head, King Pompasa nodded generously. Very well, Then go. Show the hero the full extent of the strength of our kingdom's greatest knight. Understood? The rules are the same as before. Please be careful not to go overboard, alright? Addressing the two who had stepped into the center of the training field, the soldier acting as referee called out. However, his gaze was clearly directed at Lobel, and his expression was bitter. And standing in opposition to such an opponent, the young warrior, Ed also had quite a grim face. I didn't expect to face an an experienced knight. Should I go easy? Don't be ridiculous. I'll let you have the first move, so don't hold back. Okay, much appreciated. Ed, who had assumed another young soldier would come out as before, grimaces at the clear appearance of a real contender. If his opponent were around his own age, he could win normally and end it, but now, if he doesn't win correctly, he could receive criticism from the surrounding nobles and royals. Why has it come to this? Is it because Tier 1 too easily? They're trying to balance it out by making me lose, but still, I can't afford to lose. If he loses here, there's a high chance he will be removed from the heroes party. For Ed, that's something he wants to avoid at all costs. And so, he makes up his mind. I guess I have no choice but to get serious. He can't use his banishment skill in such a conspicuous place. But his honed swordsmanship will never betray him. In sync with the referee soldier's call of start the match, Ed naturally readies his sword. They stood face to face for 30 seconds. Neither of them moved, but while one chooses not to act, the other is locked in place as well. Of course, it's Lobel who can't move. Even though Ed simply stood there with his sword at the ready, there wasn't a trace of an opening. But this fact alone made Lobel break into a cold sweat. Is he not even going to fake an opening? Normally, if one possesses such skill, they would intentionally create an opening somewhere. Whether the opponent aims for it or ignores it, it's done to create a trigger that limits the opponent's movement and leads to a reading game. But Ed has no openings. In other words, he's declaring that he will deal with anything, anytime, anywhere, and with enough strength, no matter how one might strike. Whether this was composure, or arrogance, that will be determined by the strike Lobel was about to unleash. Here I come. With a shout, Lobel raised his sword high and swung it straight down. Without unnecessary bluffing, he swung his sword at his greatest strength, and fastest speed. Ed, in response, clashed his own sword against it. Cling! At first glance, it seems that he countered with a simple parry. Lobel's face changed to astonishment, and he quickly attacked Ed again at different angles, speeds, and strengths, but they were all simply deflected. Cling! It can T.B. Taken aback by the situation, Lobel unconsciously steps back 5 paces. From his back, cold sweat, born from a fear he hadn't felt in a long time, trickled down. He deflected my attack with exactly the same strength? What incredible skill! This is the swordsmanship of a man who hasn't lived half as long as I have. If it were the result of some magic tool or invisible ability, Lobel might not have been so surprised. But having seen Ed's limbs movement while handling the sword, he recognized Ed's skill was undeniably a human one. Truly, Ed was not using his banishment skill. What he could easily do with his orbit reflector skill, he was reproducing with only the swordsmanship he had honed. There were reasons for this, one of which was that he did not want to reveal his hand and use his banishment skill here, but Lobel did not know this. If I can make the same movements, I can do the same. But how much training would it take to get there? 30 years? 50 years? Could it be that this guy isn't human, but a half-elf passing as one? If that's the case, that's understandable. If one were to train for decades while maintaining a young body, they might be able to gain this level of skill. Lobel thought such things, but shook his head to clear away unnecessary thoughts. Damn, don't think about unnecessary things. All I can do now is to give it my all. With a mighty roar, Lobel ran towards Ed. The attack he unleashed was a thrust with his entire weight behind it, a sure kill move if it landed, but not something to use without breaking the opponent's stance. But Lobel was certain that Ed would parry it. And indeed, Ed met Lobel's sword and thrust his own sword out in response. Cling. What? As Ed and Lobel remained silent, Only the mutterings of the referee resounded quietly. Following that, a weak laugh spilled from Lobel's mouth. Ha, ha ha. To think you could parry a thrust with a thrust. The tip of Ed's sword was perfectly aligned with the tip of Lobel's thrust. Although Lobel had superior physical strength and could have pushed Ed back with it. Oops, I parried it again. It seems we are equals. I give up. Seems like. Huh? What? The match is over. The winner is Ed. Wah! It's my complete defeat. This defeat I consider an honor, great swordsman Ed. No, 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 that's not right. We're equals, aren't we? Huh? Amidst the roaring applause and Lobel proudly kneeling before him, only the victor, Ed, wore an indescribable bitter expression. CH 255. Please do your best, Yasuo-sama. I'm cheering for you. Ooh. Super. I'll give it my all. We finished our public match without issue and were safely recognized as the hero party. There was no further need for us, so we simply needed to leave the castle before getting involved in any troublesome matters. As we started to leave, with Byrne responding to the gatekeeper's words with a smile, we were unexpectedly called out. Eda-san. What? Can I have a handshake? Yeah. Sure. While he looked at me with sparkling eyes, I reluctantly extended my hand with a forced smile. The gatekeeper grabbed my hand firmly, and with a full grin, he vigorously shook it. Having done idle handshakes quite frequently, it wasn't new to me, but being seen like this when I wasn't Ed was still somewhat unsettling. Thank you. Defeating General Lobel, that is amazing. I'll become as strong as Ed-san someday. Haha, I see. Keep it up. But, I'm younger than you, you know? Please do your best. Don't worry about it. Thank you. I'll be praying for your safe travels. Thanks. Receiving an unexpectedly enthusiastic cheer, we finally left the castle. Then, at my side, a smirking Tia started talking. Fufu, Ed, you're really popular, aren't you? Seems like it. Why did this happen? I didn't want to lose, but my opponent was the type to bring up various troubles if I won, so I thought I'd play it off as equal and aim for a draw. However, for some reason, my opponent surrendered, and before I knew it, I had become the man who defeated the kingdom's strongest knight. That old man was really strong, right? But you beat him, that's amazing, Ed. Just as expected of my companion. Haha, well, for a moment, I thought about saying that old man, Lobel, had held back for me, but saying that about an opponent I had defeated, even if it was a draw, would be an insult. And while I had volunteered to be the scout for the sake of fitting in as Byrne's companion, now that I've been recognized fully as a companion, there's no longer any reason to keep quiet about my strength. In that case. Right, if Byrne wants, I can teach you swordsmanship, and Tia can teach you magic. You are the type to swing a sword based on instinct, but it shouldn't hurt to learn swordsmanship. That's right. The magic I use is spirit magic, so it might be different from the laws of magic you're used to. But I can teach you the basics of using regular magic. That's great. Super. I'll count on you guys. But I'm not good at studying, so please make it a real-life battle situation. Ho ho. Real life. Sounds good, we'll drill you thoroughly. Right, Tia. That's fine. I wonder whether you'll start smoking from your head first or from your mouth. It'll be fun. Wait, what's with this atmosphere? Super, I hope you'll go easy on me. With me and Tia grinning, Byrne made a regretful face and said, Fufu, it's been a while since I taught someone swordsmanship, right? But it's my first time teaching someone a one-handed straight sword. Whoa, is this the first time since Miguel? Fufu, this is exciting. Hey, Tia. Ed is laughing in a really super scary way. Oh no, this might already be hopeless. Don't worry, I'll pick up your bones. What? Why do you geese make it sound like I'm a demon of some sort? Sheesh. Come on, let's move on to the next thing. Next? Is there something else we need to do? You idiot, we were told to go to the church. You heard the king's words, right? At Byrne's feigned ignorance, I gave a bitter smile and responded. Why do I remember a conversation that I was ignoring, while Byrne, who should have been listening carefully, does not? Well, because he's him. Listen up. What we lack now is someone who can use healing magic. And, we're going to the church to get introduced to said person. Got it? Ah, right, he did mention something like that. Understood. We should super hurry up then. Didn't I tell you not to run? Ugh. Byrne really has a lot of energy. As we chased after Byrne, who had run off through the main street, Tia and I weaved through the crowd. And thus, we arrived at a respectable church befitting of the royal capital. After catching up to Byrne, we were ushered into a reception room by a priest inside. As we waited while drinking the tea that was served, an elderly priest dressed in a leisurely robe came into the room. And behind him was... Huh? Thank you for waiting, Yasuo-sama and his party. This person here will accompany you on your journey. Please, give your greetings. Nice to meet you. My name is Euralia. I am still inexperienced, but I look forward to working with you. With a bow, the person introducing herself as Euralia was a woman of our age, with striking hazel eyes and long hair that seemed to reach her waist. However, in stark contrast to Byrne, her low, calm voice gave off a somewhat dark impression. Euralia, huh? I'm Hero Byrne. Super. Nice to meet you. Yes, nice to meet you too. When Byrne energetically greeted Euralia and extended his hand, she softly took it. My name's Lunarisha. Nice to meet you, Euralia. Yes, nice to meet you too. Next, Tia greeted her and extended her hand, and Euralia softly took her hand as well. I'm Ed. Nice to meet you. Yes, nice to meet you too. Lastly, when I greeted her and extended my hand, Euralia responded and softly took my hand. Oh? While she greeted Byrne and Tia with one hand, she took my hand with both of hers for some reason. As soon as I reacted, Euralia, who had a surprised look on her face, quietly let go of my hand. What? Was there something on my hand? No, nothing. There are many preparations to be made, so I will take my leave for today. Oh, okay. See you later. After bowing as she did when she came in, Euralia left the room. We briefly discussed future plans with the elderly priest and headed back to our lodgings after dinner. Lying down on the bed in the darkened room, I let out a sigh. A lot happened today. I was forced to participate in an unexpected public match at the castle, where I thought I would only be making greetings. And then, something different happened at the church than in the first round. Euralia. Why is this different? The first time around, the person who became our companion was a male priest. The original hero party consisted of me, Byrne, Flanite, and that priest. I understood why Flanite didn't join us this time. She appeared normally to become a part of the team, but Tia intruded and overwrote her. The reason and the outcome were clear, so I didn't feel any discomfort with this flow. But Euralia is different. It's my first time meeting church officials in this world, and it's impossible that the person changed because of what happened at the castle in just a few hours. Well, it's not impossible, right? I had always known that the kingdom wanted someone under its influence by the hero's side. If possible, they wanted to arrange for a female companion who could marry the hero. So when Flanite was ruled out, did they hurriedly change the priest from man to woman? If I think about it that way, it does make some sense. I see. Byrne's got it tough, huh? There are plenty of people who would envy having women approach them, but from my perspective, having seen the cunning schemes of the royal and noble families, I couldn't think of it that way. But at the end of the day, it's someone else's problem. I don't particularly have to worry about it as long as I'm not involved. If I receive some sort of consultation, all I have to do is answer it properly. Time to sleep. I felt a slight increase in the numbness of my right hand, perhaps because I swung my sword quite seriously for the first time in a while. To keep myself sharp, I closed my eyes tightly and allowed my consciousness to melt into darkness. T/N. Bet she is after Ed, not Byrne. CH 256. With the addition of Euralia, we were finally completed as a hero party. However, only the form was completed. Our teamwork and skills had to be polished from now on. From that day on, we spent our days performing simple requests as adventurers while devoting ourselves to combat training. A month later, we stepped into a certain forest to confirm the results of our training up to this point. We're surrounded. It seems so. So, Ed, want to see who can defeat more? Oh, good idea. Then, The loser has to treat the winner to dinner. Okay. When I win, I'll order some super luxurious meat. Hey, you wish. Tia, take care of Euralia. Understood? Leave it to me. Good luck. With smirks on our faces, Ban and I split to the left and right, with Tia standing protectively behind Euralia. Euralia's combat ability is barely above that of an ordinary person, so she's just about able to defend herself. Honestly, this was a bit surprising, but when you think about it, it's more strange for a young female priest to excel in combat. It was abnormal for Gonzo, the embodiment of muscle, and Rul, who didn't get hurt due to the miracle of some mysterious god. I can't think about it based on that. Now, then, I guess I'll do my job. And what emerged from the shadows of the forest was a demonic wolf, a blood wolf, clad in reddish-black fur. It's fairly strong in this area. In the middle of the forest, being red, huh? Seems like it would stand out and make hunting difficult. Right, you wouldn't understand, would you? With a smile of confidence, I draw my Dawnbreaker sword from my waist and slash the attacking blood wolf. Easily splitting its head, it becomes a true blood wolf in its own blood and soon stops moving. Whoa, they're not even flinching, huh? The pack of blood wolves charge right over the body of their fallen comrade. Against multiple enemies biting with a time lag, it's a disadvantage to only have one sword, but I'll cover that with my skills. Ha! Ha! Gwah! Exclamation mark. Each time I swung my sword, a blood wolf fell. If I take down 5 of them, the enemy will probably become wary and back off. There's no need to wipe them all out, so I'd be willing to let them go if they back down. Huh? Ban. Behind you. Hey? Whoa. In my peripheral vision, I see Ban get jumped on by a blood wolf from behind. He managed to put his arm up to shield himself in time, but the wolf's teeth sink into his leather gauntlet, blood slowly trickling out. Damn, I got super careless. What are you doing, idiot? Need help? No, I'm good. To my call, Ban responds in a calm tone. Normally, you'd think he's bluffing and rush to his aid, but Ban is the hero. He still lacks a bit of caution. But once he's got the enemy in his sights, the outcome is decided. Take this. Super lightning slash, crackle. Yee-ow. Ban's powerful strike, learned from Tia, fries all the surrounding blood wolves in an instant. The reason he didn't use it from the beginning is probably because it's a technique that can't be used recklessly due to its large consumption. Phew. I didn't think I'd have to super use that. I still have a lot to learn. Knowing that shows that you're growing. Hey, Tia, how are you doing over there? As I sensed the remaining few blood wolves fleeing, I turn my gaze towards Tia. Naturally, there are Tia and Euralia looking energetic. We're fine. You certainly put on a flashy show though. Well. Yeah. Asho-sama, please give me your hand. I will heal you right away. Thanks. Super. I appreciate it. Ignoring Tia's astounded voice, Ban holds out his arm, and Euralia immediately activates a healing magic. The flowing blood stops in an instant, and the tension leaves Ban's face. Ignoring Tia's stunned voice, Ban extends his arm, and Euralia immediately activates a healing spell. The bleeding halts instantly, and Ban's tense expression relaxes. How is it? Wow, super. It doesn't hurt at all. Thanks, Euralia. Euralia's healing magic is really something. That looked like a deep wound, didn't it? When a blood wolf bites you, for some reason, the bleeding doesn't stop easily. That's why I express admiration for Euralia, who easily healed it. With that, Euralia promptly steps toward me. I will heal you too, Eda-san. Huh, me? Nah, I'm not hurt or anything. Just to be sure. Oh, okay. Pressured by Euralia's assertive offer, I straightened up on the spot. Then Euralia, as always, thoroughly heals me from head to toe. Yes, as always. For some reason, Euralia frequently casts her healing magic on me. I'm done. Thanks. Sorry to trouble you every time. No, it's my job. Excuse me, I'll leave you for a while. With a slight bow, Euralia steps away from us. It's a usual thing for her to want some alone time after using her healing magic on me. And then, Tia approached me with an indescribable expression. Hey Ed, are you feeling okay? What do you mean? Of course, I'm fine. Then it's fine. But why does Euralia always use healing magic on you? I don't know. Whenever I ask her, she just says it's just to be sure. Wouldn't you know more, Tia? I've asked too, but she says the same thing. I feel like she's hiding something, but I also feel bad prying into something she doesn't want to talk about. What are you two talking about? Isn't it obvious? Euralia super. Like said, right? Barn unexpectedly dropped this bombshell as Tia and I were discussing the matter. Caught completely off guard by his words, I looked at Barn, stunned. Wait. That's not possible. Why would you even think that? Why? I've been asked about you by Euralia so many times. She asks what you like, what you usually do, your age, where you're from. By the way, where were you born, Ed? Well. Wait, that's not important right now. What the hell is this? Since when did this happen? Tia, did she ask you to, eh? She hasn't asked me. Well, she wouldn't ask her love rival, would she? Love rival? Tia's eyes widened in surprise at Barn's words. However, her face soon turned serious as she folded her arms and began to mumble to herself. Love rival. But then again, damn, you're so lucky, Ed. Only you are popular. I wish a cute girl like Tia or Euralia would super like me too. No, that's not it. Right? I know Ed is pretty popular, but her reaction. It's totally different from rules. Tia? Hey, Tia-san? Damn it. Hey Ed, if there's a secret to becoming super popular, teach me. I also want to get super cozy with girls. No need to emphasize that much. I think girls would come to you on their own. But that's not the point. I'm not popular. I get it. The more popular you are, the more you say, I'm not popular. I know it. Painfully. Super. Well, you don't get it at all. Absent Euralia, contemplative Tia, and Barn crying tears of blood and shouting. In this situation where there was no salvation in sight, I was left holding my head. CH 257. Sorry for keeping you. Did something happen? Welcome back. Nothing much. Barn was just spouting some nonsense again. The subject of the discussion returned to our chaotic conversation. Naturally, Euralia, who knew nothing about what we were talking about, looked puzzled. I quickly said something to ease her confusion. Seriously though, whether Euralia has feelings for me is quite an important matter. Love is one of the strongest emotions a person can have, and there's no shortage of parties that have been destroyed because of it. That's why I've been trying not to attract the affection of the opposite sex. Since around the middle of my first run-through, when I started to have some leeway. Leaving your heart in a world where you can't return to is good for no one, and if someone really likes you, they may protect you when you're exiled, which could hinder your return. Even though I was created by God, I am aware that I am a total jerk for trampling on the affection of others for my own purposes. Especially towards the end, my heart became numb, and the exhilaration of getting closer to achieving my goal of going home even overwhelmed my guilt. But it wasn't as if it wasn't tough. That being said, there's no way I could directly ask, do you like me? So, I need to be careful. Hey, Euralia. Do you super like Ed? Wow! I let out a strange noise at Barn's sudden and direct question. What the heck? Do you ask such a thing so casually? Are you stupid? Or a hero? No. Barn is a hero. And stupid. No doubt about it. I don't quite understand your question. So, I'm asking if you like Ed as a man. Would you fight Tia over him? Or even a harem situation? Damn it, Ed, you super get on my nerves. You need to calm down, seriously. Sorry, Euralia. I'll shut this idiot up right now, so don't worry about it. If Euralia had joined the party with the goal of winning over Hero Barn, this situation would be too harsh. For now, I clench my fist to drill some common sense and consideration into this stupid hero, and strike him mercilessly on the top of his head. Thump. Gah. Super painful. What are you doing, Ed? That's my line. Hey Barn, if you keep this up, you'll never be popular, you know? You're going to live a life where every woman you meet looks at you like you're a bug. You'll end up being looked at from a distance with a forced smile, like, Barn-sama is quite frank, isn't he? Whoa, What's that specific future? Super. Don't want it? I don't care. You reap what you sow. Excuse me. How did this conversation start in the first place? While Byrne was wailing and clutching his head, Euralia timidly asked. Euralia, who usually doesn't show much emotion, is clearly bewildered. Huh? Because you asked me about Ed, right? About his hometown, his favorite food, and stuff. I did ask you various things, but that was to ensure that I didn't offend him during our travels. In fact, I asked you the same things, didn't I, Byrne-sama? Huh? Did you? Yes. I asked you the same things, and you told me. Oh yeah, I think we had a conversation like that. But, why did you ask me directly, but not Ed? Does that mean you super? Like Ed and were too embarrassed to talk to him directly? Ed-san is usually with Tia-san, so I didn't have much opportunity to talk to him. That's why I asked you, Byrne-sama. Oh, I see. Sorry about that. But you don't have to hesitate to talk to me, you know. Thank you. I appreciate your consideration. Now that she mentioned it, I realized it must be hard to approach a man who is always with another woman. Euralia thanked me as I apologized, and Byrne looked like a mischievous child who had just been caught. So, was it all my super misunderstanding? As for whether I have feelings for Ed-san, I would like to refrain from answering in this setting. Eh? Does that mean, wake up, you idiot? She means that no matter what she says, it'll cause trouble, so she's not saying. In this situation, any answer would cause friction. That's why she gave an ambiguous answer, but Byrne, unable to understand this, gets another punch from me. Guho? Super painful. Hey Euralia, can you check my head? Can you heal it? Alright, please come here. Perhaps because I hit the same spot, Byrne seems genuinely in pain. He bows his head to Euralia, asking for her healing magic, and she gently lays her hand on his head, healing his pain. It's a peaceful and utterly idiotic scene. By the way, Tia? You've been silent for a while now, what's up? I leave those two as they are and approach Tia, who for some reason didn't join the conversation. I had the impression that Tia would enjoy this kind of talk, but her expression is uncharacteristically dull. After all, what's the matter, Tia? Don't tell me you're taking what Byrne said seriously. That's not it. It's not that, but... Sorry, there's something on my mind, but I don't think I should speak it out loud. I don't quite get it, but if there's something you don't want to say, you don't have to, right? We're not in a relationship where we need to worry about that at this point, are we? The second journey with Tia, from my perspective, has already spanned several decades. We've reached a point where we can understand each other without saying or asking, and there's enough trust to let what we don't know be. So, I have no intention of forcing her to say something she doesn't want to, and I'm not restless unless I hear it. It's only natural that there are things the other party doesn't know or understand. It's not a flimsy relationship that makes one anxious without peeking at what lies beyond the darkness. However, even in response to my answer, Tia continues to speak without changing her expression. I see. But, there's something that I think you should know, Ed. But it feels really bad to say it out of my mouth. What should I do in situations like this? You've piqued my interest now, but what do you want me to do? Let's see. Can you stay with me as much as possible? I think that will solve about half of the problem. I still don't understand anything, but if Our Lady wishes it, I'd be delighted to accompany you. I don't understand the specific reason at all, but because Tia wished for it is enough reason for me to act. I quietly stand next to Tia, and she softly takes hold of my hand. I thought she might use the secret mission talk between just the two of us, but I hear no voice of Tia echoing in my mind. Tia? Yes, Ed? You won't leave me behind, will you? Her emerald eyes look up at me anxiously. That's why I flick her forehead with my index finger. Ouch. What are you doing? You're saying things unlike yourself. Leave you behind? Who chased after me even beyond the wall of the world? Fufu, that's right. Wasn't it? That's right. Besides, I'm the undying demon lord, right? Something even God couldn't deal with. I might die, but I won't disappear, so no matter where I'm or what form I'm in. This time, I'll catch up to you, Tia. Oh, so it's a competition? I won't lose, you know. I won't lose either. No, I didn't even plan to leave you in the first place. Hey, stop thinking about such impossible things and show me your usual cheerful face. Or else I'll flick your forehead again. What? What do you think a maiden's forehead is for? You pervert, Ed. A pervert, huh? Did you see that, Euralia? That's a man who's super popular with women using his flirtatious techniques. I see. It's informative. Before I knew it, Byrne and Euralia, who had deliberately kept their distance, were secretly talking about something while looking this way. Looking at it this way, I don't think Euralia is in love with me. Well, that's another matter. Hey, Byrne. You've got a lot of nerve to have a stupid secret talk right in front of me. Alright, I'll make your training 3 times tougher from tomorrow. That's right. I'll teach you a lot too. Shall we read a book together? That's super dangerous. Let's run, Euralia. In case of injuries during training, I'll use healing magic. For fatigue of the head. I'm sorry, that's a bit difficult. There's no one on my side? Damn it, even so, I'll super escape. With a heroic shout, Byrne starts running alone. This place is in the middle of a forest teeming with magical beasts, even if there are no signs of them around. He's definitely forgotten that, judging from his behavior. Ha, really, what an irredeemable hero. Everyone, let's chase after him. Yes, Roger. At my words of exasperation, Euralia and Tia comply. Incidentally, finding Byrne caught up in some web was a matter of 5 minutes later. CH 258. And so, despite being hit by unforeseen troubles, we gradually gained strength. Along with that, our range of activities expanded. It's been 3 months since we teamed up with Hero Byrne. We had arrived at the second ruins where the hero's power slept. Whoa, it really does exist. As expected of Ed, you're super incredible. Even the church with the most historical documents in this area did not have this information. How on earth did you come to know of this place? Ha ha ha. Well, let's just say it's a long story. The second ruin, too, was deep in the forest. Faced with a mossy stone building entwined with ivy, I evaded answering with some vague words. Needless to say, the reason I found this place wasn't due to my incredible intelligence, but because I used their Akashic compass, as always. While I was still keeping the existence of my banishment skills a secret, I believe I can tell Byrne about this. However, I could only foresee a future where Byrne slips his mouth to some bigwig. So it's inside a proper building again. Does that mean someone was guarding the power of the hero before? Probably. But heroes only appear once every few hundred years, so I guess it's been forgotten when a hero appears. For instance now, a large-scale reinvestigation was being conducted at the Shitaroa ruins where Byrne acquired the thunder magic. Once that's over, it seems the National Army will be guarding it. However, if Byrne defeats the Demon King as is, that ruin will effectively lose its value. It will regain its importance when a new Demon King appears far in the future. Of course, a wise ruler would try to protect the ruins in preparation for such a future, but not everyone was wise. 100 years pass, 200 years pass, how many people and how much budget would a new ruler, who knows nothing about the Demon King, allocate to protect a ruin they've only heard about? For that matter, even nations don't last forever. There could be wars or changes in government during that time, and in the confusion, information could be lost, or the protection of now useless ruins could be deemed wasteful and discarded. The result of such accumulation was this. Once the threat was gone, people forget and take it lightly. The last hero appeared a little over 300 years ago, and while fragmented information about the existence of the Demon King and hero, or the lightning magic only the hero can use, remained, details like this had been lost. Or perhaps the previous hero didn't absorb the power present here. There seem to be a few other places, but it's not necessary to gather everything, right? Oh, I see. Of course, there's a possibility that we missed some ruins. In response to my offhand remark, Tia nodded thoughtfully. Alexis had missed the Holy Sword until my second visit, so maybe these kinds of oversights were more common than we think. The important thing was to become strong enough to defeat the Demon King, not necessarily to gather all the power. Hey, there's more of these? That's super. Don't we absolutely have to gather them all? Yes, indeed. I think it's very important for the church to know the location of all the powers. If we know where they are, it might be more important than defeating the Demon King. Right. I don't know if there's another one, but it would be useful to gather information here. But that could also be dangerous because no one knows about it. Both the Shitoroa ruins and these ruins have been completely abandoned. But if they were known, there's a chance that greedy humans or the Demon King's army might have taken control of the ruins. If they have a detection method like me, being unknown can be the best defense. Hey Ed, it's super useless for us to think about such complicated matters, isn't it? What will happen to this place in the future after we're dead? It's super out of our hands. You're right. At Burns' straightforward remark, I couldn't help but smile bitterly. Ah, indeed, he's right. We can't take responsibility for such a future matter, and it's for the people of that time to decide what to do with it. For someone who's just an outsider and will disappear once the Demon King was defeated, like me, to worry about such things was exceedingly arrogant. So, let's just not worry about the future and go ahead and collect the power. Though I have no idea what it specifically entails. Whoa, I'm super excited. Let's go, everyone. Wait a minute, Burn. It's dangerous to run like that. I'm fine. Sigh. Euralia, please prepare your healing magic. Understood. Chasing after Burn, who was likely already caught up in something, we entered the ruins. Apparently, this place had been used as a den by bandits or something in the past, and some old traps seemed to still be set in a working condition. Of course, there's no way Burn would be affected by something of this level now. He was just surprised and let out a scream, and several arrows that were cut off lay at his feet. Are you okay? Be careful, a rusty arrowhead is more troublesome than a poor poison. Super. Understood. Eda-san. I'll heal you. Euralia? Was there anything in our conversation just now that indicated I got injured? But, I prepared it because… Ah, is that so? Well, it doesn't really matter. Excuse me. While Burn was breaking every half-broken trap in sight, Euralia, for some reason, used her healing magic on me, who wasn't injured at all, and Tia was staring at us with an indescribable look on her face. It's a situation that's been happening quite a bit recently, and it's extremely uncomfortable no matter how many times I experience it. I'm done. Ed-san? How are you feeling? Feeling? Well, I feel fine. Especially after receiving the healing magic. That's good. Hey, Ed. Do we go underground again? No, I don't know yet, so just wait a minute. Sorry, Euralia, what were you saying? No, it's nothing. Then, I'll go after Yasho-sama. When I asked her, she answered in a small voice, bowed her head, and scurried off towards where Burn was. As Euralia left, Tia approached and began to touch my body. Tia? What's wrong? You're not feeling any pain or anything, right? Huh? Of course not. I wasn't injured in the first place. I see. Hey, what's really going on? Could it be that something's wrong with Euralia and I just haven't noticed? Tia has been acting like this for a while now. I still believe that I don't want to ask about things she doesn't want to talk about. But caring for her and not worrying are two different things. In response to my question, Tia, with a gloomy expression, says, "What would you do if I said something was wrong?" Well, it depends on what that something is. From my perspective, Euralia may be a bit quirky, but she's a competent person. She's certainly skilled at healing magic, and aside from the somewhat awkward interaction with Tia, she wasn't a problem in the party. Also, the uncomfortable feeling was mostly because of Tia's attitude, so it's not really fair to blame Euralia. But it's rare for you to distance yourself from others like this. Could it be that there's a problem I'm not aware of? Generally, Tia was quite friendly and didn't keep her distance unless the other person showed clear hostility. But from my point of view, it didn't seem like Euralia had such an intention, which is why I don't know what to do. I'm just asking, but you're not being secretly harassed by her or anything, right? Of course not. Euralia is a good girl. She's certainly a bit different. But she's a good girl. I can tell that she's considerate towards you, Burn, and even me. But that's why, sorry. It seems like there's something inside me that just can't accept Euralia. It's been like this since we met, and maybe it's my fault. I'm sorry. There's no need to apologize. But that's just the way it is, right? We're humans, and there will always be people we don't get along with. It's not about good or bad, there are just people who, for some reason, don't mesh well together. If that person for Tia happens to be Euralia, then there's really nothing that can be done about it. I see. Is that why Tia asked me to stay with her? Normally, there's an option to apologize profusely and leave the party, but with Burn being the hero, that's not possible. I see. Then don't push yourself too hard. I don't know how long it'll take until we defeat the Demon King. But until then, bear with it and handle things well. I'll always be here to listen if you need to talk. Thank you, Ed. Suddenly, Tia embraced me. The hands around my neck were surprisingly slender, and the warmth of the cheek that touched mine was subtly cool. Probably due to the outside air. Now I have some energy, let's go. Right. To Tia, who was forcing herself to be cheerful, I responded without saying anything else. This world's story was a tale of a hero's party adventuring along the classic path, which I hadn't experienced in a long time. I was hoping to enjoy it with Tia. But just as when I found out that the adventure tale I longed for was entirely fictional, the world unfolding before me appeared slightly dimmed. CH 259. Alright, shall we go then? Afterwards, we successfully found a teleportation circle leading underground. Standing before us, Burn placed his hand on the mysterious stone tablet. Then, just like before, a pale blue lightning ran through Burn's body. When it subsided, Burn turned around and shouted with a full smile on his face. Look at this. It's super. A hero's shield. When Burn clenched his left hand in front of his body, a glowing shield appeared centered around his wrist, perfectly covering his upper body. Wow, that's cool. So that's how it works. Oh, Ed, you didn't know? It's my first time coming here. During my first round, I didn't come to a place like this. At that time, I didn't have the Akashic compass. But even if I did, I probably wouldn't have guided Burn here. It's obvious. Even if my attitude was bad, the ability to accurately find a place where the hero's power lies was too useful. It would have made me immune to banishment. Whoa, what's this? It's super. It looks awesome. In front of Tia and me, who were having such a conversation, Burn was clenching and opening his left hand like a child, creating and erasing the shield. The way his eyes were sparkling was just like a child. Congratulations, Yasha-sama. We are one step closer to defeating the Demon King. Ooh, thanks, Euralia. But if I may say so, I wanted a super sword after all. Haha, don't rush Burn. Let's save that for the next treat. Next? Hey Ed, don't tell me. At my words, Burn spoke up in surprise and expectation. When I smiled at him, Burn swallowed hard. Leave it to me. I have found several more ruins candidates, just like this time. Whoa. Ed, you're super. The best. Stop it, it's too hot. Don't hug me. Hee, Ed's quite popular, isn't he? Do you need healing? I'm not popular and I don't need it. Anyway, let's go to the next one. Okay, peeling off the annoying Burn, we continued our adventure to the next ruins. We walked through the forest, crossed countries, and the next place we arrived at was a freezing mountain where blizzards were raging. Is this really? No, I can't understand what you're saying. Anyway, our destination is a little further up. So it's there. Among us who are climbing the snowy mountain, only Burn is shaking with cold. His spiky red hair was almost dripping with icicles, and such Burn turned a skeptical gaze towards us. You guys fine, because Tia is protecting us with her spirit magic. Not me. When I tried to use it, you said, I'm a super. I'm the strongest hero, so I don't mind this level of coldness. And refused, right? Ha, it's fine. Tia. Sorry, but can you cast it on Burn too? Roger that. When Tia activated her spirit magic, Burn's trembling stopped and his blue face quickly turned red. Super. I'm saved. Learn from this and stop being so stubborn. By the way, why did you say you didn't need magic? I thought being patient was super cool. I think that was quite uncool just now. Yasha-sama. Whoa, don't look. Don't look at me like that. Super. Don't look at me. Burn, who was squirming, looked incredibly uncool, a rare sight in recent years. While we couldn't help but smirk at his antics, I quickly composed myself and turned my attention forward. Come on, Burn. It's a chance to redeem your honor. An enemy? From beyond the blizzard emerged a large white ape-like beast. As soon as our eyes met, the ape charged at us with a loud cry. Kiki, it's coming. Burn, Roger. Me on the left. Burn on the right. We each swung our swords at the charging ape's arms to stop its movement. TCH, it's tougher than I thought. I'll go around the back. Leave it to me. Leaving Burn behind, I took some distance and started running to get behind the ape. Of course, the ape didn't stand by and let me do it. It swung its arm, half cut, to knock me down. Not on my watch. Yuji? Burn struck the ape's knee, causing the beast to stagger under the pain and its own weight. Seizing the opportunity, I circled behind it and first cut off the annoyingly waving tail. Take this, Kiki. Caillou. Perhaps the ape realized it was difficult to take both of us on at once. It drew a large breath. The next attack to be expected from this move. Burn, it's going to unleash a frost breath. Manifest, Hero's shield. A glowing shield appeared in front of Burn's body. But it didn't stop there. Super. Absolute defense. Bufu. The shield of light Burn held began to rapidly increase in size. It not only covered Burn but also protected Tio and Duralia behind him, successfully blocking the ape's blizzard breath. Brilliant, Hero. And now, it's over. At the moment when the ape had finished exhaling, my sword beheaded it. The remaining breath didn't blow out, and the white giant body fell onto the snow slope with a loud noise. We won. You did well, Burn. Really, you were so cool. As expected of Yasha-sama. Is that so? Well, I am a super. The strongest hero, so this was a piece of cake. Then Ed-san, I'll heal you. Sure. Even though I hadn't suffered a single scratch this time, I knew she wouldn't listen even if I said I was okay, so I accepted Euralia's healing magic. Once that was done and we moved a little further, we reached the entrance to the tunnel which was our destination. So this time it's not ruins, is it? Given its location, there might be ruins inside the tunnel. While it's most likely that only a teleportation circle exists here, we can't know for sure until we go and check. After all, I was merely following the direction indicated by their Akashic compass, and I didn't know anything about the historical background of each location or facility. So if it's a tunnel, does that mean there's something to dig up? At least when it was being dug, wasn't there a town or something here? According to the church's documents, this tunnel was closed hundreds of years ago. So if anyone were to build a town, they'll have to start from scratch. Creating a town around an abandoned mine. That won't be profitable at all. But if we're to stay here, wouldn't we need a facility of considerable size? It's going to be tough for those who get assigned here. The ruins, or whatever, with a stone tablet where the power of the hero lies, and the teleportation circle leading there, seem to be protected by the country where they are found. So someone will come here. I feel sympathy for them. Well, good luck. So, shall we go inside now? There might not be any traps this time, but there's a chance that monsters have made their home here given the environment, so be careful. Super. I got it. Well then, let's go in. I told you to wait for a bit. Huh? Just before entering the tunnel, Burn stopped and turned around. Hey, hurry up. I can't wait. Well, you're growing up just fine. It's been about 4 months and a bit since I started traveling with Burn. While he hasn't changed fundamentally, he's certainly grown a little. Feeling a little happy about that fact, a small smile appeared on my face. Well, let's not keep our impatient Yasha-sama waiting. Shall we go? Yes. He probably won't wait for us for even a minute. Let's go. Hurry up. Super. Hurry up. Responding to Burn's voice, we also started walking a little faster into the tunnel. CH-260. Whoa. It's super. It's glowing. Deep inside the winding mine that was like a labyrinth, Burn had obtained a new power from the stone tablet we found. It was a shining armor. However, It's more like a light membrane that envelops the entire body rather than an armor. And this raises a problem if it's considered armor. Hey Burn, is it going to be glowing all the time? Exactly, unlike a shield, armor was something you wear all the time. If it only takes effect when it's glowing, it's more than just conspicuous. I think it's very divine and wonderful. No, surely this is no good. Even if there's no stealth, wouldn't people get angry if we were to go around glowing like this? Ugh. Wait, Super. Let's see. Like this? At our words, Burn made a difficult face and moved strangely. Then the light subsided, and his usual equipment looked normal again. Did you stop activating the power? No, Super. It feels like it's being suppressed. There's a thin membrane covering my body, and I think it'll glow super when it takes damage. I see, that's good enough. It was rather dazzling though, so if you're going to use it at full strength like a shield during battle, let us know. Then we can match it. Super. Got it. So, this is probably the armor, so, Fufafu, I understand. There's only one place left in mind. Probably there. There's Yasho-sama's sword, isn't there? Euralia joined in the conversation where Burn and I were grinning. Indeed, if we follow this trend, the last thing would be a sword without a doubt. I wouldn't deny the possibility of a surprising bow or spear, but I don't know how to react if the world throws a curveball. Whoa. Hero's sword? Super. I can't wait. Let's go. Let's start right now. We can't go directly from here. The sword won't run away, so let's go with certainty. Calming down Burn, who seemed ready to run, we descended the mountain and returned to the town. We took a proper rest and prepared before setting off. And what we finally arrived at was in front of a vast sea. Hey, Ed. Is this the place? Yeah, I think it's somewhere at the bottom of the sea or something. Super. What should we? Wait. Are we going to dive? Don't be stupid, even Tia can't reach the bottom of the sea. That's true, it's really impossible to dive that deep. At my words, Tia laughed wryly. If you continue to activate underwater breathing, you consume magic power during that time. The sea squeezes your body the deeper you dive. Even Tia's spirit magic can't handle that, so it's quite difficult to dive into the deep sea. So, what should we do? Probably there's a teleportation circle nearby, right? From the information I've gathered. Over there? Of course, I didn't actually gather any information. Well, I checked what might be in the direction there. Akashic compass pointed to, but there's no way such core information would be lying around. But, as we walked guided by me, there was a cave gaping open. It was in a place where you couldn't see it unless you circled around the rocky area and got close. So you would need quite a coincidence or luck to find it by normal means. Oh, there's a hole. As expected of Ed. Super. Awesome. Alright, let's dive in. Super. Alright, don't rush. When I glanced back, Tia and Euralia were talking. While following Burn, I quietly listened to their conversation. What's wrong, Euralia? No, as I thought, Ed-san is amazing. Yeah, Ed is amazing. Yes, really. Shall we go then? Yes. Well, it's just like that. It seems their conversation was not very lively, but that can't be helped. Time will probably solve it eventually. I wonder who will be faster? It's been 5 months since we started traveling with Burn. The condition for exile should be met soon, but unlike before, we intend to stay in this world until we defeat the Demon King. But once we obtain the last power, that time won't be far away. It would be okay to part ways without lingering attachments. But it would be nice if we could get along a little more before then. Whoa? Ed? It's a dragon. Super. There's a huge dragon. Oh, is it the guardian of this place? Or has a wild dragon invaded? Either way, we'll take it down, Burn. Of course. Slaying a dragon is super. It's the ultimate proof of strength. The one that stood before the enthusiastic Burn and us was a dragon covered with water scales. It should have been a formidable enemy as it almost negates physical attacks. But Burn's lightning magic was terrifyingly effective, and we managed to defeat it quite easily. It was probably placed as an enemy that a hero could counter. And so, at the deepest part of our journey, Burn finally obtained the last power of the hero. Here I go. Super. Stretch. Sword of the hero. When Burn, filled with spirit, thrusts out his clenched right hand. A sword of light extends from it. Well, calling it a sword feels a bit off, as it looks more like a glowing stick extending out. It seems more like a spear or a stake. T/N, lightsaber. It doesn't really feel like a sword, does it? Don't say it, Tia. I was thinking the same thing but didn't say it. Gua? No, that's not. I think it should be. That's right, Yasha-sama. Please try to cut this. Burn, who was shocked by my and Tia's words, received something from Euralia. It looked like the scale of the dragon we defeated earlier. He thrust it into the air and swung his arm. The blade of light easily cut the scale, and not only that, but the cut scale turned into particles of light and disappeared. Whoa? What is this, Super? Isn't this amazing? Oh, it really is amazing. It's just as you'd expect from the hero's sword. I wonder which is more amazing, Ed's sword or this one? Haha, it can't really compete with that one. I was not so arrogant as to think that I could compete with a weapon prepared by the world's will to eliminate alien existence. Maybe it could compete with the Dawnbreaker, forged by Master Dalton, but my skills still fall far short of Master's. Well then, let's head back to town quickly and celebrate tonight. All of the heroes' powers have finally been collected. Let's all eat something delicious together. Super. That sounds great. I'm all for it. Of course, I'm fine with that. How about you, Euralia? The gods do not say it is evil to share joy with one's neighbor. If it is a normal meal, of course, I will gladly join. Well then, it's decided. We energetically set off on our path, and that night we drank and ate and made merry. Afterward, we returned to the inn and went to sleep in our respective rooms. Huh? I was suddenly awakened by the sound of movement in front of my room. However, the presence passed in front of my room and entered Burn's room next door. The only ones staying at this inn right now are the four of us. So the owner of the presence is either Tia or Euralia. But there's no way I could mistake Tia's presence. That means it was Euralia who visited Burn's room. She's more proactive than I thought. Or is it because all of the hero's powers have been collected that she's starting to take more direct action? Either way, this proved that my suspicion about Euralia having feelings for me was a misunderstanding. Now it depends on what Burn does. Well, he can do as he pleases. As long as his romantic pursuits don't dull his sword skills, it's none of my business what young men and women do. I covered my head with my blanket and distanced my consciousness from the sounds coming from the next room, closing my eyes deep and strong. CH 261. Morning. The dawn broke and morning arrived. I wake up, slightly aware of the noises from the room next door. I doubt they would still be going on, but when you're young, you can have an excess of energy. Regarding myself, there's no problem at all. Whether it's an overflowing emotion or anything else, if it continues for 100 years, you can somehow manage it. So, I quickly got dressed and left my room. At that moment, the door of the neighboring room also opened, and our eyes met. Hey, Burn. Good morning. Ed? I mean, Super. Good morning. Yeah. Good morning. I had considered the possibility that Euralia just consulted something that only a hero could do, but looking at his reaction, it seems like something significant happened. This innocent reaction makes me want to tease him a bit. Hey, Burn. About last night. Night? Nothing. Absolutely. Nothing happened. I was alone in my room the whole time, and Euralia wasn't there at all. Is that so? Well, it doesn't really matter. On second thought, this seems like a case that could get complicated if I tease him about it. I decided to avoid touching it until they brought it up, and I moved to the inn's dining hall with Burn. We ordered breakfast, and while waiting, Tia and Euralia arrived as well. Good morning, Ed. Burn. Burn, you're quite early today, aren't you? Good morning, Ed-san. Yasha-sama. Hey, good morning, both of you. Super. Good morning, Tia. And Euralia. We exchanged greetings, but Burn's behavior was clearly odd. Noticing his demeanor, Tia came over to my side and whispered in my ear. She didn't use missing talk, because if we got too used to using it for anything other than something that absolutely couldn't be overheard, we might rely on it too much. Hey, Ed, what's up with Burn? I can't say much from my end, but It seems like Euralia went to Byrne's room last night. Eh? That's surprising, or should I say? I didn't say what they did or anything, but Tia tilted her head in thought at the solemn fact I shared. Is there a problem with those two being in that kind of relationship? It's not like that. I would celebrate if that's the case. But then what about what happened before? I don't really get it. But even if the past was like that, now it's like this, so isn't that fine? Or is that not how it works? You're right. If they've settled like this, then that's fine. Excuse me, can I interrupt for a moment? The stern expression that had been on Tia's face for a while now faded away. Euralia spoke to me, who felt glad about it. What's up? Actually, I would like to have some of your time later. The hero and I have something important to discuss with you. Discuss? Ah, sure. But an important discussion, huh? I wonder what it is. At this point, there was only one thing that came to mind. However, pretending to be clueless as per tradition, Byrne, who had my gaze directed at him, forced a slight smile. Well, it's not that big of a deal, you know? I think it'll probably be laughed off. I see. Well, reporting is important after all. You're fine with it too, right, Tia? Yes, of course. So, where should we hear this talk? Yes. I was thinking about going to the church in this town if possible. What do you think? Church? Isn't that moving too fast? Is it? I thought that it would be a good way to resolve various things all at once. Is there any problem? Not really, but... Ed? If they're okay with it, then isn't it fine? While I think it would be better to take things one step at a time, Euralia was a priest, and it wouldn't be strange for her to view a relationship as marriage. Even if it doesn't lead to marriage, if they want to make their relationship official in front of God, I see no reason to refuse. By the way, Byrne, you agree with this too, right? Me? Yeah. That's right. If it's okay with you, then there's no problem. After we eat, let's head to the church. Byrne's expression was a bit cloudy, but the face of a man who's told to take responsibility after being swept away by the moment was usually like this. I suppose I'll just have to talk to him personally later. After all, our journey to defeat the Demon King still continues, and so, after finishing breakfast, we all headed to the church in town. Euralia seemed to have spoken with the people there and cleared out the church. In the small church, there were no other people aside from us. We were in the chapel. The sun's light poured in from the high skylight, and the images created from the multicolored glass watched over us as Byrne and Euralia stood side by side, with Tia and me facing them. Then, let me speak. Okay. Taken aback by the unexpectedly solemn atmosphere, I responded in a subdued manner. Byrne was a hero, after all. I thought this would be at most an announcement of their relationship. In fact, there is an entity inside me that is not myself. Huh? As Euralia gently rubbed her belly while speaking, I inadvertently let out a strange voice. It's a rather roundabout way of saying it, but an entity other than herself is residing within her. Hey, Byrne. What's going on? I only heard about it for the first time yesterday. I was so surprised. Right. That would be surprising. But why? Oh, wow. It's been about 4 months since Euralia joined us on our journey. So, if she had a relationship with Byrne from the beginning, it wouldn't be an impossible story, but there wasn't a hint of such a thing. Was last night special and until then everything was cleverly disguised? Hey, Tia, I'm hearing this for the first time too. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had that conversation this morning, would we? Right, of course. It seems that I was more flustered than I thought. But with this, Byrne's behavior made even more sense. A priest wouldn't choose not to give birth to a child she's carrying, and although Byrne may act on a whim sometimes, he's a serious man. If he was told he has a child on the way, he would certainly take responsibility. But if he wasn't prepared for this and was told about it, he would naturally be shocked. Byrne, he always said he wanted to be popular. Or was that also a camouflage to deceive me? So, Eda-san. In fact, there's something I need you to verify for me. Verification? Me? What is it? Can you come here? Sure. I don't know what kind of verification can be done in this situation, but I walked over to Euralia's side as she beckoned me. Moreover, even at this juncture, I was still wary of Euralia. Unless Tia said, "It's okay now," I probably wouldn't let my guard down around Euralia until the moment I was banished from this world. But that's precisely why I wasn't paying attention to one other person. I had no doubt or danger in turning my back to him, and I didn't even imagine that there could be a threat there. Something hot pierced through from behind me. At the end of my downcast gaze was the tip of a shining sword. Yes, with this it has been proven. Eda-san. You really were the Demon King. As I was stabbed from behind by the hero's sword, blood dripped from my abdomen. Euralia was watching my dumbfounded figure with cold eyes. T/N, God fucking damn. CH 262, third person Pof. Ed. The moment Lunarisha's consciousness caught up with reality, she fiercely pushed away Burn, who was stabbing Ed, and laid Ed's body, now collapsed on his back, on the floor. She had not struck his neck simply because Ed was more important than anything else. Wait, Ed, I'll get the recovery potion right away. Lunarisha lifted Ed's head, which was vomiting blood from his mouth, onto her knee, and immediately took out a recovery potion from the bag she had around her waist to use it. But it's not healing? Why, it's futile. As Lunarisha cried out at the potion that showed no sign of working, Euralia's voice echoed overhead. At her words, which sounded like a divine oracle, Lunarisha glared at Euralia. What do you mean, futile? Do you know that if you use too many healing potions or healing magic in a short period of time, their effects diminish rapidly? I know. But isn't that the case when you use them over and over again in the middle of battle? I've never heard of any lasting effects even a day after. Yes, Lunarisha, a seasoned adventurer, knew that the power of healing was not infinite. But she also knew that the diminished power would return after a night's rest. That's why she hadn't interjected when Euralia was excessively using her healing magic. That would be true, under normal circumstances. However, the power of a god is different. If I could amplify the god's power that's sealed within the Demon King with the god's power dwelling within me, and fill the Demon King's body with it. Ed? What is this? As if responding to Euralia's words, 3 balls of light floated up from the hole in Ed's abdomen. They danced around Euralia and disappeared as if seeping into her abdomen. The gods. You've finally returned. So that's what it was. Lunarisha understood the source of the discomfort she had felt in Euralia, who was ecstatically stroking her own abdomen. From the moment they first met, Lunarisha had felt that Euralia harbored feelings for Ed. But if it were only that, there would be no problem. For instance, Earl also had feelings for Ed, but Lunarisha had never felt anything unpleasant about that. She was happy that Ed was liked, and she also quite liked Earl. If Ed were to say that he wanted to marry Earl, while she might feel a tinge of sadness deep down, she thought she could still genuinely bless them. However, Euralia was different. Despite the clear affection, she had felt something else beneath it, something rough and very unpleasant. At first, she wondered if this was jealousy or possessiveness welling up within her and despised herself for becoming such a distasteful person. After consulting with Ed, she wondered if there were insurmountable differences in their ways of thinking and values. The true nature of that unanswerable worry was now revealed in its worst form here. Euralia. The affection you had for Ed wasn't for Ed himself, but for the fragment of God within him. Of course. I'm a devout follower of the gods. In the face of Lunarisha's glare, Euralia remained unflinching and smiled. It's a story from 10 years ago. One day, suddenly, a god descended upon me. And God spoke to me. 10 years later, when a new hero will appear in this world, there will be a demon king who has usurped the power of the gods beside him. If left unchecked, the world will collapse, and all this world will be shrouded in darkness. Therefore, I prepared myself. I gained the strength suitable to serve by the side of the Yasho-sama, worked hard to become one of his companions. And finally, it has come to fruition. Now, Yasho-sama, finish the wicked Demon King. Yasho-sama? Euralia's voice was filled with doubt, causing Lunarisha to also turn her gaze towards Burn. The stood hero Burn, shocked and in tears. Why? Why is this? What do you mean why? Burn, you're the one who stabbed Ed under Euralia's influence. That's not it. My sword. Suddenly Burn rushed forward towards Euralia, slashing diagonally at her with his sword of light. However, The sword didn't even scratch Euralia's body or clothes. She stood unfazed. It didn't cut. What is this? The sword of the Ashur-sama is a sword that only severs truly evil beings. It only exerts its power against the Demon King and other wicked beings who assist him. Yesterday, Euralia told me that Ed is the Demon King. But I couldn't believe it. Then Euralia said, if that's the case, why not try cutting him? If Ed was a normal human, Burn's sword would have passed through him. Of course, Ed would get angry, but they could both apologize profusely afterward. If that happened, Ed would surely laugh and say something like, "Don't mess with me." But it's really amazing that it didn't cut. Can you try it again? Because he believed such a scene could happen here, Burn had swung his sword. But the reality was different. The sword meant to slay demons had pierced Ed's abdomen, and now a comrade he had believed in was writhing in pain before him. He didn't want to believe this, didn't want to. But he couldn't deny it, and with a gut-wrenching feeling, Burn screamed. Why? Why did it go through? Ed, were you deceiving us all this time? Burn. Ed? Don't speak, I'll immediately. That's it. Hey Burn, if you don't like us, expel us right away. No, if they were expelled and disappeared from this world, Ed's wounds would be as if they had never existed. Finally realizing this, Tia was about to voice this when Ed tightly gripped her wrist. Ed, why? It's no good. The conditions. And since he began his journey with Burn, it had only been a little over 5 months. The 6-month requirement for expulsion was not met, so returning to the White World by being expelled here was impossible. And even the other deep trust condition, which would have been possible yesterday, was now impossible. And above all, I can't last more than 10 minutes. Ed, who had escaped death many times, knew his condition well. The blood flowing from his abdomen would not stop, and he could not hold on for more than 10 minutes, no matter how he looked at it. Without a doubt, he was going to die here. So what should he do now? What does he have to do? Even as his thoughts were tormented by the pain, Ed turned his face to Burn again. Listen well, Burn. I am indeed the Demon King. But I'm not the one who is attacking this world right now. So your fight isn't over yet. Ed? What are you saying, Euralia? I don't think you're in the wrong. So there's no need for you to worry. Though, it looks like that goes without saying. Of course. I was only following the will of the god. In contrast to the flustered Burn, Ed gave a wry smile to the unfazed Euralia. And finally, tilting his head back, he looked up at Tia's face, her emerald eyes filled with tears. Tia. Help Burn, save this world. Everything starts from there. Are you asking me to help the person who killed you, Ed? Ha ha ha. The hero defeating the Demon King is natural, right? But, please. All right. I understand. Upon hearing Ed's weak words, Lunarisha nodded. Even if it's something she didn't want to do, there was no choice if it was a request from her precious comrade. Only her tears continued to fall freely, raining heavily on Ed's face. Don't make that kind of face. You know, right? It's true that I'll die. But I'll just die, that's all. I'll follow you again. No matter the sacrifice, no matter how much time it takes. I'll definitely go to where you are, Ed. Don't be reckless. Then, it's a race to see whether I can return to where you are, or cough, cough. Which is faster? I won't lose. Absolutely, absolutely, I won't lose. When she once crossed the barrier of the world, Lunarisha consumed 100 years of her lifespan as the price. At that time, the lifespan remaining for Lunarisha, who was 120 years old, was approximately 80 years. T/N, finally revealed my god. However, she never lamented it. Rather, she felt somewhat glad, thinking, this way, I can age just like Ed and perhaps die around the same time. That's why Lunarisha would not acknowledge such an ending. Even if she had to kick the Demon King of the End's butt, she would find a way for the two of them to live. As Lunarisha made this resolution, Ed gently reached out and touched her cheek. Even if the world we live in changes, even if the time we live in separates us, we'll always be together. So, see you, Tia. T/N. Yes. See you, Ed. Exchanging casual farewells as if they were going for a stroll nearby, the two exchanged smiles. It's not that they believed in reunion. They were convinced without a doubt that they would meet again, and that's why there were no tragic feelings there. Thus, like a parent leaving for work would do to their beloved child, Lunarisha gently placed a kiss on Ed's forehead. Inevitably, Ed's lips also touched her forehead, and each felt the warmth of the other through their touch. On that day, the existence of Demon King of the End disappeared from this world axis. It was 3 years later that Hero Burn, along with his 2 comrades, defeated the real Demon King and brought peace to the world. T/N, goodness let my man rest. CH 263, ... Suddenly, a stark white world sprawled before me. I'd never seen such a sight, and as a dumbfounded expression took over my face, I quickly looked around. What? What is this place? Whether I looked to the right or to the left, it was just endlessly flat and white. Actually, above and below were white too. If I can't see the sky, does that mean I'm inside some kind of building? Trapped? Kidnapped? Why me? How? Wait. Let's calm down. Let's first sort out the situation. Just a moment ago, I was exterminating mole crickets. Pest control in the field was an essential part of a mercenary's job, and I had ventured into the forest to destroy a mole cricket nest. Was it really like that? The scene that came to mind should undoubtedly be my everyday life, but for some reason, I felt a strong sense of discomfort. I feel it. But there shouldn't be any discomfort in such an abnormal situation. Actually, everything around me was a massive discomfort. Did I hit my head? If this is a dream I'm seeing after fainting, that'd be great. No, it wouldn't be. If it's a dream, it should be more fun. Being restrained and thrown into a prison cell would be troublesome, but the complete freedom of having nothing at all here was even more so. I'm not asking for the luxury of someone to talk to, but at least something. As I squinted and looked around, a table and chair suddenly appeared in a place that had been empty a moment ago. Weird. Really weird. There was definitely nothing there a moment ago, but now when I looked right, left, and right again, there was a table and chair. I don't understand. It's my principle to stay away from suspicious things like this. Well, I can't ignore it. The moment I look away, if the table and chair disappear, I will indeed be reduced to a mere existence rolling around like a caterpillar in a blank world where there is nothing. As I nervously approached the table, there was also a stark white book. When I picked it up and opened it, it was filled with very self-serving content. What the hell is this? 100 different worlds, exile. Any way you think about it, it's crazy. What I should do was written, but I had no idea why I have to do such a thing. As I frowned and looked to the side, there was a white wall and a door attached to it that had suddenly appeared. I let out a big sigh, then turned my gaze back to the table. I'm not surprised anymore by the crystal ball that has appeared just by looking away for a few seconds. This is the kind of world this is. I've been saddled with an impossible task by someone who can do this, and I have no choice but to do it. In essence, that's what it means. My only hope is this crystal ball that's supposed to give me some kind of mysterious power. Now then, as soon as I put my hand on the crystal ball, I could feel a strange heat flowing into me. Next, what came to mind was the name, Flagmaker, and the details of its ability. I see, so this is how it is. Can I somehow manage this, maybe? If it's not about me doing something, but about something happening on its own, then even I, a mere mercenary, might be able to join something as outrageous as a hero party. In fact, it would be troublesome if I couldn't. I want to get out of this inexplicable world as soon as possible and go home. Back to my original world. Anyway, let's just try doing it. Then let's start right away. Just as I was about to leave, feeling like I no longer needed to be here, I noticed an object on the table that was the first non-white colored entity in this world. Another book? What's this? Records of the Hero's Story. The title was written in gold foil on a brown leather-bound book. There were other things written too, but those parts had been scratched and scraped off, making them unreadable. I don't quite understand, but should I read this too? Lowering my hips that were about to stand, I sat back down to read the newly appeared book. Upon opening the book, what was written was a heroic tale of a hero I'd never heard of. Hero Burn? Who's that? Ah, could this be the hero from the other world? Muttering such things, I continue reading the book. A child born in a rural village aspires to be a hero, inspired by the stories he heard in his youth, and leaves for the city. There he has a fateful encounter and awakens to the power of the hero with his companions. It's quite a common development. Up to a point. You're kidding me? In the middle of the story, the heroine who was a companion suddenly reveals to the hero that the man we traveled with is the Demon King, an evil existence who stole the power of God. Hearing this, the hero, caught between doubts and trust, pierces the male companion with the hero's sword. And as a result, the male companion dies. Wow! But what's with this development? Shouldn't something like this have more foreshadowing from the beginning? Suddenly hearing such a thing and dying the next day, isn't that a bit too sudden? Just because he had the same name as me. Well, Ed is a common name, so there must be many around. I feel a certain uncomfortable emotion. But since there's no author in front of me, there's no point in complaining, so I continue reading the story. What is this? The overly positive hero keeps worrying about stabbing the man. The Demon King, and the elf girl who always cheered everyone up seems to have reversed her outgoing character to a more reserved one due to the effect of her mind control being lifted. And as the presence of the elf Lunarisha faded, the one who started to shine was the priestess Euralia, who had taken in the power of God recovered from the Demon King. She began to wield a power that was completely different from her predecessors, and honestly, it felt like it became just about Euralia. It's kind of like the protagonist has changed, even though the perspective remained with the hero. This was an interesting experiment in its own right, but of course, there's no sense of unity in the story. It would be better to divide it into 2 volumes and sell it as separate books. Readers will definitely be confused. I am too. This is terrible. Well, it's a bit interesting, but terrible. There's a saying that innovative methods that no one has ever tried before are usually things that someone has tried but found to be no good. And right now, I'm strongly feeling that. If at least the elf was also powered up, the balance could be maintained, but it's only the priestess. Certainly, this wouldn't get read to the end if it were left lying around here. Well, there's no point in complaining about it here. Now, let's continue. I continued reading the story, which had taken a confusing turn. The priestess woman defended against enemy attacks with the power of God. The priestess woman broke curses with the power of God. The priestess woman gets thanked by villagers and almost had a nobleman's son forced on her. I reached the final page just as I was starting to lose track of whose story this was. Percent and World, Records of the Hero's Story, the final chapter, True Peace, True Faith. Thus, after a journey spanning 3 years, Hero Burn and his party finally succeeded in subduing the Demon King. Despite the cries of joy resonating throughout the world, the humble hero did not boast of his achievements, but merely smiled quietly. Afterward, having fulfilled their great responsibility, the hero's party disbanded, each going their separate ways. The elf, awakened from brainwashing, disappeared somewhere after reporting the defeat of the Demon King. There were rumors that she had not completely broken free from the Demon King's brainwashing and, in order to resurrect the Demon King, she had turned to dark magic and had been eradicated from the world by the hand of the hero. However, Hero Burn only gave a vague smile and said no more. Hero Burn relinquished all of his fame as a hero, as well as his status and wealth, and returned to the rural village where he was born. Distanced from people due to a heart hardened by strife and a painful betrayal, time gradually healed his wounds. At the relatively late age of 30, he married and built a very ordinary family, fulfilling his life as a villager. Finally, the priestess who harbored the power of God in her body used the funds entrusted to her by Hero Burn to establish a church worshipping the only God in this world. She, who had thrown away all she gained from defeating the Demon King in pursuit of true faith, became the greatest entity in history in name and reality, dedicating her life to prayer. Her exceedingly beautiful and noble way of life satisfied God greatly, and he shed tears of joy. These drops washed away the evil existence of the Demon King, and thus, the world took its first steps towards true and pure peace. No, it definitely became a story about this priestess Euralia. As the development turned out to be unexpectedly as I had anticipated, I unconsciously slapped the spine of the book. What's this? Did they want to write a story where the priestess was the protagonist, but were afraid it wouldn't sell, so they put a male hero in the first half as bait for the readers? Phew, I feel so drained. Well, this should be enough. I raised my eyes and put the book back on the shelf, which had been there at some point, but it didn't seem like anything else was going to happen. I stretched and walked toward the only door in the room. Well, shall we go then? To another world. I wonder what it will be like. Excitement at the unknown adventure, major anxiety, a strong obsession with wanting to go home, and something I couldn't put into words that stuck in the corner of my mind. With all these feelings in my heart, I opened the door to a new world and stepped forward. CH-264. Phew, finally made it in. The first time I visited a different world, it was more similar to the world I had been living in than I had expected. There was a bit of a hassle, realizing I didn't have any money as the gatekeeper told me, and I had to turn back and hunt some horned rabbits. But beyond that, I managed to get into the human survival zone without much trouble, which made me heave a sigh of relief. But this is a town in a different world, huh? It's pretty normal after all. I looked around restlessly, but there was nothing particularly new. I was prepared for a lot because it's a different world, but honestly, there's not much difference from the town of the neighboring country I visited for the first time. If I hadn't gone through that, I wouldn't have noticed that this is a different world. But still, there was a strange sense of discomfort within me. Despite the sudden arrival in an unknown world after being taken to a different world, I feel oddly calm and not very nervous. This is strange. Was I always such a big deal? I, who had been living as a mercenary, was just an ordinary townsman. Despite being involved in such an unknowable incident, it's clearly strange that I'm so calm. But there's no way I know why I'm calm. If I have to say, maybe I hit my head when I was abducted to the, or what was it? Perhaps this effect is attached to the ability I got from that glowing crystal orb. Ah, that seems likely. There are no lies. But it's not the whole truth either. That's common in negotiations with shitty clients who try to buy our lives for cheap. Those who can't discern this will be bought at a cheap price and die easily. To not waste the valuable sacrifices of my seniors, I want to go with a style of thoroughly doubting. Whoa! And while thinking about such things, someone suddenly bumped into my shoulder from the front. I stumbled back a few steps from the hard impact, and the man who bumped into me throws an obviously irritated voice. "What's with you?" "What?" "Ah, no, I'm sorry." I was about to respond with a confrontational voice to the other party's strong tone, but I immediately stopped and apologized. The other party was dressed in high-quality metal armor, definitely a noble or a rich man. If I quarreled with such a person, the best-case scenario was my nest being a grave, or at the worst, I would be enjoying the prime spot in town with only my head. I'm just a country bumpkin. I seem to have been excited about being in a big city. I formally apologize. I straightened my posture and bowed my head slightly exaggerated. Even if I'm not at fault in this situation, the only choice was to apologize, and in this case, it's even more so because I was clearly careless. If it's just a minor shoulder bump, you should forgive me with this. Is that so? Then I'll forgive you for one of your arms. What? The glittering blonde man casually unsheathed his sword from his waist and swung it at me. His sword handling was that of a first-rate swordsman, and it should be impossible for someone like me to defend against it. But, clang. What? What are you doing all of a sudden? Oh? You can stop this. For some reason, my body moved on its own and stopped the man's sword. The man in front of me raised a slightly surprised voice, but I'm much more surprised. No, seriously, why was I able to defend? Well, that doesn't matter. Well, it does, but anyway, there's something more important now. Are you out of your mind? Would you slash at someone in the middle of a town for such a trivial reason? In my world, there were nobles, but they wouldn't attack just because their shoulders bumped. If you bumped into the royal family, you'd get cut down. Rather, you'd get arrested just for getting close to them without care, but those truly noble people wouldn't walk around without guards, so there's no chance of bumping into them in the first place. But this guy just attacked me out of nowhere. What's this? Was this the common sense in this world? How short-tempered are these people from different worlds? It's not trivial at all. If someone blocks my way, no matter who it is, I just cut them down. Don't call someone you just bumped into on the street a blockage and act cool. Respect others more. While making a high-pitched noise, my sword defends against the man's. Even though he's clearly holding back, his swordsmanship should be quite sharp, but I don't understand why I can keep defending against it. I don't understand, but I don't have the luxury to think about it, so I just move my arm following my instinct and intuition. You're not bad at all. Are you actually a renowned swordsman? Regrettably, I'm just a mere mercenary. Mercenary? What's that? What do you mean, what is? Jayan. A muffled sound echoed from our clashing swords, and only my sword was unilaterally cut off. It was a cheap one, but still my favorite. Wait, that's not the point. It seems this is the end. Damn, isn't there anything? Against the man who confidently thrusted his sword, I, still holding my half-broken sword, searched around. Another weapon. Even a piece of iron or something would give me a chance to counter, but there's no chance of finding such a thing around here. Also, the chances of getting help from the people who are watching us from a distance was slim. Unless they know me, there's no reason for strangers to help a dangerous guy who starts a sword fight in the middle of town. Besides, relying on others was impossible when even the guards hadn't arrived despite all this commotion. Is this really a daily occurrence, or does this blonde-haired man have a strong connection? Either way, the situation of me being cornered doesn't change. Damn. Damn it, damn it. I desperately searched for a chance to turn things around, but no matter how much I moved my eyes, what wasn't there won't appear. Against such me, the blonde man slowly raised his sword. Then, "It's over." Thump. At those words, my heart jumped. The man's sword swinging down seemed so slow it's yawn-inducing, but instead, I became acutely aware of everything in the surrounding world. Thump. Over? Is it over? Me? Thump. Equals that's wrong. It's not like that. Thump. Equals only I can decide when it's over. So, you're the one who's finished. With no caution at all, I casually thrust out my right hand. Then of course the man's swinging sword was aimed to slice through my hand. Jaya. The sword bites between my index and middle finger and easily slices through my palm. As the intense pain and a gush of blood comes out, my thoughts regain their cool and common sense. It hurts. What are you doing? While pressing my sliced right hand with my left, I ended up crouching on the spot. Why did I do something like that? Of course, if I take a sword that can cut through a metal sword with my bare hands, my hand is going to be cut. No, it seemed like I could have blocked it. But normally thinking, of course I can't block it. Damn, I was such a fool. With my dominant hand like this, what am I going to? Hey, Alexis. What are you doing? Suddenly, such a voice was heard from above me, who had my eyes tightly closed in intense pain and regret. Gritting my teeth to bear the pain and managing to open my eyes, what I saw was a girl who looked a bit younger than me, with bright red hair and characteristic upturned eyes. CH 265. If it isn't Rouge, it's you. Looking over my head, the blonde man, Alexis, called out with a sight to the red-haired girl. Then, the red-haired girl. Rouge also raised her voice with narrowed eyes. It's you. How long do you intend to keep me waiting? And what are you doing? I was just teaching a mannerless person his place. It'll be over soon. Please wait a little longer. TSK, then hurry up. My time is valuable. At Alexis's words, Rouge glanced at me as if looking at a pebble and said that. It seems that these two know each other. And they were similar. I couldn't help but smirk at my naive hope of being saved for a moment. HMPH. Are there only such people in this world? Truly shitty. Well, it's time to end this now. What are you idiots finishing up? Gua. As Alexis, who was about to swing his drawn sword, was suddenly hit by a big fist from behind. His eyes, cold and looking down on me, filled with tears. What are you doing, Gonzo? It's not what are you doing. What on earth are you guys doing? Behind the turning Alexis, or rather, standing in front of me was a huge old man, Gonzo. Probably, wearing armor of muscles all over his body. Gonzo didn't flinch at Alexis's resentful eyes, raising his voice in anger with his bald head turned bright red. I thought something was wrong because you didn't come, But why are you drawing your sword here? Ha! As I told Rouge earlier, I was just teaching a mannerless person his place. Aga, what manners? Speak more clearly. No, this rude person bumped into me, so I was just punishing him. Do you think there are idiots who slash people for such a reason? Gah! Gonzo's fist exploded again on Alexis's head, and the handsome blonde collapsed to his knees disgracefully. Seeing this, Gonzo snorted lightly and then approached me. My companion was wrong. Here, I'll heal you now, so stretch out your hand. Thanks. If this guy is with him, he must be loaded. I thought he would use some expensive healing medicine, and Gonzo gently wrapped my hand, which I stretched out, with his big hand. Oh pure spirit of the gathering clouds, oh normal body free of illness and torment, dress in the right and dwell in the right, and just as it is, correct the body. Healing aura. Oh, as he chanted, Gonzo's hand glowed, and the pain left my hand. A few seconds later, when the light subsided and Gonzo's hand separated, my right hand was completely back to normal. It's healed? Are you by any chance a priest? Ha ha ha, do I look like that? Ah, no, that's... Don't worry about it. Everything is according to the will of Muscles. Ha, ha. Muscles. To me, who inadvertently blurted out something rude, Gonzo answered with a smile and showed a pose emphasizing his muscles. It seems that, unlike the previous two, this might not be a conversation that makes sense. So, you... I'm Ed. Ed, huh? Then, Ed, could you explain the situation in more detail? It's probably his fault, but since it's caused such a fuss, we have to confirm it properly. Ha. I don't mind. Surely, a brawl in the town would normally not end with the parties involved talk and it's over. Nodding to Gonzo's words, which seem reasonable except for the muscle stuff, Alexis, who had recovered from the pain of the punch, raised a protest. Who's the one to blame? You're enough to blame. Seriously, just because you're a hero doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. HMPH. I am a hero? At that word, which can't be ignored, I reacted violently and raised my voice. A hero? Is this unreasonable handsome blonde guy a hero? Why is someone like that here? Is this the effect of the flag maker? In my world, of course, there were no heroes or demon kings. Well, they exist in stories, but only young children dream of them being a real existence. But, this world is different. There really are demon kings and heroes. Who would ever think to randomly encounter the sole hero of the world in a town like this? Despite that, I've encountered him. Not only that, I'm even involved directly with him. Though I should have thought this through better. What should I do with such a meeting like this? If it was just a meeting, it would be okay, but if it's a proposition to join forces and act together, such a confrontational meeting from the start is just the worst. Damn it, how can I turn this situation into a flow where we become comrades? There's a limit to just creating any kind of opportunity. Anyway, we can't be having a standing conversation like this. How about it, Ed? Will you let me make up for this by treating you to some drinks? You can tell us about the situation there. Yes. I understand. So that's what you guys do. Then, I'll go home first. As I took the offered hefty hand and stood up, Rouge, in the background, spoke in a bored voice. However, before Rouge could turn on her heel, Gonzo's hand firmly gripped her shoulder. What are you saying, Rouge? You're coming too, huh? Why, I have nothing to do with this. You ignored the fact that the kid... No, Ed was getting beaten up right in front of you, right? Then, you're as guilty as Alexis, you foolish girl. What is that? That's an unreasonable accusation. Hey, what are you going to do about it? Do you understand that you're stealing my precious time, huh? Well, even if you say that to me, for some reason, I became the target of her anger, and Rouge advanced on me. Being pressed by a beautiful girl might be a reward for some people, but for me, who doesn't possess such preferences, it's just purely scary. But even on such a Rouge, Gonzo's fists relentlessly descended. Ouch! Hey Gonzo, what are you doing by using violence on such a cute, innocent, and adorable beautiful girl? Are you really a priest? Sadly, I'm a martial monk of the Eastern Heaven, different from the priests around here. It's my mission to serve the gods and muscles to correct children who are about to walk the wrong path with a punch. Ugh. You're as incomprehensible as ever. TSK, you better remember this. That's right. You're trying to waste my time here. A simple apology won't suffice anymore. Prepare yourself. The beautiful girl and handsome guy, albeit their insides were both disappointing, started walking towards the back of the street while throwing unreasonable complaints. As I watched their retreating figures with a sigh, a large hand was placed on my shoulder. Then we should also go. Yes, emotionally, I wanted to go to my room and sulk. But I don't feel like I can shake off the hand on my shoulder, and I feel like if I miss this opportunity, I won't be able to get close to the hero again. I know all of this, but my feelings have wilted more than ever. I want to go home. I really want to go home. At the beginning of my life in this world that I have no idea how long will last, I could only force a twisted smile in this discouraging situation on the first day. CH 266. Then, let's toast to our fortuitous encounter. Cheers. HMPH. In the bar where I was brought, I nervously raised my beer glass, following Gonzo, who smiled and lifted his. However, Alexis remained silent, and Rouge, looking bored, just snorted, not even picking up her glass. No, 2 out of 4 were unresponsive. Well, I was not really toasting with all my heart either, so I was in the majority with 3 against 1. At such a scene, Gonzo pouted in displeasure. What's the matter, you're not in the mood? Well, fine. So, kid, let's start the conversation again. But first, shouldn't we introduce ourselves? I'm Gonzo. As you can see, a martial monk. Doing the role of a priest around here. Nice to meet you. Gonzo-san, huh? Nice to meet you. As I can see? Oh, no, it's nothing. I can't find any priestly elements in the bald-headed and dazzlingly smiling Gonzo. But he definitely used healing magic, so there's no room to doubt his claim to be a priest. He probably worships some kind of muscle god or something. Now, next is you, Alexis. Do you need me to introduce myself? As if there are people who don't know me. You think there aren't? Gonzo's gaze flickered towards me, and Alexis sighed softly in response. I'm Alexis. I never thought there would be someone in this world who doesn't know I'm a hero. Thank you. I'm sorry, I've just arrived from another world. There's no way I could say that, so I put on a vague smile and deflect. If I knew the other person was a hero, I would probably have prostrated myself from the beginning. A strong, powerful, famous person, there was no way my rebellious spirit was wild enough to pick a fight with someone who is all of those. Now, next is I'm the world's greatest Grand Mage, Rouge-sama. I'll let you call me Rouge-sama especially. Thank you. I have no idea what's so special about that, but I take another look at Rouge. She's about a head shorter than me, and from her appearance, she seems younger than me. Rouge-sama? What? How old are you, Rouge-sama? For the record, I'm 20. I couldn't care less about your age, it's less important than the number of rocks on the road. But I'm 18. What about it? Oh, so you are younger. What? You're not thinking of looking down on me just because you've been alive longer, are you? Rouge's slanted eyes glared at me, and I quickly waved my hands in front of my face. No, not at all. I was just amazed that you're the world's greatest at such a young age. Oh, is that so? But that's to be expected. I can do things in no time that you commoners couldn't do in a lifetime. That's why I'm a genius. So you understand that my time is more valuable than yours, right? Well, I guess so. If a commoner can learn a skill in 10 years that a genius can learn in 1 year, then that 1 year is worth 10 times more. And that difference will never be filled as long as time flows equally for everyone. I see, that makes sense. I'm not good at magic at all, so even my whole life might not be worth a second to Rouge-sama. What, you get it? I hate idiots who don't realize they're idiots, but I don't mind ordinary people who are aware of their incompetence. Fine, I'll let you call me Rouge-sama especially. What's the difference from before? No, thank you, Rouge-sama. Ignoring various points I'd like to address, I thanked her, and Rouge happily gnawed on a chicken wing that was on the table. She seemed like a well-behaved noble young lady at first glance, but she's eating with her hands. Well, anyone asking for a knife and fork in a place like this would be a fool who can't read the room. Now, it's your turn. Go ahead, introduce yourself. Oh, yes. I'm Ed. Just a regular mercenary, rank 4. The rank of a mercenary ranged from 1 to 20, with bigger numbers indicating higher ranks. You might say rank 4 was nothing to brag about, but it's not that simple. That's because individual strength can only raise you up to around 10. Beyond that, the ability to command an army was required. So, a guild leader who leads a large mercenary group might have a rank of 15 even if they're individually weak. On the other hand, even the strongest swordsman would be stuck at 10 if they're on their own. So being rank 4 at the age of 20 isn't something to brag about, but it's not something to be scoffed at either. A mercenary? What's that? As Alexis looked at me with a puzzled expression, I inadvertently let out a dumbfounded voice. The existence of mercenaries is common knowledge. To think he doesn't know. If there's something like a rank, it must be a rather large organization, right? Hey Gonzo, could it be a system from your country? No, I don't know either. Ed, where exactly were you born? This is bad, really bad. That's right, this is a different world. Just like I didn't know about the existence of the hero, this world may not know or even have mercenaries. What should I do? How can I smooth this over? I was born in a remote countryside village deep in the mountains. It's like the title we use within our group. Sort of bragging, or more like, I accidentally introduced myself with it. So, I'm unemployed. To my flustered confession, Alexis and Rouge's cold gazes pierced me. It's tough. My heart hurts. But this pain is my own doing. If I knew this was going to happen, I should have prepared a story in advance. Even though I didn't have the time because I was attacked by the hero. Unemployed, huh? But contrary to those two, Gonzo, without any mockery, tears a piece of bread, tops it with thinly sliced meat and bites into it heartily before speaking. If that's the case, it's perfect. Hey, kid, would you consider joining our party? At this unexpected invitation, I let out another dumbfounded voice. But before me, Alexis had already raised his voice. Oi, Gonzo, what's your intention? Why would you want such a guy? Why, didn't you say you wanted to hire a porter soon? Based on what I heard on the way, he stopped your attack, even though you were holding back, didn't he? So he should be capable of defending himself to some extent. Isn't he just right as a porter? That is. At Gonzo's words, Alexis stopped eating and pondered. Then, next to him, Rouge, who had been drinking wine from a mug, spoke up. I don't mind. Anybody can be a porter, and if he gets in the way, we can just burn him at will. Scary? What's that about? I don't think she really means to burn me. Right? But if I consider Alexis's actions. Seriously? If Alexis is on hold and Rouge and I agree, there's no problem. So, how about it, Ed? If you're out of work, why not come along as our porter? That is. Gonzo, with a smirk on his face, extends his big hand towards me. Although it looked like I had a choice, there was only one answer allowed to this. I look forward to working with you. It's settled. HMPH. Do your best. Don't disappoint me, alright? Ahaha. I'll do my best. And thus, I successfully joined the hero's party, feeling as if I was being swept away in the grand river of fate. T/N, accidentally deleted them. My apologies.